If trust leads to death, then I'll become death.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Betrayed by Sasuke and Got Shinigami Powers movie. Before we start, please go support MAKAMBOL for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. After a fierce battle with pain, during which the village suffered no damage, Naruto was saved by someone he least expected. However, he was surprised when they conspired against him. After a deal was struck, Naruto decided on a new path for his life: betrayal and a noose. It was a day the world would never forget. Kano Hagakure no Sato, the village that had escaped its fate so many times, but its time had come after committing the worst mistake. They exploited one person and then betrayed them, destroying their dreams and ending their life. This was the worst mistake the village could have made. Standing before the burning, rubble-reduced Konoha was a tall blonde boy with a wide smile as a large meteorite crashed down in front of the village, from which rose a great titan made of burning stone and a reddish fire. Behold his end, Kanoja. The idiot who died long ago for you will be the same one who ends your existence, you damned worms. Exclaimed the imposing blonde man forcefully as the fiery titan brought down the village barrier with a single punch. Previously, a long time ago. Even if it costs me my life, I have more than one promise to keep and a village to protect. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let my dreams crumble. Even if it costs me my life, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will end your damned existence. Exclaimed a blonde boy with orange eyelids and yellow eyes with rectangular pupils. You're a damned idiot, you miserable Jinchuriki. Exclaimed a man with orange hair, purple ringed eyes, and many piercings on his body. The man looked with a confident smile at the blonde man, who flew towards him with a kunai in his hand after being propelled by two of his clones. Die, you bastard. Exclaimed the orange-haired man as a black bar shot out of his hand, aimed at Naruto's chest. Even if it costs me my life, you bastard. Exclaimed the blonde, arching his body to avoid the black bar as the kunai in his hand disappeared in a cloud of smoke, revealing a rotating white sphere with 3 peaks of wind chakra which spun at high speed. Wind release, race and Sharigan. Exclaimed the blonde, impacting the sphere into the orange-haired man's abdomen. He placed his arms in a cross shape and raised his knees as the small, rotating chakra sphere exploded, creating a large white dome of chakra blades that made several cuts to the blonde, sending him flying several meters away. The dome grew even larger and completely consumed the orange-haired man's body, killing him instantly. Iro-san and Odo-san, I did it. I defeated this guy before he could hurt my village, Naruto said with a sigh as he flew away with wounds all over his body, about to fall unconscious after the massive chakra drain from using such a powerful jutsu. Elsewhere, Nagato, they have destroyed Yahiko's body, said a blue-haired woman with watery eyes about to burst into tears. I'll kill him, I'll kill that bastard, exclaimed the blue-haired girl before a red-haired man who was stopped in a machine could speak. You're crazy, Conan. You can't do anything. That damn blonde guy completely stopped my plans by halting my surprise attack. There are still many strong people in Konoha. They could discover us and kill us. We have no choice but to flee, the redhead said, coughing as tears streamed down his face. Back to Naruto. On the verge of losing consciousness, the blonde man prepared to fall violently to the ground when he heard a voice and his fall stopped. Typical of you, Dobi, a voice sounded which Naruto recognized perfectly. It was Sasuke Uchiha. The blonde man looked around as his eyes closed and he felt himself being dragged away. Later in Kanoja. Naruto, Naruto, wake up. The blonde boy heard Sakura and Hinata's voices as he felt his body being healed with a powerful medical ninjutsu. Slowly opening his eyes, Naruto began to visualize that he was in a hospital room. Above his chest were the hands of Tsunade using her medical ninjutsu, with Sakura helping her heal his arms. Behind them was Hinata, who had her Byakugan active. Thank you, Kami. Exclaimed the 3 women, watching as Naruto opened his eyes, completely bewildered. You did it, Naruto, you saved the village, the 3 women said, while the blonde boy said nothing, only getting up and noticing that he was half naked with bandages on his arms and legs and some bruises on his chest and abdomen. Sasuke returned to the village, the pink-haired girl said with a big smile, but the blonde boy was still lost in his thoughts. Sasuke, I can't make a decision about him without your opinion, Tsunade said, but the blonde boy paid no attention to her. Naruto began to remember all the good times with Team 7 when they were children eager to become ninjas. One more thing, said the honey-eyed girl with a smile. The blonde man just stared at her, waiting to hear what the Hokage had to say. We have decided that you will be the next Hokage. Your bravery and great power in battle when defending Konoha speaks volumes about you, said Tsunade, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder as tears began to flow from his eyes because his dream had finally come true. Ha ha, are you serious? She said, wiping away her tears. The blonde boy couldn't contain his emotion and hugged the pink-haired girl who was next to him. I knew you were going to make it, Sakura said, hugging him. Naruto cut short his excitement when he remembered what the honey-eyed girl had told him before Sasuke. Oba-chan, let's allow Sasuke to join the village. He brought me here and he also told me that he realized his mistakes, she said smiling, to which the goddamn just closed her eyes and nodded. Okay, if you're sure, besides he's waiting outside, he wants to talk to you, said the hazel-eyed woman. Well, I hope things go as they should, exclaimed the green-eyed girl as she let go of Naruto's hand to leave with Tsunade and Hinata, who returned to her home. Then Naruto lay down, waiting for Sasuke. Until he heard the sound of the door opening, which echoed throughout the room. The blonde man, with a smile and his eyes closed, could only manage to speak. Sasuke, so you're coming back, he said, still with his eyes closed. The raven-haired man sat down next to Naruto's hospital bed and answered him. Indeed, I'm here, can't you see me, idiot? He said, laughing, to which Naruto also laughed. I heard you'll be named Hokage, that's a great step forward. I see your decision to go and train paid off, I must congratulate you. Naruto finally received recognition from his great friend. He always waited for this moment. After a long time, Sasuke Uchiha recognized what a great ninja the blonde one is. Thank you, I always waited for the moment you would recognize me, Naruto said, crying and opening his eyes to see his friend who was also crying but had a smile from ear to ear. Why are you crying, Sasuke? Naruto asked, smiling. Sasuke didn't answer and instead approached Naruto and gave him a hug. The blonde didn't understand, but he returned the hug. I'm crying, Sasuke said as he slowly pierced Naruto's chest with his sword. Naruto, with his eyes wide open, just started spitting blood. Saw Sasuke, why are you doing this to me, friend? What have I done to you? I just wanted you to come back. I wanted us to be happy like Team 7, he said as tears and blood streamed from his mouth and eyes. You expected me to come back in the best way and we would be the best. Stop with the jokes. Life is not something fair and simple. You are just a puppet that would serve me for my revenge and my plans, exclaimed the Uchiha, laughing frantically as he pierced Naruto's back with the sword. Besides, your death is a given. The village always wanted it. Will meet in hell, you damn demon, Sasuke said as he placed his hands on Naruto to begin releasing a large amount of fire energy. Naruto could only scream from the suffering of being burned alive while a katana pierced him. Stop. What are you doing, Sasuke? Exclaimed the Uzumaki, trying to pull the sword out. How pathetic, Sasuke said, laughing frantically as he watched Naruto's attempts to remove the katana while burning alive. It's true what they say about you not giving up. Look at you, you're on fire and you still want to take the katana away. Let's see if you can now, said the raven-haired man as with a wide smile he launched an inverted kick, striking the katana's hilt with his heel, sending it hurtling through the entire stretcher. Sasuke, why are you doing this to me? He said as he began to lose strength on the stretcher with the fire on top of him. Why are you doing this? Why? Because it's a whim. With you out of this, no one will bother me, especially not now with this, the Uchiha exclaimed as his eyes began to bleed, but he just wiped them. Besides, before you die, I'll tell you something, Dobi. I will take the position of Hokage, Sasuke said as he pulled his sword from Naruto's chest. A tear fell from Naruto's eye, and he remained with his eyes closed as a lot of blood flowed from his chest, slowly surrendering. Minutes later, Tsunade, Sakura, and some ninjas entered through the door of the room. It smells so bad, said the Hokage, who upon seeing what Sasuke had done could only manage to say a few words. But what the hell, Sasuke? Why the hell didn't you kill him somewhere else? What am I going to tell the other patients now? It doesn't matter anymore. More than half the village supported me on this, the rest were just indifferent, the fifth Hokage said, covering her nose. Sasuke just looked at what the Hokage said with some confusion. Help me guys, we'll throw him away, said the Chunin, who upon seeing the charred body managed to spit out Naruto's remains, but both were attacked by Sakura, who stood in front of Naruto's body. What do you think they're doing with him? What the hell is wrong with you, Sasuke? Sakura exclaimed as tears escaped her eyes, seeing Naruto's condition but being unable to attack Sasuke. Goddamn Sama, arrest him, arrest Sasuke. Don't you see what he just did, Naruto, the murderer of Naruto? She said furiously but unable to attack Sasuke. A feeling inside her wouldn't let her, and she was silenced by a finger to her lips, which was none other than Sasuke's. Look, Sakura, stop being a stupid scandal, forget about Naruto. You know I have big plans now and you're in them. What are you saying, you wretch? You're a damn cretin, exclaimed the pink-haired girl as tears fell from her emerald eyes. Come on, I'll give you what you've always wanted. Look how much better you've gotten, so I want my future Uchiha descendants to be fathered by you, Sasuke said in a low voice, leaning close to Sakura's left ear. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl was shocked because she couldn't understand what Sasuke was saying. What are you saying? No, I refuse, you damn cretin, Sakura said angrily as her hands filled with a green chakra. She was apparently going to help the deceased Naruto when she was stopped. What are you doing, silly girl? You and I know what we feel and we know we'll be the happiest, especially when we have a beautiful Uchiha family. Just support me, Sasuke said, pulling Sakura towards him and grabbing her by the waist. Sasuke-kun wants us to have children together, she said softly. Of course, Sakura, come with me and I'll show you what I'm talking about, Sasuke said, taking Sakura's hand and leading her out of the room. That's disgusting, this smells even worse, take that and throw it in some ditch outside of Konoha. Look, the ceremony to name Sasuke Hokage will begin tomorrow. As you command, Hokage-sama, they said, wrapping the body in plastic. What no one knew about that room was that a poor lost soul had just witnessed everything that happened. An empty, translucent body watched as the people he cared about betrayed him and turned their backs on him. What is this? She cried, pounding the floor as she rose into the air. What have I done to deserve this end? The soul began to wander over what had been its body, which was wrapped in some parts by plastic bags to be taken to a ditch in the village. Are you sure you chose the right side? Kanoja, my promises have been kept, but at what cost? But at what damned cost? My dreams destroyed and my greatest dream and goal snatched away by the one I considered my brother. You're kidding me, this can't be real, I'm still unconscious, exclaimed the poor soul without any destiny while weeping inconsolably inside. Is that what those people you gave your life for are worth? Even if it costs me my life, even if it costs me my life, damn it, damn Konoha, damn Sasuke, damn Tsunade, damn them all. If only there was a way to go back, if only I could turn back time a few hours, if only this hadn't happened. 13 years. 13 damned years living like a dog when it turns out I'm the son of the village's greatest hero. 13 damned years ostracized by everyone. 13 damned years with no chance at anything, always striving for recognition. 13 damned years where I had to adapt to everything and push myself to improve. I left for 3 years and returned with Iro-senin only to be killed. The village deceived me. I avenged Iro-senin's death and saved their damned hides, and this is how they repay me. I'd give anything for a second chance where this damned world and this damned village will burn, the wandering soul exclaimed, watching as his body fell into a pit and slowly sank, his soul beginning to rise even higher. No. This shouldn't and won't stay like this, exclaimed the soul, descending rapidly and trying to approach its body, but at a certain point it stopped moving, becoming paralyzed. Well, a rebel who refuses to leave when his destiny is with Kami and not in hell. That's the kind I like. I love vengeful and rebellious souls. That scent of anger, revenge, rebellion, and my favorite, hatred. Who the hell are you? Came the angry voice of the rebellious soul which was trying to look all around. You offend me, boy, don't you remember my voice, I who gave you so much power when you were just born? Stop playing games, you wretch. Exclaimed the soul of the deceased Naruto. Calm down, troublemaker. I have something to talk to you about, something that will benefit us both. The voice sounded again, but even more imposing, leaving the blonde soul speechless. Suddenly, it was pulled forcefully towards the horizon as everything darkened, and a strong rainstorm began to form above the village. Everything began to change into a deep abyssal void that changed into a path of red stones burning with flames leading to a kind of dungeon. But what is this? Thought Naruto's soul, listening to the wails and cries of the tormented souls being punished. Hell, my dear Naruto, this is where all murderers, rapists, and atrocious people come. Most of the children are wandering in limbo since there's an exception for them. But that doesn't save the lives of all the wretches. He said that last part with a clear reference to many ninjas. I understand now, and what do you want from me, Shinigami? Said Naruto's soul as he watched all the souls being tortured by the Shinigami's assistants. Wait, has someone named Pain arrived here? Naruto said to the Shinigami, and he could see him smiling. That's the worst part of all. Not only were you betrayed, but Pain is still alive. What you killed were his 6 paths or artificial bodies that he controlled remotely, dividing all his abilities. The blonde man's soul would only make a helpless gesture as it filled with even more anger upon realizing that he could do nothing more, but he smiled. He didn't care whether Pain was still alive or not. After all, the Leaf Village meant nothing to him anymore. I'll get straight to the point, we're going to make a deal you can't refuse, and I think it will benefit us both. Just speak already, the blonde man said impatiently. I will give you back your life, and not only that, but because of your great exhaustion and the need for reconstruction, you will experience a slight increase in size. This includes your torn and burned muscles, which I will have to rebuild and which, thanks to your genetics, would be stronger and larger. But your thirst for revenge will be quenched, of that there is no doubt. Nobody can be that good, especially not you. I'm not that stupid anymore, what do you want from me? Said the blonde defiantly, you're more cunning than before. Let's just say I want to punish a great many souls who are too clever for their own good and who, for some reason, are still living comfortably while their plans continue to unfold perfectly. Your sole duty will be to end the lives of hundreds, even thousands of people. Because I like to watch the world burn. Besides, you can do whatever you want to the Uchiha, he said, smiling macabrely. The empty soul of the blonde Uzumaki began to laugh in a very sinister way. Finally, this was what he wanted. I'm going to get revenge on all those bastards, on all those who turned their backs on me when I needed them, on those who called themselves friends and family and wanted me dead at all costs. I'm going to get my damn revenge, exclaimed the blonde man's soul, which was growing darker with each passing moment. This will hurt, but it will give you great power. Your body is burned and has many deep cuts, said the Shinigami as he levitated Naruto's soul, which began to take on its normal appearance, and then a great burst of fire covered Naruto, beginning to turn into a vortex. Ah, it hurts, damn it, exclaimed the blonde man as he was engulfed in flames that turned black. Meanwhile, outside of Konoha, Naruto's lifeless and roasted body was being carried away by the water as the ditch or pit in which he had been thrown flooded, forming a mini water channel that carried him to the nearest lake. The lake had a small stream of water which flowed westward, carrying the half-wrapped body of the blonde man towards the lake that surrounded Maguekio. A beautiful woman with an enviable figure, wearing a black cloak adorned with red clouds, opened to reveal her flat stomach and a navel piercing. Along with her ample and formidable feminine attributes, blue hair and beautiful, bright orange eyes. It was none other than Konan who stood there, making sure no one from Konoha had pursued her after she and Nagato fled, having disconnected him from the machine so they could recover and escape. The beautiful blue-haired woman saw the lump in the lake and went over to see what it was out of curiosity. What could that be? I don't think plastic things like that are around lakes like this every day, he said as he got closer and closer until he grabbed Naruto's body wrapped in plastic. Upon seeing Naruto's almost charred face, the blue-haired girl couldn't hold back and vomited in shock at how the one who in life would have finished off Akatsuki and Nagato had ended up. Then Konan saw an opportunity to take revenge and blow Naruto's body to bits until nothing was left of him, since she had a little resentment towards him, but she remembered something. Konan-chan, you should never attack someone who is badly wounded or already dead. It's best to change them to become an ally or take advantage of them in the future or even leave the battle for another day. After all, the last thing we have left is honor and pride, said Yeiko, looking Konan in the eyes. Konan remembered those words from her former partner and childhood sweetheart, so she wrapped Naruto's body in papers and set off on a journey towards the rain cage tower. Hours later, Naruto's body was lying on a steel surgical gurney. Konan, without her cloak, managed to look at Naruto and wonder what had happened to him. How did you end up like this? Your friends in your village were supposed to help you after you saved everyone from Nagato, but I see that's just how the Leaf Village people are heartless and caring about nothing but themselves, Konan said. How could they do this to you after you saved their damn lives? Why on earth would they do this to you after you prevented Konoha from being reduced to rubble and after you took down whoever could have done that in a matter of seconds? The blue-haired woman wondered, feeling compassion for her former enemy. Back to the blonde guy. How much longer will we continue in this demonic ritual? Exclaimed the blonde man while he was in a vortex of flames. Haha, he's literally from the devil, now it's over. I'll give you some good advice before I go back to your old friends. You don't need to immediately go and kill them when you revive, that would be so boring. Get stronger and find some allies. You deserve to savor your revenge by seeing the desperate screams and pleas of all those worms anyway. I hope I don't have to see you around here anytime soon, he said, snapping his fingers as Naruto disappeared. Konan continued inspecting Naruto, but out of nowhere she jumped back as a large tornado of fire covered Naruto's body, much to Konan's shock and amazement. Naruto's body began to rise, engulfed in a vortex of fire and rapidly regenerating. Outside the vortex, the glow of bloodthirsty red eyes could be seen. After a few minutes, the vortex weakened and disappeared, revealing the blonde man with his appearance fully restored, no burns, no wounds, no scars, no seal on his abdomen, all his muscles regenerated and consequently more prominent. The blonde man stood before Konan with a cold gaze and piercing, intimidating red eyes. Who the hell are you? Asked the blonde man, who was still naked in front of Konan, who was somewhat blushing at the blonde man's physique, and especially when she lowered her gaze a little and blushed even more. Are you deaf or what? Can't you see I'm asking you something? Said Naruto, who appeared in front of Konan in a vortex of fire. I am Konan, I found you in the lake in bad condition and I brought you back. I see. Naruto, with a very Machiavellian look, just smiled and grabbed her chin, slowly bringing it closer to his face. I don't dislike you at all, he whispered to Konan, who was looking at him defiantly. You'd better not lay a hand on Konan or you'll dig your own grave, said a voice in the background. Naruto could only turn around and see that it was a red-haired guy with ringed violet eyes. I'll tell you something, whoever you are, I won't dig anything up. I won't do something like that again, and if you don't want to end up hanging without eyes, arms, and legs, you'd better say who you are, said the blonde man. The redhead, somewhat surprised by such a violent threat, managed to throw some clothes along with a black cape at the blonde man, who quickly caught them. I am Nagato Uzumaki, leader of Akatsuki, and she is Konan. Let's just say we're the only thing you have that's close to an ally in this world of lies and deceit. New allies. Hello ninjas, here's the second chapter. In the previous chapter, Naruto was vilely betrayed by those he believed to be his best friends and only family. Sasuke, whom he considered a brother, stabbed him in the back, killing him and burning him alive. Naruto's helplessness at being betrayed by his own family and the village to which he had dedicated his life led him to the lowest depths of hell, where the Shinigami himself offered him a deal. It was a pact: kill many people in exchange for being revived with a rebuilt body and new powers. Now our favorite blonde was standing in front of Nagato and Konan. What do you mean by allies? Naruto said, quickly putting on his clothes to approach Nagato, who remained standing firm, You know, this rotten world, this society that turns its back on you when you need it, these hierarchical orders that condemn those without power and above all betrayal. He said that last part, which particularly caught Naruto's attention. Naruto sighed, at least we share something, Nagato. I was thinking of killing you and testing my abilities, since I want to avenge the death of the only being who perhaps loved me in this cursed world, Naruto said, remembering Georgia. Nagato and Konan just lowered their gaze, as they too felt some guilt in their hearts towards the man who helped them in difficult times when they were little. What do you have in mind with us, Uzumaki-san? Konan sat down at the table where she had been inspecting Naruto and crossed her legs one on top of the other, listening attentively to what the blonde boy would say. You will be, as you say, my allies in this world of suffering. I want you to be my right-hand men. Otherwise, what? Said the blue-haired girl with a defiant look at Naruto, who closed his eyes to reveal devilishly red eyes. Very easy, I will kill them in a way that will make them wish they had never been born in the same world I inhabit, Naruto said as he raised his hand, and in his palm a flame of fire could be seen with silhouettes of skulls and screams of souls. Okay, we'll help you with whatever you need, Naruto-san. What is this, a sleeping coat? Naruto said, snapping his fingers so that a flame appeared in his palm. Nagato and Konan tensed slightly before watching as the flame expanded and began to surround Naruto in a vortex of fire, blocking their view of him. As the vortex disappeared, Nagato stared in amazement at Naruto's new style, and Konan blushed slightly upon seeing the blonde's new outfit, which honestly looked amazing on him. Naruto wore black boots with gold details that reached above his ankles, covering a pair of tailored black pants with a slit at the thigh, another at the knee, and another below it. Over the pants, the blonde wore a short, tight t-shirt beneath a long black leather jacket with blood-red zippers, a stand-up collar with 2 red buttons, and a long drape down the back and sides, giving Naruto a cape-like appearance that made him look even more imposing. To complement his jacket, the blonde wore a leather glove on his right hand and 2 black belts with red details around his waist, worn over his other garments and giving the jacket a cape-like look. The 2 belts concealed 2 red and black shinobi pouches. If you like that image, you can use it as your wallpaper. Perfect, this suits me better, although I'm missing one detail, said Naruto as he snapped his fingers again, causing a small flame to appear on his black jacket on the left side of his chest, creating a 5-pointed star of a blood-red color. He looks imposing, said Nagato, who couldn't deny that the blonde's new look made him appear dangerous and tough. Konan said nothing, she just blushed even more and turned her face away, trying not to look at Naruto. But she couldn't, she turned her flushed face back toward the blonde boy who wore a serious expression as he was lost in thought. Tell me, Nagato, what are you planning with your organization? Naruto asked. I'll be honest with you. Despite being the leader, I was only doing what a masked man told me to do for his plan, which was supposed to bring peace to the world. His plan consisted of first capturing all the tailed beasts, and right now Akatsuki is almost disbanded. I don't know where the other members are, they've probably already given me up for dead, Nagato said seriously. How many members are still alive? Naruto asked. There's Itachi, Kasame, Madara, Zetsu, hidden who's still in the same location, probably dismembered and buried, and the 2 of us, Nagato explained. All I propose is to expand the forces of this small village and bring it forward. Believe me, managing a small country and village will be useful to us, especially when we have the small villages surrounding it under our command. I understand that Maguekyo suffered because of Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha, and I assure you that this will not remain the case, said Naruto as he clenched his fists. Well, it's already night, it's best if you go and rest just like me. I haven't slept since I was a child, Nagato said. Sleep. Not right now, I have to organize a couple of things. Well, look what we have here, said a voice at the entrance of the tower in the language of the statue. Konan and Nagato turned around, very surprised, which surprised Naruto. What are you doing here, Madara? Asked Nagato, who could barely stand due to weakness in his spine and legs. You know, I was just passing by and came to look for the corpse of someone who was supposedly dead in order to steal those eyes, the Uchiha behind the mask said directly. Konan and Nagato simply assumed fighting stances to await Abido's attack. Nagato, I'll send you back where you should have been since you were born for your betrayal, you pair of idiots. I'll kill you, he said, ignoring Naruto, who didn't like that at all. But in a vortex of fire, Naruto appeared behind Abido and placed a hand on his shoulder, surprising Abido as he was touching him just like Konan and Nagato. Perhaps he's having physical contact with Madara, who is supposed to be intangible, Konan said. Nagato thought Naruto was very strong, but this is on another level. You think you're so much better just because you can make physical contact with me. Do you think I'm only powerful because I'm intangible? Haha, you're very wrong, my friend. Naruto grabbed Abido's arm tightly, pulling and spinning him around. With a swift movement, Naruto delivered a kick to his back that sent him flying into a wall. But before he hit the wall, Naruto appeared in a burst of fire and smoke, delivering a knee strike to Abido's face. This was followed by a monstrous barrage of blows at superhuman speed all over his body, making it seem as if the blonde had more than 2 arms. What happened to your arrogance? Naruto asked mockingly, watching as the Uchiha got up and threw a quick punch, but it was useless. The blonde possessed far superior speed, and he simply dodged Madara's punch to the side and knee him in the abdomen, leaving him breathless, before delivering another knee strike that lifted him slightly. The blonde man then punched Madara in the abdomen with his left fist, preventing him from catching his breath. Following this, the blonde man spun around violently, his right fist engulfed in flames, delivering a powerful punch to Madara's chest that sent him flying several meters backward and into the air. In an instant, the blonde man disappeared in another cloud of fire and smoke, only to reappear in midair, diving down with a powerful downward kick full of flames towards Madara's face, sending him plummeting to the ground at high speed with part of his mask shattered, finally impacting hard on the ground and leaving a small crater. "That's what you get for ignoring my presence, you disgusting worm," Naruto said smirkingly as he lifted Obito by the neck and with a powerful punch broke another part of his mask, further damaging Madara. "He's very fast and strong, my Rinnegan barely let me see that," Nagato thought, astonished by the blonde's power. "He is truly human, he has amazing strength and speed," Konan thought. "Who are you?" Madara gasped as Naruto grabbed him by the neck and led him to the exit in the tower, right where he always entered. Naruto had Obito just centimeters away from throwing him off the cliff. "Who am I? I am the devil himself. I am something you will never forget in your damn existence," said Naruto, followed by throwing him up to give him a great kick that sent him flying into the precipice. The masked man fell, badly wounded, from the precipice, watching as the distance between him and the blonde man who had just left him badly injured and humiliated increased. "No, this won't stand. I, Madara Uchiha, will not be humiliated by this imbecile," exclaimed the man with the chipped orange mask, and a completely white humanoid creature appeared before him. The creature opened like a blanket and enveloped the body of the supposed Madara, covering it completely and rebuilding the damaged parts to take on its color, making it look like new. "I won't accept this damn humiliation from anyone," exclaimed the masked man, disappearing into a vortex to reappear behind Naruto. The blonde man just smiled and turned around, giving a reverse kick with his leg, which was completely engulfed in flames. The masked man took the full impact, being propelled backwards again. "You're so weak, a disappointment. You're not even good for warm-ups," Naruto exclaimed, disappearing in a spiral of fire and smoke, only to reappear right where he had sent the masked man, stopping him by striking him in the back with his elbow, knocking the wind out of him. In an instant, flames appeared in Naruto's hands, lengthening to form long katanas which then transformed into solid metal katanas glowing red-hot. The blonde man quickly made a downward cut with his left katana, breaking part of what surrounded the masked man, then made another horizontal cut and crouched, turning to make another upward cut, causing the back part that covered him to fall off. Naruto quickly jumped back, delivering a high kick to the masked man's back, sending him flying into the air. The blonde man wasted no time and propelled himself from the ground to jump towards where the masked man was, making a long cut from his left foot to his left thigh, mutilating him and causing what covered him to fall off. Without pausing in midair, upon reaching the masked Naruto, he began to fall on top of Madara while spinning like a whirlwind, making dozens of cuts on the masked man's abdomen and chest, who only fell slowly while his chest and abdomen were mutilated. "What a waste of time with you," Naruto said, finishing with a kick that sent Obito flying to the ground. Naruto then threw his right katana at the masked man, piercing his right shoulder, and then launched his left katana through his abdomen before he could even touch the ground. Just as he was about to fall, Naruto began to concentrate chakra in his right hand, in which a mass of swirling chakra began to form as the chakra began to burn in flames. The masked man quickly opened his eye as he saw Naruto rapidly plummeting towards him. "I gave you the chance to leave and you blew it. People don't value their lives, and I won't value theirs either," Naruto exclaimed as he fell faster towards the masked man, who desperately began to disappear in a spiral, managing to vanish before Naruto could touch him. The blonde boy slammed the burning chakra sphere into the ground, causing it to explode in a blast of energy that expanded into a 5-meter dome, which disappeared in an instant, revealing an unharmed Naruto searching for his enemy. In an instant, the blonde man's left eye flashed red as he disappeared in a cloud of fire and smoke, reappearing in front of Konan, whose eyes were wide with shock. The blonde man smiled, making Konan blush slightly, and brought his face closer to hers. The blushing blue-haired girl didn't have time to do anything before Naruto circled around her and launched a spinning kick with his right foot, which was ablaze. The kick hit Madara's entire mask, who had appeared behind Konan, receiving the impact which made him twist several meters, all while hitting while the sword on his shoulder and chest disappeared. In an instant, the swords reformed in Naruto's hands as the blonde charged towards Madara once more. La Rubio La Ido, a diagonal downward cut to the left to Madara, making a long cut in his chest to repeat the act in the other direction. With both swords down, the blonde man spun them and raised them, making 2 more long cuts in Madara's chest, causing him to bleed profusely while the blonde man smiled macabrely. "Behold your end, you bastard," Naruto exclaimed as he joined the ends of the handles of both swords, which shone even brighter as the blonde spun them forward at high speed, making even more cuts to Madara, who could only watch the sword spin like a turbine while he made hundreds of cuts. In an instant, Naruto kicked Abaido as the swords disappeared and a large group of flames surrounded the blonde boy before going into his palms. "Fire release, great fireball," Naruto exclaimed, throwing his hands back to propel them forward as a sphere formed in his hands. The large sphere headed towards Madara, trapping him and pulling him back with it. In an instant, the sphere exploded in a gigantic concentration of flames which spun to contract into a small orb, showing the charred body of the masked man falling to the ground. At that moment, the masked man, in a final move, used his last technique because he was about to die. "This damned weakened me greatly," he said as blood escaped from his almost completely charred body, and at that moment his eye glowed red and closed. Abaido disappeared from the place. "I don't think he'd survive that. And if by some miracle I do, I'll let him go. It's the best way to crush his pride if he has any," the blonde man said, starting to laugh. "Then I'll explain how Naruto managed to beat him up." "Naruto-san, your powers are of another magnitude. It's truly amazing," Nagato said to the blonde man. Konan was also amazed. She knew she had new powers, but not this many. "I don't remember being even half as skilled as this, to be honest. Even I'm surprised by my own powers," he said while wiping his hands. "I don't remember ever being this strong, not even with Sage Mode or the Kyuubi," the blonde thought, dismayed by his current power and the drastic changes he might have undergone. Naruto just kept walking until he reached Nagato. "It's time to tell you my plans." "I have many things planned for this village," Naruto said with a serious look. "Well, you can start talking," said the redhead. "Let me sum it up for you. We'll dominate the surrounding area and keep the 5 nations away. Anyone who sets foot in Aimgakure will face serious problems. But of course we can't control the small surrounding villages if we don't hold this one well. I think we'll achieve that in a short time. The first step is to start making the most of all the villages' territory, maintaining a strong economy and military power. I can handle any threat. You can be the leaders of the new Aimgakure," Naruto said seriously. "It sounds great, but this will cost us a lot of money and time," Nagato said seriously. "Yes, I know that. I can get you a lot of money, and as for time, there's nothing stopping us. You just have to think big. Do you agree to put this grand plan into action?" Naruto asked seriously. "Yes, I accept," said the redhead, extending his hand. "This will take us far," replied the blonde, shaking the redhead's hand firmly. Hours later. "Let's see, Nagato just announced the changes. Although people didn't quite believe him, they'll change soon. But I still have this question, the Kyuubi, the toads, what happened to them?" The blonde thought, taking off his jacket and looking at himself in a mirror in the room he was in. "Everything's great, I like this toned physique, but where the hell is my seal?" The blonde thought, dismayed, channeling chakra into his abdomen, trying to find a reaction and trying to concentrate on the Kyuubi's chakra. But nothing happened. "The Kyuubi isn't here, but I don't care. I don't need him or the toads as a power source. For now, I'll have to adapt to this new style, which isn't about wasting chakra recklessly," the blonde thought as he put on his black t-shirt and black leather jacket. "A new training begins," thought the blonde man as he left the room towards the village, which was under a light rain. "First of all, let's see what range I have at 100%, he said while pointing at the clouds. From his hand, a great wave of Katen came out and pierced the clouds, dispersing them. People saw a rainbow appear and began to see everything more illuminated. Well, that wasn't what I had in mind, but hey, it's a first step in a way. Meanwhile, Nagato was talking to Konan in a room. "What do you think of this alliance with Naruto?" "I don't think we should be on the same side as someone with that kind of power," Konan said. "Look, Konan, if you're still bitter about Yahiko, he was already dead, Konan. Apparently Naruto is our new savior and the one who will help us achieve one of our goals, and many new ones to come. And I think he must be even more resentful," Nagato said, lowering his head as he remembered a certain man with long white hair. "Besides, Konan, you brought him here yourself, so what prompted you to do it?" Nagato asked. At that moment, the beautiful blue-haired woman closed her eyes in confusion and touched her forehead with her hand while leaning against a piece of furniture. "Maybe he's like Yahiko, but no, Yahiko was a very good person, although they have their similarities. I think I rescued him because I saw Yahiko in him," she said, confused, but was interrupted as Nagato put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Konan, I know Naruto-sen came to us for our own good. Even though we've had our differences in the past, now he's our solution. We'll go far and all the damage we suffered in the past won't stay like this," the redhead said, making Konan feel safe. "Thanks, Nagato, you cheered me up, although there's still something to resolve, but someone came in. I assume they were talking about us having 2 allies left because I know the third one won't be with us," Naruto said as he entered. "You mean Kasame, Hidden, and Itachi?" the redhead said, touching his chin. "Of course, they would be very useful because they share many things with us." "I disagree. As long as we give Hidden people to kill, he'll be on our side. I know how to convince Kasame, but we'll have to do something about Itachi." "Don't worry about that, he won't get far in life, he has an illness. He thought I wouldn't notice, but I know everything," Nagato said, narrowing her eyes. So before we begin the action, first local reorganization plan, recruitment, first name hidden the Immortal Walker, said Naruto while smiling. Goodbye Hyuga's the Immortal returns. Hello ninjas, here's chapter 3. In the previous chapter, after the awakening of the new Naruto who had changed a great deal, he encountered a masked man calling himself Madara Uchiha. This man claimed he had come for Nagato's eyes, whom he believed should already be dead. However, the masked man didn't notice Naruto, who mercilessly beat him until he was charred beyond recognition. Little did the blonde-haired boy know that the masked man had a trick up his sleeve to avoid death. Following Naruto's mysterious and astonishing victory over the masked man, he proceeded to tell Nagato his plan. Nagato agreed, as he, like Naruto, had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Currently in Konoha, the current 6th Hokage was giving his first speech after being commemorated as Hokage. And apparently, the village was rejoicing at the return of the traitor who had come back 4 years after his escape with the traitorous Sannin Orochimaru, who was killed by the Uchiha who held the title of 6th Hokage. People of Konoha, a new change is coming to this great village. With me here and the new Uchiha who will inhabit this village, there will be new military power. Konoha will be even more renowned and feared when the other villages tremble before our power. From this day forward, there will be many changes, but I assure you it is for your own good. Sasuke exclaimed, cheered by all the villagers who kept shouting his name. Today we will make the first big change. And it concerns the Hyuga clan, Sasuke exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention and putting the Hyuga in the area on high alert. The Hyuga don't belong in this village, no, we can't have the Hyuga here. Sasuke shouted, leaving everyone thoughtful, especially the Hyuga. Would you entrust your lives to people who enslave their own family? Sasuke shouted, provoking distrust among the Hyuga clan. But that's the law in our clan, shouted an elder of the clan quickly. I understand that they also practice incest, and the elders always abuse the young women of the branch family. Is that their disgusting law? Sasuke shouted again, turning everyone against the old man present. And to top it all off, would you all trust a clan of people who can spy on you at any moment without you even noticing? Would you trust people who can see through your clothes, and to top it all off, when your elders are disgusting perverts? Sasuke shouted, leaving everyone present with plenty to talk about. I don't want the disgusting Hyuga clan in Konoha, and neither should you, Sasuke exclaimed forcefully, turning everyone against the Hyuga. This is going better than planned. It's not in my best interest to have them inside the village. With their Daojutsu, they could even stage a coup and ruin my plans if they wanted to, the Uchiha thought with an inward smile as he saw the entire village against the Hyuga. But of one thing I am certain, Konoha's reputation is the best. We are people who are aware of everything and who are considerate of others. They gave the Hyuga clan a maximum of 3 days to leave the village. If they do not, drastic measures will be taken, Sasuke shouted with everyone supporting him. Uchiha, Uchiha. We're the chance of the entire village of Konoha. Finally a Hokage who will rule with an iron fist and get rid of those stupid and arrogant fools, said the villagers and some members of the bourgeoisie in Konoha, among other things. On the other hand, the Hyuga clan felt disgusted and could only manage to retreat, booed by all the people who were throwing things at them. Years of serving this village, years of pure hard work and giving the lives of our people. And yet, for an Uchiha to speak ill of all the people of his family name and spit on their history was what Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, thought. Sasuke could only manage a wide grin before bidding farewell to his entire village and entering a room where the 2 old men were furious with Sasuke. The Uchiha simply sat on the sofa, waiting to hear what the elders would say. You're incompetent. How can you treat the Hyuga clan like that? They were among the first in this village, the old woman said angrily. Furthermore, you spoke too much about the Hyuga clan, about grapes and all that. If you do that, we'll lose military prestige and you know it, said the old man, pointing his staff at Sasuke, who grabbed it and snapped it in two with his hand, frightening the elders. Here, what I say goes. If I say everyone jumps off the Hokage monument, they jump off the Hokage monument. If I want rats to leave the village, they leave, you understand, he said with a psychopathic look. You're the worst decision this council has ever made. I'm sure even the demon from Naruto could have done better, said the old woman. Furthermore, the brat wasn't bad, but the Kyuubi was, and we can't have it. You're just a vile and false imitation of what you'll never be, an Uchiha like Itachi said, much to Sasuke's displeasure, who drew his sword to aim at the Angle's neck. Say it again, said the Uchiha with his Sharigan active. You're trash and your brother was and will be the best Uchiha, he said before being beheaded by Sasuke. The old woman only sighed upon seeing her decapitated companion, then looked at Sasuke. Before I die, I have made many mistakes and the village even more, but appointing you Hokage is the worst mistake in all of ninja history, he said before being vilely beheaded by Sasuke. Okay, now that you're out of this, I can do whatever I please without being bothered. Returning to the hidden village amidst the... Just as Sasuke was giving an important speech, Nagato was about to do so. People of this humble village, I have finally revealed my true identity to you, and it is only to give you warnings that will change the life of this village. From now on, many things will happen. People began to gather outside the tower, listening to Nagato's speech. To summarize and get to the point, Nagato gave a speech about how the economy would improve, creating more jobs to reduce poverty and homelessness. He also announced that the army would be expanded to include volunteers who wanted to become ninjas. For the first time, the people felt hopeful that everything would change, and they chanted Nagato's name everywhere. Nagato sighed and went back inside the tower where the blonde man was sitting at a table, looking at him while eating an apple. I see you're very good at speeches. Well, you've already gained their trust, now we just have to start the local reorganization plan, said the blonde as the apple began to evaporate from a flame formed in Naruto's hand. I'm almost understanding my power and I'm starting to master it. I need a little more training, but I'll see about that now. If you want to come with me, come on, it's time to find Jiden. The redhead just shook his head. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but I have a lot of paperwork to do. I signed agreements with many businesses to come and set up shop here in Amgakure, he said, taking out some pens which Naruto found curious. Why are you taking out so many pens? Naruto asked curiously. To move the work forward, he said as two arms emerged from above his shoulders, and then Nagato with his Rinnegan read everything at great speed and with his four arms began to sign all the papers. The old Hokage would have needed them. Well, I'll ask Konan if she'll come with me. I'll need extra hands on this, said Naruto, grabbing a piece of paper that had hidden's location. Hours later. A blue-haired girl wearing a completely black cloak, a paper flower in her blue hair, and a face mask covering her nose and mouth could be seen. Accompanying her was a blonde boy with red eyes and messy hair, dressed in black and wearing a black paper face mask. They were walking near the Nara clan's forest. Damn, this isn't even inside Konoha and I already feel disgusted, Naruto thought as he reached the entrance of the forest, where they encountered two guards from the Nara clan. Identify yourselves, this area is protected by the Nara clan, said one of the two. That's right, if you have a problem, discuss it with our great and loving Hokage, the other said sarcastically. Naruto just ignored it and continued walking with Konan, but the Nara who was smoking put his hand out to stop Naruto from moving forward. I don't know if you're deaf, but I told you that you can't pass, Rules said, challenging Naruto, who smiled beneath his mask and grabbed Nara's hand. But before Naruto could move, he saw that a very strong shadow was holding him, and another was restraining his limbs as his companion was helping to hold them back. So they used their famous paralyzing shadow jutsu. It's something I have to be careful of, but I already have a plan of how to get out, Naruto thought, studying his options. Protect yourself, the boy said, and Konan broke free from her bonds, turning into paper while making a shield of papers. It's time to try out one of my new jutsus that I developed along the way. Quick, open your eyes and cover yourself, the Nara chief told his companion who jumped. Naruto hugged himself tightly, and an aura of fire began to turn blue, and then he exclaimed. Katon, Moro Yona no Jutsu. Naruto released a great wave of fire and great flames destroyed everything around him and disintegrated the Nara who was grabbing him. Everything was covered in fire, especially Konan's shield which was already ablaze until Naruto made half of the ram's seal, and thus the fire disappeared but he was still covered in blue fire. I think I can understand your technique, said Nara, revealing his position by being on top of a branch. Since it's blue fire, that's what we normally understand as chakra-controlled fire, although you can't create much of it. That way you can undo the fire used previously, but why do you still maintain control of it? Asked Nara, surprised, but not so much Naruto, who knew they were very intelligent. Yes, you have knowledge, but you're an idiot. You've revealed your position, so I'd better get rid of you before I waste my time. Nara descended from the branches and controlled Naruto with his shadows while he thought about what to do with the other individual, all the while giving a light whistle. Damn, I got distracted and he already called his allies, Naruto thought before smiling. Those will be the victims of my new technique, Naruto said, grinning from ear to ear beneath his face mask. In an instant, 5 subjects arrived from the forest, positioning themselves behind the subject who was controlling Naruto. He's an idiot, I'll make him think they're controlling me and get them to join forces, Naruto thought, smiling. The blonde man moved his arms, pretending it was difficult for him, so that another subject could join the other, doing nothing to control Naruto. Naruto repeated the act so that another one would join in, making 3 of them controlling Naruto together. All that's left is for those 2 to join together, thought the blonde, moving both arms as if it were difficult, causing the other 2 to join in with the shadow possession jutsu. Perfect, Naruto murmured as his left eye emitted a red glow and Naruto disappeared in a fiery burst. In an instant, a fiery explosion appeared in front of one of the Nara, who fell to the ground with a hole in his chest filled with blue flames. Instantly, the 4 Nara screamed, trying to flee quickly. But the explosion appeared behind another who fell headless, his neck ablaze. Once again, the explosion appeared in front of another Nara who fell with a hole in all his ribs. The second to last Nara was pierced through the neck, his head dismembered and spurting out blood. The last surviving Nara screamed like a frightened child as the explosion unfolded before him, and he slowly witnessed the whole thing. He saw the boy in black appear before him, then deliver a powerful punch to his chest, piercing him completely and leaving him heartless. Naruto then vanished in another fiery explosion, returning to where he had been. Konan stared wide-eyed as Naruto snatched the lives of those 5 Naras in less than 3 seconds. "Damn you, ruthless one," Naruto heard a broken voice behind him at the same time as he felt a kunai being placed against his neck. "Who the hell are you?" asked the voice on the verge of tears. My name is Death," Naruto exclaimed mockingly as he extended his arms, and a shockwave of flames erupted from his body, burning the Nara who dropped the kunai as he threw himself to the ground to spin around. "How pathetic," said Naruto, kicking the roasted Nara in the head, breaking his neck and ending his life. "These powers are great, although I'm lacking, I could barely control it," said Naruto between gasps of exhaustion after releasing a lot of energy. Konan just sighed down, looking at the scene. "Let's hurry, night will soon arrive," Konan told Naruto, who nodded as he appeared in a vortex of fire while a flame in the shape of Naruto's body remained at the entrance of the forest. "We're not even that close to the filthy village and it already smells even worse," Naruto said as he walked past a fence with Konan just watching him. "Naruto-san, why did we come here for this idiot?" "Kasame is more reasonable," said the blue-haired girl. "Honestly, I never met this hidden guy, only his partner Kakuzu, but I'm told he has a rather curious voice. Now let's go before they discover us." Naruto and Konan stood in front of a large pile of dirt and blood on the ground, evidence that something had happened a long time ago. "Well, how are we going to dig it up?" said the blonde man, touching his chin as he got into a squatting position on the ground. "Leave this to me," said the blue-haired girl, clasping her hands together to create a tornado of papers lifting all the dirt. Then she let it fall, and amidst all that dirt, something heavy could be heard falling. "Is he supposed to be here or not?" Naruto asked, not seeing Hidden. "I thought the same thing, maybe he wasn't immortal after all." "Well, let's go," Konan said, but something distracted her. "What, are you going to leave me here, Konan?" "I learned to survive without eating anyway," said a small voice as Naruto and Konan looked around. "I'm down here," the voice says, looking at a half-malnourished head with very long hair plus a scar on the right eye. Naruto grabbed the head to look at it. "So you're the famous Hidden. I never met you, but you murdered Asuma-sensei." "To be honest, I didn't like him that much either," Naruto said to the head. "The bearded guy was a donkey. Now where's Kakuzu? I need him to sew me up properly." "All parts of my body," Hidden said, pointing at the floor with his tongue. "Jidden, we want to share Akatsuki's new plan with you. Although it's disbanded now, what I'm about to tell you is important. From now on, I will lead a village, and in addition to seeking more military power, my great obsession and objective is to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village and many other nations. You know that destroying a village involves many sacrifices to your god Yashin. What do you think?" Hidden yawned to speak. "I'm going to ask you to find the body parts for me." Konan looked in the well but found nothing. "It seems your parts were disintegrated, so Naruto-san, let me end your suffering," Konan said, forming a paper sword. "You're a bitch, Konan. I will never die because I am an immortal walker." "Blah blah blah, shut up, now I'll rebuild you," said Naruto, giving Hidden a small blow to the forehead, which suddenly began to catch fire and threw him into the pit where there was only a piece of his leg, his 2 feet, a skeletal arm, and the scythe. "What did you do, Naruto-san? Did you kill him, or are you thinking of another strategy?" Konan asked Naruto, who looked at her. "You see, I just used a little of my creation power. I hope I can reconstruct Hidden's parts. For that, I needed a piece of his body to already be there, that's why I threw it away." "Honestly, I'm very agitated from using so much," he said, touching his forehead. Konan approached and placed her hand on his forehead. "I think you need to rest a little. You're overusing your power, and not having it 100% under control is wearing you out. You're burning up with fever," the woman said in a somewhat worried tone, a tone that Naruto noticed, although he pretended not to. "Thank you very much for your concern, but I'm afraid I'll take care of my own business," Naruto said cynically to Konan, who closed her eyes to look at the pit where a large explosion had occurred. From the smoke of the explosion emerged a figure that fell to its knees in front of Konan and Naruto. "Hidden the Immortal has returned, kids," were the words of Hidden, who stood in a ridiculous pose as he was completely rebuilt but looked malnourished and only wore black Bermuda shorts and had his red scythe on his back. "We'd better leave, I see we'll run into more members of the Nara clan," said Naruto, but out of nowhere more than 5 figures surrounded the place. "We are from the Nara clan, what are you doing here?" exclaimed the 5 figures who arrived. "I came to tell you that you're all pathetic," Naruto exclaimed, looking at Hidden. "I'm leaving them in your care. We'll meet at the edge of the forest," Naruto whispered, grabbing Konan by the waist and pulling her close. They both disappeared in a burst of fire, reappearing in the flame Naruto left at the entrance to the forest. Meanwhile with Jidden, "This is going to be fun," exclaimed the one known as Immortal as he grabbed his great scythe and looked at his enemies. "He was the one who killed Asuma," exclaimed Anara, swallowing hard. "This is no time to be cowards, we must finish off that bastard," exclaimed Anara, taking a step back. "And you say that, you who back down," exclaimed Nara, making the bird seal. The man with the scythe in his hand began to jump sideways, avoiding the shadow. "I have it under control, you support me," exclaimed one of the 5 Naras who were there. "Jai," exclaimed the other 2, imitating the first Nara but standing in different places. "Perfect," Hidden exclaimed, leaping high and extending his scythe to throw it at the first Nara, who jumped back to avoid it. But he didn't see Hidden's smile as he pulled the scythe towards him forcefully, performing a death-defying forward spin. This time the scythe struck Nara, making a long, deep cut from his right shoulder to his navel. "Blood, delicious blood," exclaimed Hidden, turning his scythe and directing it towards the Nara on the right, who quickly ducked, avoiding being decapitated. The immortal walker pulled the scythe and gripped it again as he fell to the ground, jumping again to avoid being caught. Hidden quickly threw the edge of the scythe to the ground, rising up on top of the tip of the scythe, at which point a Nara stopped using his jutsu and threw a wave of shurikens at Hidden. "How pathetic," Hidden said as a shuriken lodged in his chest and another cut his cheek. "They will be a good sacrifice for Yashin," Hidden exclaimed, turning the edge of the scythe until it drew the symbol of his god. In an instant, Hidden leaped and hurled his scythe again at the Nara who had thrown shurikens. The Nara stumbled backward, trying to avoid the scythe, but received a slight cut on his shoulder. This cut sealed his fate when Hidden pulled the scythe back and brought the blade to his mouth, licking the blood from the Nara he had cut. At that moment, Hidden's skin turned black as white markings outlined his skeleton across his malnourished body. Hidden quickly pulled out a black rod that, as it reached its end, became sharp at its very thin tip. The immortal walker smiled macabrely as he pierced his shoulder with the point, causing the Nara to scream as he shuddered in pain and dropped his arm. The other 3 Naras who were still alive screamed in terror as they saw their companion's shoulder bleeding and the other Nara losing consciousness from the dangerous cut Hidden had made with the scythe. "Pain, blood. I've missed this for a long time," Hidden exclaimed as he pulled out the black rod, causing Nara to start gushing blood. "Come on, that's nothing," Hidden exclaimed, burying the scythe in his abdomen and violently pulling it out, causing the Nara to start expelling a large jet of blood while screaming inconsolably for help. "You're pathetic and your companions are disgusting people," Hidden said, looking at the terrified Naras as he plunged the bar into his chest, causing the Nara to open his eyes wide and fall to his knees on the ground. "How boring they are," Hidden said, watching as the 3 living Naras shook their heads and put on an angry expression. "You're cursed, a ruthless bastard. I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch, I will," exclaimed Nada, losing control to grab a kunai in his right hand and leap towards Hidden, who had returned to normal and whose body appeared slightly improved, no longer looking so malnourished. Hidden just smiled as he turned to the side, dodging the stab towards his head, and punched the crazed Nara in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of him. "That's what his intelligent clan is for," exclaimed Hidden, jumping up and kneeing Nada, knocking him to the ground. "You're trash," Hidden said, turning the scythe so that the blade fell on Nara's face, killing him instantly. "You bastard," shouted the other 2, terrified when they realized they had no chance against the other 2. Hidden simply stood back on top of the symbol to return to Yashin mode. "Here are 2 more sacrifices, Yashin-sama," Hidden exclaimed, smiling as he saw the other 2 terrified, who turned around and started to run. Hidden just smiled and jumped, propelling himself forward as he spun the scythe on the ground. The Nara who was in front only felt something fall on him before losing his life to Hidden, who fell on his back, landing on his feet and piercing his head, ending his life in an instant, leaving the other Nara dismayed and running even faster as he released a lot of adrenaline from the fear he felt. "Where do you think you're going? Your destiny is with Yashin-sama," Hidden exclaimed, smiling maniacally as he spun the scythe and hurled it at the fleeing Nara. The Nara quickly moved slightly to the left, avoiding being pierced by the scythe. Hidden just smiled like a psychopath and pulled the scythe at a slight angle and with force, which returned with the blade passing in front of Nara, who only opened his eyes wide as the blade passed in front of him. At that moment the scythe cut Nara at the waist, who upon taking another step fell cut in half, his body lying on the ground with his intestines outside and his legs expelling a lot of blood. "Ha ha ha, what losers. Next time I'll give you souls that are worth more, Yashin-sama," Hidden exclaimed to the wind as he returned to normal and began to head towards the entrance exit of the Nara forest. Meanwhile, with Naruto. The blue-haired girl was perplexed the moment she disappeared along with Naruto, only to reappear at the entrance of the forest in an explosion. The blue-haired girl's astonishment made her stay still for a while, as she was holding onto Naruto, who had her by the waist. "You're still very hot, your fever has risen even more," said the blue-haired girl who wouldn't let go of Naruto. "Don't worry, it'll pass," said Naruto, looking at the blue-haired girl who looked away, blushing. "You two are very affectionate," a voice said as Naruto and Konan stood motionless together. "I know this voice, it's Shikamaru, I'll have to kill him," Naruto whispered into Konan's ear. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" exclaimed the man with black pineapple-shaped hair, demanding answers. You arrived just in time to die, said Naruto as his left eye flashed red, causing Konan and Naruto to disappear in a flame, being separated, with Naruto appearing on the left and Konan on the right. What the hell? Shikamaru said, surprised. In an instant, Naruto leaped toward Nara, who was bewildered and could only duck to avoid a kick to the face. But he didn't see it coming as Naruto spun around, delivering a second kick that struck Nara squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground in shock. You were supposed to be my friend, but the village doesn't make decisions without the consent of the Nara leader and his family, Naruto thought, his fist engulfed in flames plummeting towards Shikamaru, who spun around, dodging the blow and saving himself from the crater left in the ground, becoming a hole in his abdomen. But who the hell are you? Exclaimed Shikamaru, frightened by the powerful kick that swelled his lips and revealed the hole. Naruto did not respond and charged again towards Shikamaru, who jumped to the side, dodging a kick aimed directly at his face while trying to figure out who was attacking him and why the girl in the black cloak was doing nothing. I recognize that blonde hair in those hands, but it can't be Naruto. He's not that tall, he doesn't have muscles that show through his clothes, he doesn't have red eyes with round pupils, he doesn't fight like that. And he's dead, Shikamaru thought, without taking his eyes off the man in black who had attacked him. In an instant, Naruto charged again towards Shikamaru, who jumped towards a tree, avoiding a punch to his face. Is he an Akatsuki member? What would he be doing here after Naruto killed their leader? Damn idiot, you're not even good for that, Nara thought, watching as the eyes of the man in black turned red. Amuni slash. Naruto exclaimed, making his voice deeper as he disappeared in a red flash. Nara's eyes widened at the sight of the red flash, but that wasn't the biggest surprise. A yellow flash formed in front of Shikamaru, forming Naruto's silhouette but engulfed in flames. Shikamaru felt only a punch to his chest, stunned by the pain that made his bones tremble. Shikamaru was unable to respond to the attack before seeing another red flash appear at his side, giving him another punch to the face, which then formed another one on his back, giving him another blow which took the wind out of him. In another instant, the same flash formed on his other side, striking him in the ribs, causing him to double over and shudder with the intense pain of the punch which made him spit blood. However, the flash reappeared in front of him to deliver one final upward punch, sending him soaring into the air before he collapsed unconscious. At that moment, Naruto reappeared where he was to begin tracing seals when he felt Hidden arrive and heard the voices of many more people arriving. It's best if we leave, Naruto said, looking at Hidden as he grabbed the blue-haired girl by the waist again, while Hidden grabbed her wrist. At that moment, a group of Jounin had arrived, but they could not see Naruto. Konan and Hidden disappear in a vortex of flames to reappear a few meters away. Meanwhile, in the Omnitrix Tower, at the tip of the entrance, a flame from the east moved at hundreds of kilometers per hour, causing a fiery explosion when it reached the floor that was missing a wall, where Naruto fell, hugging Konan to his body, and Hidden, who was blown a few meters by the explosion, falling right on top of a rock that was on the balcony of a floor below. Well, we managed to escape, Naruto said, sighing at the fact that they had been discovered. Konan was on Naruto's chest, blushing deeply because she instinctively hugged his torso. Are you okay, Konan? You can let go of me now, we've reached the base, said Naruto, looking into Konan's eyes, who just nodded. You're not going to ask me if I'm okay too, Hidden said, touching his back where he'd been hit. It seems you've arrived just in time for me to finish all the paperwork, Nagato said to the three individuals. Minutes later, everyone except Naruto was sitting at a round table in the kitchen. Nagato told him everything they were planning and about his identity. So you were the one who was chasing after the guy with orange hair and piercings, he said while eating a Hidden sandwich. Naruto was just standing with his eyes closed, leaning against the kitchen wall until Konan approached. Don't you want to eat something, Naruto? You should eat, after all, your energy is depleted, said the blue-haired girl. Whatever you want, was the blonde's reply, still keeping his eyes closed until he saw Konan take off her Akatsuki cloak. While with all this talk of revenge, I hadn't noticed Konan had such a hot body, he said, looking Konan up and down, especially at her legs and rear, not to mention her large breasts, while preparing 2 sandwiches. Naruto, it's not the time to think about that, though I'll make time for these things later, Naruto thought as he sat down and talked with Nagato. We need to start moving this village into the military sphere and training the young prospects. I see you've made deals with merchants, we need to expand our territory. And how will we do that? Konan asked, holding a sandwich in each hand and passing one to Naruto, who took it and sat down next to him. That's right, there's only one way to expand territory, either by negotiating land. That's right, we're going to launch attacks on villages and large territories. This village will become a great metropolis in no time, Naruto said as his eye glowed. I didn't think they were still alive, and besides that they would forget about me. These were the words of someone who entered the kitchen, putting everyone on guard. What a joy to see you all again, and you blonde brat, wow, you've matured and grown up, said the man, emerging from the shadows. Naruto just smiled and said a few words, Kasame Hashigaki, it's been a while. Laments and Fear first visit to Konoha. In the previous chapter, The blonde-haired boy decided to journey to the Nara forest accompanied by Konan. In the forest, Naruto killed several Nara to reach Hidden's location, unearthing him and using his power to reunite and recreate Hidden's body. Hidden awoke with a violent bloodlust, becoming victims of several Nara. Following this, Shikamaru arrived, falling victim to a frenzied combo attack from Naruto, which left him unconscious and badly wounded. Several Nara arrived, but before they could even see Naruto, Konan, and Hidden, they vanished in a fiery explosion, reappearing in Aimgakure. There they began a conversation with Nagato when an expected individual arrived, Kasame Hashigaki. At the moment, Kano Hagakure no Sato, Shikamaru Nara woke up in the hospital with Sasuke in front of him. Before Nara could say anything, the Uchiha spoke. "I want a damn explanation of what happened," Sasuke said in an orderly tone, staring intently at Shikamaru. "What can I say? I just arrived and some guy in black leather with a paper face mask beat me up in less than a minute," Shikamaru said expressionlessly. "Like you got beaten up in less than a minute, and who the hell was it?" Sasuke asked, noticing Shikamaru's somewhat dismayed expression. "He looked a lot like him, that posture, that body, only bigger and taller," Shikamaru murmured. "Who?" Sasuke exclaimed as he activated his Sharigan. "No one, it can't be someone who's already dead. I'm just sure they recovered the remains of the immortal Akatsuki member," Shikamaru said, grabbing a small mirror on the table next to his bed to check his appearance. His lips were swollen, as was one eye, and he had a large bruise on his face that reminded him of the last blow he'd received, sending a shiver down his spine as he remembered the man in black beating him with that barrage of attacks. "You're incompetent. I'm not killing you because you're not worth it," Sasuke exclaimed, leaving the room while searching for an explanation and wondering who Shikamaru was referring to. "We really made the right choice," Shikamaru thought, watching the person he had chosen as Hokage leave, while thinking about the Hyuga clan who should already be ready to leave today. According to Hayashi's words, they would leave the disgusting village at once. "I need to talk to Kakashi, he'll arrive today," Sasuke thought as he headed to the Hokage's office. At the village entrance, a certain danger loomed, its eyes revealing the tediousness of its mission. It noticed the village was different. The streets were less populated, the silence was profound, and a certain presence was missing, a single presence that made the village feel different. This presence was nowhere to be felt. A bewildered Kakashi went to the Hokage tower, only to be greatly surprised when he entered and saw a raven-haired man sitting and signing some papers. "Until you return from your mission, Kakashi," said the raven-haired man, lifting his face to look at his former team teacher who was perplexed to see him. Sasuke were the words I uploaded that Kakashi could give. "Sixth Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, I am now the Hokage of this village," Sasuke said seriously. "What the hell are you talking about? I want an explanation," Kakashi exclaimed. "Yesterday I was appointed Hokage after arriving," Sasuke said. "No, impossible, you're under the capture law, you're in the bingo book, how can you be Hokage?" Kakashi said, already going into guard. "Sit down and behave yourself, I can demote you and even kill you if you get violent," Sasuke said, looking seriously at the suspicious Kakashi. "I am Sasuke Uchiha, 6th Hokage of this village with the consent of the people and by the position granted by Tsunade Senju herself. And if you don't believe me, just ask anyone in this village," Sasuke said seriously. "What the hell are you talking about? I don't believe that story, and even less that you stole Naruto's sleep." "You'll get yourself into big trouble for that joke when Naruto finds out," Kakashi said seriously. "You're kidding, Naruto. First of all, this isn't a joke, I'm the 6th Hokage. Second, Naruto is dead. I killed him as the village wanted after he came to apologize when that demon was on Mount Toads. Third, you owe me more respect," Sasuke said, looking at the perplexed Kakashi who turned around and walked out of the room, stunned. He couldn't believe what he'd been told, so he went to confirm it. Hadake just kept walking until he reached the Ikaraku ramen stand, where he took a seat and Iam arrived. "Hi Kakashi, it's been a long time," she said, sounding somewhat discouraged, which caught Hadake's attention. "Hi, I didn't come to ask for anything, but I want to know something that's really been bothering me. Do you know where Naruto is?" That simple question made the girl suddenly lower her head as her smile disappeared. Kakashi was perplexed to see the girl start to cry a little, but he was strong and confronted the question. "That bastard we have as Hokage killed Naruto after he saved the village," she said, crying. Just in time, old Ikaraku overheard what they were talking about and managed to hug his daughter. "Naruto, our best customer for a long time. You know, Kakashi, both Iam and I have suffered a lot because of Naruto's death. Also, the demanding and very strict new policies are leaving us without much income, so we'll be leaving the village in a few days." Kakashi was paralyzed and could only manage to leave some coins and say goodbye to the family. Kakashi walked aimlessly, watching the sunset and the rain begin to fall. He just kept walking, wondering why he hadn't been with his student when he needed him most. But he stopped when he heard some Chunin eating dangos, and he wanted to get closer and listen to what they were talking about. "You saw, Uruka and Enko were imprisoned for not having the same thoughts as the Hokage," said Chunin 1. The second Chunin just nodded. "That's right, that's what happens to them for siding with the demon. Besides, Enko is quite a woman, so we can take advantage of her. he said with a malicious expression. Upon hearing that, Kakashi considered going to rescue them, but for now it wouldn't be appropriate. He had something to do first. Minutes later, Hadake was at the memorial to the fallen, more specifically the part where there was a picture of Minato. As the rain fell, the sound of the drops hitting the ground, Kakashi knelt down and his Konoha headband fell off. "Forgive me, sensei, I failed you. Your son died, and all because I wasn't there to protect him. He gave his life for this village, and yet they don't want him. This village is rotten, sensei, rotten. I don't know what he was thinking when he sealed the 9 tails inside his son. God, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Damn everyone in this world." Kakashi cried out, tears streaming down his face. "First my father, then my best friend. And Rin, I loved her, but Obito deserved her more than I did. Then my sensei, and now I have to bury my student too. Doesn't Kami want me to be happy? I'm not here for this village that despises its heroes," Hadake said as he walked toward a hidden part of the cemetery. In that same area there were trees, a gravestone with earth on top, and some flowers. "Here rest the true heroes," said the silver-haired man as he began to dig, and grabbing a stone, filled the tip of his finger with lightning to write. "Here lies the number 1 hero of Konoha," the tombstone said. Before burying him, Kakashi left a picture of Team 7 and finally his Konoha headband. Kakashi breathed his last to go home and perhaps make a decision about what to do in the future since he could no longer stay there. Returning to Aimgakure, more specifically the main tower. "Kasame Hashigaki, so at last I have the honor of speaking with you in a better way," Naruto said. "You're bigger than normal, but hey, I was informed that you were dead and that you were 3 feet under," he said, pointing at Nagato and Hidden. "I think it would be best if you," Conan explained everything to her. "I don't have time to talk about everything, I just want to tell her what I have planned." "As you wish, I'll explain everything that happened." So Conan explained everything that happened, from Naruto defeating and killing many, and his sudden awakening after obtaining his charred body, until they rescued Hidden. "I see, tell me your plans, Uzumaki," said the Hashigaki with his characteristic smile. "You see, I have a plan to improve this village economically, something Nagato is already taking care of, and also militarily, so I need a lot of territory. We would be talking about many villages at our feet. I call it a social and local reorganization plan. We are going to reign, there will be no more inequality, there will be no more senseless wars and no more dishonorable murders. This world will cease to be a world of lies and conspiracies." Kasame's eyes widened at everything Naruto told him since he followed many of those ideals which were very difficult to achieve, and even more so a world without lies which would be the best, although something basically impossible. "Great, count me in. Now that we're short on members, I think it's for the best, even though we have an army now. I want to ask you something. Where is Itachi? Do you know where he is?" Naruto asked. Kasame would close his eyes and then open them, his expression serious. "He'll be waiting for his brother at an old Uchiha temple. He wants to confront him, but I think he's already sent a messenger to warn the Uchiha brat." Naruto just squinted, sat down, and drank some of the coffee that was there. "What's your idea, Naruto? Should we have Itachi in our ranks or something else?" Nagato, who participated in the conversation, said. The blonde man shook his head before speaking. "We'll let them kill each other, though I think Sasuke has the advantage because of Itachi's illness." Conan just watched everything, sitting cross-legged on the table while reading a book. Hidden was just trying to annoy her by taking the book away, but Naruto, seeing that scene, remembered something. "Uruka-sensei, how could I have forgotten about him?" Naruto thought with wide eyes, but before that he turned to Hidden. "Hidden, if you close your eyes it will hurt less," said the blonde man. "I don't understand, what are you talking about? What will hurt?" he asked, scratching the back of his neck. This Naruto punched Hidden in the face with his fist, sending him flying out of the tower and falling almost 30 floors. "You can keep reading, if it bothers you I'll give him another hit, maybe I'll fix his brain," Naruto said, disappearing in a vortex of fire. Conan just let out a carefree laugh and continued reading her book, adjusting her hair. "Kasame, help me find Hidden's body, he must be disarmed," Nagato said to Kasame, who sighed and followed him. Meanwhile, Naruto was speeding back to Konoha. He moved in fiery flashes, leaving flames in his wake after emerging from the lake surrounding Aimgakure. Naruto was hurrying to Konoha, but not to cause a scene, he had other plans for the moment. As soon as Naruto arrived, he snapped his fingers, causing flames to engulf his face before disappearing, leaving behind a black face mask. He then headed to Ikaraku where he could feel safe. Upon entering the premises, she was greeted by Iam. "Hello sir, wait, you look familiar, but I don't think you're him," she said with a tear in her eye. "You confuse me, miss," Naruto said coldly as he sat down. Iam, feeling somewhat sad, went to ask the man what he would order, receiving the answer, a simple ramen. The girl went to the kitchen to give her father the order and returned to the living room, where the blonde man struck up a conversation with her. "I heard that this village underwent a great change, didn't it?" Naruto asked. "It's true, everything changed." "It changed with his death," the girl said before several tears escaped her as her voice broke. "Death?" whom Naruto asked with interest to know if the girl was sad because of some mistreatment or because of her death. Naruto, a true hero, someone the village didn't value. They preferred this fake Hokage who has hurt everyone and defiled and humiliated the names of many better people than him. We love this village, but no, we can't be here, not while that man, just because of his surname, obtained such a high position after being a traitor. With that position, he only takes advantage of everyone. I can't imagine how poor Kakashi feels after finding out about this. His simple, depressed expression says so much. Why him? Why Naruto? The girl said, lowering her head under the table as more tears escaped her. I see what's happening, Naruto thought, patting the girl's head, who didn't respond. You should eat something, girl. You need to de-stress and get rid of all those bad thoughts. Between you and me, Aimgakure, I recommend you leave and think about Aimgakure. That place is changing a lot since the death of its previous leader. I'm sure you'll have great opportunities there, Naruto whispered, leaving the girl deep in thought. I have to go, Naruto thought, taking a large amount of coins from the table and getting up without I am noticing or doing anything. At that moment, Naruto left the shop in a vortex of flames without the girl noticing. Kakashi, Naruto thought, opening his eyes as he thought about Iam's words and remembered the gray-haired man. A depressed look, but he's never even slightly cared about me. He surely agreed with the new Hokage. After all, for him it's always the Uchiha, first the Uchiha before everything else. I need an explanation, Naruto thought, moving in a fiery burst towards Kakashi's house. In an instant, Naruto began to hear Kakashi's voice as he infiltrated the gray-haired man's house. The danger repeated his previous monologue more than once. Sensei, forgive me, I've failed you, Naruto. Naruto is dead, and all because I wasn't there to protect him. He bravely gave his life for this village, and yet they don't want him. This village is rotten, Sensei. Rot. I don't know what he was thinking when he sealed the nine tails inside his son. God, we wouldn't be in this situation now, Kakashi said between sighs as tears streamed down his face. First my father, then my best friend and Rin, my promise, my sensei, and now Naruto. Kakashi repeated the same thing once more, shaking his face as tears sprayed across the bed. Why the hell does it have to be like this? Why, Kami, give me a damn explanation, Kakashi exclaimed to the ceiling of his room. Kakashi was at home remembering many things, so he just lay down on his bed. Perhaps after all, I should have died under that rock, said the gray-haired man, touching his forehead and picking up a dagger from beside his bed and placing it above his chest to raise it. But something snapped him out of his thoughts as a vortex of fire appeared in front of him, which alerted him, putting him on guard, but upon seeing a blonde subject in black clothes with a black face mask on. An act of cowardice, isn't it, Headache? Said the blonde man in a deep voice, watching as the silver-haired man got into a fighting stance. Besides the fact that the village doesn't take you seriously, it betrays you and the people important to you. You arrive and decide to die like a coward there. No, Headache, that's something I shouldn't do, said the blonde, watching as Kakashi opened his eyes rapidly and tried to get his bearings. That cannot be the fate of the infamous Sharingan-wielding Kakashi. It cannot end in an act of honorable cowardice. If you don't want to support this disgusting government but also don't want to kill anyone, what you must do is very simple. You cannot let them profit from anything you have, not even your corpse. The voice of the man in black robes sounded, and he quickly disappeared in a vortex of fire, leaving the famous copycat ninja perplexed and thoughtful. Kakashi quickly tried to search for chakra, any footprints or signs with his Sharingan, but he could only see boot prints marked in a burn on the ground. Meanwhile, with Naruto. So I wondered where Uruka was and headed towards his academy teacher's apartment. He arrived in an instant and climbed in through the window, only to find it empty and unoccupied for over 3 days. They must have captured him, Naruto thought, disappearing and heading towards the entrances of the Konoha dungeon, this being the first place that came to mind. In an instant, Naruto was close to the two men who were watching. I can't wait any longer. In a few minutes, it'll be our turn to keep watch inside. Hexie Anko is unarmed and her hands are tied, and besides, we'll be able to beat up that pathetic academy sensei. Who would have thought those two idiots would rebel against Uchiha-sama's command? Said one of the two men guarding the entrance, making Naruto angry. Yes, we'll beat up that idiot Uruka again and then have some fun with Anko, the second subject said with an inner malice. The only one who's going to have fun is me, Naruto thought, smiling maliciously as his eyebrows showed that he was angry. I can't wait, come on, there are only a few minutes left, said the first man, turning to his companion who imitated him, and they entered with that malicious smile. Naruto only waited a few seconds for the two of them to enter before disappearing in a vortex of fire, entering the empty dungeon with only 2 prisons in use since the others didn't have a single insect. It seemed that basically no one rebelled except for those two, Naruto thought, watching Uruka in a cell with 2 shackles on his wrists and 2 on his legs, and Anko in another cell. Uruka was wearing his Chunin uniform but without his vest, and Anko was in her usual clothes with her trench coat closed. Me with Anko first, said the first subject who wore a full Jounin suit. The only thing that differentiated him from everyone else was his short brown hair and his yellowish eyes. You're very clever, but don't take too long, I want it too, although I feel like taking out my anger on that poor fool, said the second subject, dressed in the same way, but this one was distinguished by his grayish-purple hair that reached his ears and his deeply black eyes. Naruto only saw how the first subject went to Anko's cell, which was far away from Uruka's, where the other subject went. The moment the man with grayish-purple hair entered Uruka's cell, he woke the poor man up with a punch to his abdomen. "What did you think, that you'd just rot here for supporting the devil?" said the man, looking at Uruka's wide-eyed, bruised face. "You're all cowards. I'm sure you're taking out your frustration on me for being a failure," Uruka replied instantly, provoking great anger in the man. "What the hell did you say, you bastard? I think you want to die," said the man, hitting Uruka in the face, making him look to the side. "At this moment, I don't care if I die. Just seeing that idiotic face of yours will make me laugh until I go to heaven," Uruka said, spitting at the man. The purple-haired man did not respond. He only punched Uruka in the jaw, knocking him out of his daze. "Lift your face like a man, don't duck like a miserable coward. This is just the beginning," the man exclaimed, grabbing Uruka by his hair and slapping him awake. Uruka just spat blood in the subject's face, angering him. "How dare you fill me with your disgusting blood?" exclaimed the man with a huge ego, striking Uruka in the abdomen again and delivering a high punch to his chin, once again leaving Naruto's former master shocked. "What happened, frustrated shinobi? You can't do anything," said the subject, approaching Uruka, who quickly headbutted him, making him recoil from the impact. "You miserable wretch, we'll see what you'll do when I rip off your fingers one by one while more rats devour your disgusting body," exclaimed the purple-haired man, pulling out a kunai. In an instant, fear coursed through the subject's body, who opened his eyes wide as his skin prickled upon seeing a red flash. Suddenly, this subject disappeared in a burst of fire, appearing in a large white room with roses and blood-soaked walls. "You think you're so brave, don't you?" a voice from beyond the grave said as a blonde figure in black clothing and a black face mask appeared in a vortex in front of the man. The blonde figure's red eyes and slanted eyebrows showed that he had no good intentions. Who are you?" the man exclaimed as his kunai fell, and he took several steps back upon seeing the blonde man who was taller than him. Naruto said nothing. He just moved even closer to the subject while his left eye flashed red. "What did you think, that you could hit Uruka while I'm in this damn world?" Naruto exclaimed, throwing a powerful punch at the man's abdomen, knocking the wind out of him as he expelled a little blood and his body arched forward. It's time to have fun," Naruto said with a smile that incited fear. 2 beatings, 2 rescues. In the previous chapter, after Naruto discussed his plans for local reorganization, he began to tell them about his future plans. After that, Naruto returned to Konoha and, searching for Kakashi, was able to talk with him, and they somewhat parted ways. Naruto infiltrated to find Uruka and learned that he had been found with Anko. Since Uruka and Anko hadn't abandoned him even though they had been imprisoned, the blonde was now about to start a real bloodbath. At the moment, Stop. "No, you don't know who you're messing with," the man exclaimed between coughs as fear coursed through his body at the sight of the blood he coughed up from the punch he received. "Defend yourself and see if you're so imposing," Naruto muttered, delivering another punch to the subject's abdomen. The blood vessels in his eyes bulged as he spat out even more blood. Pai, mercy," exclaimed the subject upon feeling the blonde's second punch. "This is as far as your courage goes. Hit me like you hit Uruka and see if you're so brave," Naruto exclaimed, giving the subject a third punch who couldn't take it and ended up vomiting. "Pathetic," said Naruto, punching the man in the face from the side. The man fell to the ground, vomiting his lunch along with a large amount of blood. "You've soiled the room with your disgusting fluids. This will cost you dearly," Naruto exclaimed, kicking the man in the ribs, making him shudder as he was propelled towards the other wall, crashing into it. "Get up like a man, you damn bastard. This is just the beginning," Naruto exclaimed, lifting the subject by his purple hair. "Why me? Why are you doing this to me? What have I done to you?" the man exclaimed, his voice breaking. "Because I feel like it," Naruto exclaimed, slamming the man's face against the wall, leaving a large bloodstain there as the subject let out a muffled scream. "Where did your big ego go?" the blonde man asked mockingly, watching as the unfortunate man's nose bled and 3 teeth fell to the ground. "Answer me, you bastard," exclaimed the blonde man, slamming the subject's face against the white wall again, leaving another large stain. "Tell me, where did your big ego go? Can't you handle an opponent who can actually defend himself?" Naruto exclaimed as he punched the guy again, knocking out 2 teeth and sending blood gushing from his face, causing Naruto to drop him. "Come on, get up, you bastard," Naruto exclaimed, delivering a straight kick with the tip of his boot to the subject's face, knocking him out and leaving him stunned as he spat out a tooth along with a stream of blood while beginning to lose consciousness as he fell to the ground. "Don't fall asleep, you idiot," Naruto exclaimed as a flame formed in his right hand, throwing it at the unfortunate man's rear end, burning his pants on his backside, causing a burn and making him scream as he rolled quickly on the ground. You're a damn demon," exclaimed the unfortunate subject, crawling away from Naruto as he tried to get up. I am the devil himself," Naruto exclaimed as his right red eye emitted a red glow. "One person will come out alive from here, and the corpse of another will remain," Naruto exclaimed as he forcefully kicked the man's rear end with the sole of his boot, sending him sliding back to the ground in his blood and hitting his head against the other wall. Terrified, the subject tried to pick up the kunai he had dropped earlier to gather strength and get up. "Damn it!" exclaimed the man, charging towards Naruto with his kunai in hand. "Ha ha ha, pathetic," exclaimed Naruto, taking a step to the right and extending his left foot so that the subject fell to the ground again, painting the floor red once more. The blonde man kicked the man hard in the face, making him spit out a large amount of blood, further staining the white floor. Without saying anything, Naruto walked towards the Chunin and stepped on his hand with the kunai, making him drop the weapon while letting out a small scream. Naruto just smiled under his mask when he heard the scream, then stomped on the ninja's hand, breaking the bones in his fingers and making his victim scream even louder. "Please, please," the girl cried out in a broken voice. "Come on, pretend you're Uruka and I'm the embodiment of all the hatred and evil you hide under your disgusting face," Naruto replied, kicking the man between his open legs, causing him to open his eyes wide and let out a high-pitched scream as he brought his hands to his private parts. The man tried to speak, but his body wouldn't allow it. He could only express his great pain with sharp screams while listening to the psychopathic laughter of his tormentor. "Come on, bastard, you give up so easily," Naruto exclaimed, grabbing the shinobi's left foot and dragging him while leaving a long trail of blood on the floor. "You know, this business of taking out your anger on someone by beating them up is very satisfying," Naruto exclaimed, forcefully pulling the shinobi's foot to release him, throwing him face first against the wall, leaving another large bloodstain on the white wall. "Yes, yes, please, please have mercy," exclaimed the shinobi, spitting blood onto the ground next to a tooth that had been knocked out. "Compassion, compassion, don't make me laugh. How could I have compassion for a disgusting worm who enjoys beating up defenseless people? I give you the chance to defend yourself and fight for your life, and you surrender it to me. Don't make me laugh, you idiot," Naruto exclaimed, stomping on the man's left knee, causing him to let out a loud scream as his knee broke and his leg deformed. Naruto grabbed the man's left ankle and spun his body around as he screamed in pain, bringing a smile to Naruto's face as he threw the man against the wall, hitting his back and causing him to spit out a large amount of blood as he fell to the ground on top of it. Naruto walked towards the unfortunate man who saw the kunai next to him and picked it up. "Damn coward," Naruto exclaimed as he grabbed the guy by his Chunin vest with his left hand and lifted him up, then stopped the guy's fist, who was carrying a kunai, with his right hand. Naruto quickly snatched the kunai from the subject and gave him a strong stab in his abdomen, piercing through his Chunin vest, while watching as the unfortunate man let out a desperate scream as blood escaped from his abdomen. "Poor wretch," Naruto said, letting out a small laugh before stabbing the subject in the abdomen again, causing another scream as he opened his eyes and tried to defend himself with his hands. "You're very pathetic," Naruto said, stabbing the subject's right shoulder, leaving his arm immobile. The blonde man just laughed out loud at the terrified screams of his victim every time he stabbed him. "Look at this face, it's the last thing you'll ever see in his life," Naruto said, lowering his face mask and leaving his victim perplexed. "Nuh, Naruto. The damn demon," exclaimed the subject before Naruto made a long cut with the kunai, severing the base of the subject's nose and both eyes, who only gave a muffled scream as he went blind. With a malevolent and psychopathic laugh, Naruto threw the kunai, burying it in the wall, to turn the subject around and grab him by the back of his neck. "See you later, you bastard," Naruto exclaimed, slamming the man's face against the wall, the small kunai hilt piercing his forehead and ending his life instantly. In a vortex of fire, Naruto reappeared in Uruka's cell, who was unconscious and beaten. "I'll get you out of here, there's still the other guy," Naruto muttered, leaving Uruka's cell to go to Anko's, watching as the man with short brown hair approached. "You're tired of this, you slut, now it's my turn to have fun," said the man, looking at Anko, all sweaty from so much struggling to get around her and stand behind her. "What are you hiding here?" the man said, reaching for Anko's closed trench coat to open it. "You're really well endowed," the man murmured, tearing open the Kunoichi's mesh shirt, exposing her breasts and squeezing them with his hands while smiling lewdly. "To think I can do whatever I want with this body today," the subject exclaimed sadistically, lowering his hands until he reached Anko's Bermuda shorts and inserted his hand. "Stop, you bastard," the Kunoichi exclaimed desperately, but the man just kept groping her. "Come on, you know you're going to enjoy this," the man exclaimed as he grabbed Anko's breast with his free hand and sadistically moved his penis towards Anko's rear end. The Kunoichi screamed for help as the man continued his sadism and proceeded to pull down her Bermuda shorts. "Nobody's going to help you, you bitch," said the shinobi, running his tongue along the Kunoichi's neck. At that moment, the man finished pulling down Anko's Bermuda shorts and underwear, leaving her private parts exposed. "We're going to enjoy this," the shinobi said sadistically, grabbing his Chunin pants and about to pull them down. At that moment, Anko threw her head back, hitting the subject in the face and making him stumble backward. "I will no longer be merciful to you, you whore," the man exclaimed, grabbing Anko by the neck and holding one of her breasts while repeating that he would grape her like a whore. "Help, help," Anko cried desperately. "Nobody's going to help you, you bitch," the man said before hearing footsteps. It's still my turn, man, keep doing your thing, the man said quickly without looking at Naruto, until his eyes caught a glimpse of a red flash which made him look towards the cell entrance. The shinobi quickly separated himself from the exposed kunoichi, looking at the imposing blonde man in black clothing and a face mask who stood before him. Kai, who the hell are you? The subject asked, getting into a fighting stance. The kunoichi's eyes widened in shock when she saw that someone had indeed arrived, and that this someone instilled fear with their mere walk accompanied by their red eyes. I asked you who you are, exclaimed the shinobi, taking a few steps back. Naruto just smiled under his mask until the shinobi took the last step back as he bumped into the wall. Upon hitting the wall, Naruto disappeared in a fiery burst, only to reappear in another, striking the shinobi's abdomen and leaving him breathless before grabbing him by the neck. In an instant, a mass of flames surrounded the shinobi, who disappeared in an instant, leaving the kunoichi with her eyes wide open in shock. I'll get you out of here, Naruto said in a deeper voice, approaching the frightened kunoichi. The blonde man looked at Anko's entire naked body from behind, noticing her large, firm buttocks, which made him very thoughtful before turning to face her again. Now that I see it, this woman has a hot body, Naruto thought, looking at the entire body of the purple-haired woman who, somewhat blushing and angry but grateful to the subject, averted her gaze. I prefer women with slimmer bodies, Naruto thought as a certain blue-haired girl appeared in his thoughts when he finished closing Anko's trench coat. Hey, who are you? Anko asked, receiving no answer as she saw the blonde man turn his back on her and do nothing to her. On the contrary, he helped her dress. You're going to leave me tied up here, said the kunoichi, who was still surprised. You have to wait, you have to return the favor in a moment, Anko said, her expression a mix of dismay and anger on her face. You'll have to answer a few things, Naruto said, seeing that Anko thought she was being treated like a hex object. At that moment, Naruto disappeared in a vortex of fire. The kunoichi was still surprised by what had happened while she began to think of theories about what had just occurred. In a large room with white walls, floor and ceiling covered in blood, a subject in chunin attire had appeared, looking all around to see a corpse he recognized. It was his fellow guard who should be beating the prisoner named Uruka. What the hell? Exclaimed the man, beginning to be terrified as he looked at the corpse of his companion hanging and bathed in blood. Calm down, you little bastard, you'll join him, said Naruto, appearing in a vortex of fire in front of the terrified shinobi. Why you? Exclaimed the man, getting up and quickly backing away upon seeing Naruto. Me, Naruto replied, walking towards them. As soon as the man hit the wall, he jumped to the left to see how Naruto had disappeared in a fiery flash and reappeared, punching the wall with a powerful blow, leaving cracks in the shape of his knuckles. The shinobi's eyes widened in shock as he saw Naruto do nothing after punching the wall. Who are you? Exclaimed the terrified man, watching as Naruto didn't react to the impact and made his way towards him. Ray, answer me, you bastard. Exclaimed the subject as he felt more fear and moved away from Naruto faster. Naruto started walking even faster, frustrating the subject who was pacing in circles. In an instant, the man, before hitting the wall, lunged at Naruto. We threw a straight punch at his face, followed by a spinning kick. But the blonde dodged the punch and delivered a low kick to the shinobi's ankle, knocking him down. Naruto said nothing, he just watched the guy get up with some trouble as he twisted his ankle. You bastard, speak. The man shouted, lunging at Naruto and throwing a punch to his chest, but it was useless. Naruto grabbed the man's wrist and returned the punch to his chest, making the terrified shinobi cough up blood. Naruto then delivered an upward punch to his chin, sending him reeling and stumbling backward until he almost fell, only to crash into the wall and catch himself. You're tired of this, bastard, now it's my turn to have fun, said Naruto, disappearing in a fiery burst and reappearing in front of the subject, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, knocking out all the air and causing blood to flow from the blow. The shinobi only shuddered as he spat blood and began to get even more terrified seeing all the bloodstains on the floor and walls. The unfortunate shinobi quickly looked up, ready to speak, but an elbow to the eye knocked him back to the ground. Come on, you're just as pathetic as that idiot, Naruto said, pointing at the other ninja's corpse, sowing even more fear in his current victim, who began to scream for help. Nobody's going to help you, bastard. I don't think that corpse is going to rise up to defend you when it didn't even defend itself, Naruto said, letting out a mocking laugh as he kicked his victim in the face, causing his left eye to swell up at that moment. Still laughing, Naruto saw the shinobi struggle to his feet and back away from him. Naruto did nothing, he just kept laughing as the unfortunate man lunged at him again. The blonde boy smiled maliciously as his eyes flashed red and Naruto bent to the right and grabbed his wrist with both hands. The red-eyed boy quickly turned the shinobi's arm, twisting it and putting it behind his back. I'm going to enjoy this, Naruto exclaimed sadistically as he pushed the man's arm even further, dislocating it and pushing even harder, causing the shinobi to let out a loud scream when he heard the joint between his shoulder and arm break. Naruto laughed macabrely as he stood up and placed his foot on the other shoulder of the man who was still screaming while unable to move his left arm. "Come on, there's still this one left," Naruto exclaimed in a sadistic tone of voice as he stomped hard on the man's shoulder, feeling his bones fracture and his victim scream loudly. "Mercy, mercy," cried the shinobi, terrified and wounded. "And you think you deserve mercy, you damned wretch?" Naruto exclaimed, stomping his foot again, listening as the shinobi's bones began to crack, and he screamed even louder. The blonde man just laughed maniacally, delivering a third stomp that completely shattered his victim's shoulder, leaving his left arm totally immobile as he screamed with such force and pain that it tore his vocal cords. The blonde stopped laughing to kick the shinobi in the ribs, making him spit blood while he became hoarse from screaming so much. "Poor wretch, he's already defenseless," Naruto said mockingly, kicking his victim again, this time in the face, making him spit out a tooth along with a large amount of blood. "Weakling," said Naruto, lifting the man by the neck and pushing him against the wall. "Answer me, you bastard. You like to abuse defenseless people." Naruto exclaimed, piercing the shinobi's soul with his red eyes. "No," the man whispered. "I saw the opposite, you damn liar." Naruto exclaimed, pulling the man to slam him against the wall, making him hit it and spit blood onto Naruto's jacket. "You dare soil my clothes, you bastard." Naruto exclaimed angrily, kneeing the shinobi in the abdomen, causing him to spit out more blood and open his eyes wide with swollen blood vessels as he tried to catch his breath. "Kill me. Kill me," the man said, sounding like whispers. "That's what I'll do," said Naruto as he grabbed the ninja by the back of his neck. Naruto spun around holding the ninja and slammed him forcefully against the wall with monstrous strength, causing the ninja's face to hit the wall, wounding his forehead, breaking his nose, and knocking out several teeth. Naruto then dropped the ninja to the ground where he began to expel a lot of blood while giving muffled screams. "But it won't be quick," Naruto exclaimed macabrely as a flame appeared in his free hand, forming a short sword 30 centimeters long. Naruto lifted the ninja into the air using his foot, then pierced the unfortunate shinobi's body by one of his shoulders and through the wall, releasing the sword and leaving the man stuck to the wall by the blade. The blonde man's victim shuddered as he tried to scream, eliciting a sadistic smile from Naruto beneath his mask as another sword formed in his free hand. Naruto used this sword to pierce the man's other shoulder, causing him even more pain before releasing him by the neck, leaving him pinned to the wall by the two small blades. "This isn't over yet, bastard," said Naruto as two swords formed in both of his hands. With a smile under his mask, he pierced the thighs of the shinobi who tried to scream as he was pinned even more firmly against the wall. Because the unfortunate man was trying to say. Naruto lowered his face mask, leaving the shinobi's eyes wide as saucers upon seeing those 3 whisker marks and that psychopathic smile. "Oh no, damn demon," the man muttered. "Shut up, idiot," Naruto said as a final sword emerged from his right hand. "I saw you run your filthy tongue along the neck of that defenseless Kunoichi, and you know what? You disgust me even more. You have no right to die with your tongue still in it." Naruto exclaimed, slashing the man's jaw, leaving his mouth wide open with his tongue sticking out. "Now face the punishment for your attempted grape of Anko," Naruto said, making a direct cut towards the subject's tongue, severing it completely, causing him to let out a small, muffled scream. The blonde man just smiled as he thrust towards the subject's crotch, who opened his eyes wide as he tried to scream again since the blonde man had pierced right through his penis and testicles, leaving a wound that was dripping blood. "I hope you enjoy your slow death, you bastard," Naruto said, making a small cut on the subject's wrist, causing him to start losing even more blood and eliminating his chances of survival. The shinobi began to panic as he tried to do something, but it was useless. All he could do was watch as the smiling blonde covered part of his face with the mask again before disappearing in a vortex of fire. At that moment, Naruto appeared in front of the pensive Anko, pulling her out of her thoughts. "Hey, you again, tell me, what should I answer you?" Anko said desperately with stars in her eyes. "Why are you here with that other guy? Tell me briefly," Naruto said seriously. "The Uchiha Hokage. That imbecile of a current Hokage is a traitor to the village, yet he's still loved. Everyone conspired with the true hero who saved the village to have him assassinated and deny him the Hokage title he deserved from the very first time he saved the village from the one-tailed beast. Naruto is the reason. Those of us who rebelled against Sasuke and Tsunade were imprisoned to be killed or used as guinea pigs. The two of us are here because there's no room, the others can't be imprisoned," the purple-haired woman explained quickly. "The others?" Naruto asked again. "The grandson of the third Hokage and his 3 companions along with their sensei are under constant surveillance by Anbu. I noticed that, and there are still more people," Anko said even faster. "I see you'll tell me who the others are later. Wait a moment," said Naruto, leaving Anko's cell to go to Uruka's. "Hey. Don't despair, woman," Naruto quickly replied, returning to Anko's cell 30 seconds later with Uruka on his shoulder. Anko was about to speak before Naruto put his index finger to her lips, silencing her. A flame formed in Naruto's hand, which eventually turned into a small half-meter-long sword, leaving Anko worried and desperate. What are you going to do?" Anko said nervously, watching as Naruto stretched out his arm and slashed. But it wasn't aimed at her. With that slash, Naruto broke one of the 4 chains, leaving Anko wide-eyed. "Don't move, woman," Naruto said, breaking 2 more chains before throwing his sword and severing the last one, freeing the purple-haired girl who smiled with joy. But her smile faded abruptly as she considered what she would do next, how she could escape. "If we leave here, the way they see us they'll capture and kill us," Anko thought, starting to worry until something snapped her out of her thoughts. The purple-haired girl felt a hand on her abdomen next to her breasts. This hand pulled her strongly backward, feeling a lot of the blonde man's body as the entire back of her body pressed against the front of the blonde man's body, who was the one who pulled her towards him. Anko was about to speak before in an instant, flames surrounded the 3 people who disappeared in a fiery burst. After disappearing, the small group reappeared on the outskirts of Konoha. The blonde man separated from the Konoichi's body while leaving Uruka's body on the ground, who began to regain consciousness. "Who are you?" Anko asked, adjusting her clothes. "My identity is nobody's business," Naruto replied seriously. "So why did you help us?" Anko asked quickly. "Because I can do whatever I want and I wanted to free them," the blonde man replied instantly. "Those answers aren't helpful at all, but anyway, what should we do now?" Anko asked. "That's up to you. I recommend you look for a new life somewhere else. Personally, I think Aimgakure is a place that's changing drastically," Naruto replied. "Are you sure?" Anko asked doubtfully, since Aim had a bad reputation, but that guy had saved her and apparently knew a lot. "Yes, I'm sure. I recommend you go there with him. You're not very far away," said Naruto, watching Uruka wake up. Okay, but will you come with us?" Anko asked. "No, I can't. You must go alone. I have many things to do. I recommend you act as if you escaped on your own and that I don't exist," replied the blonde man before disappearing in a cloud of fire and smoke. Uruka and Anko just looked at each other, and the shinobi got up confused to prepare to begin their journey to some place of rest since they had a lot of rest to do. They would see what they did later, although most likely they would listen to what the blonde said. Returning to Naruto, he was walking through the rooftop entrance of the Aimgakure Tower where his hideout is located. When Nagato arrived, he was putting Hidden's head back in place and proceeded to use his Rinnegan healing power. "While your technique is much more effective than Kakuzu's, why didn't you rebuild me when I was losing parts of my body?" The pink-eyed man asked the redhead. "I didn't have time to heal and stitch someone up who is immortal, and besides, we put Kakuzu as your partner for a reason. Now sit down because Naruto just arrived." Kasame and Konan were talking at the main table, as were Nagato and Hidden, who sat down when the blonde man stepped in. "How did your special mission go, Naruto-san?" the blue-haired girl asked, somewhat worried because the blonde boy had a lot of blood on his outfit. The blonde man grabbed a seat, exhausted and stressed, and threw his black jacket at Hidden, who stared at him. "What the hell do you want me to do with this bloody thing?" "Although seeing so much blood drives me crazy," Hidden said while blushing as he looked at the blood. "You'd better go wash it along with your old uniform, or do you want to fall through the same hole in that ridiculous Bermuda short I gave you so you wouldn't be naked when I saved you?" Naruto said seriously to Hidden, managing to intimidate the pink-eyed boy who could only huff and go to the laundry room while smelling the blood on the jacket and muttering about blondes who can make dry clothes appear without needing to clean them. "You see, I had to save someone very important who, as I thought, wouldn't betray me. To do that, I had to infiltrate Konoha. I beat up some disgusting worms and I saw much more blood than I expected. Besides, once that happens, I lose control and do unpleasant things to those who deserve it," the blonde man said, taking off his blood-soaked glove. "I can understand you, although you should control that. Before, when we were the 7 swordsmen, it was the same," Kasame said. "Anyway, I'll organize a meeting early tomorrow to discuss all our plans. With your permission, we'll take our leave, Naruto. Besides, you need time to rest," said Nagato as he left, accompanied by Kasame, but Konan just stared at Naruto, who was looking at the wall. "Killing, torturing, and laughing like a madman, it hasn't quite suited you, has it, Naruto?" Konan told the blonde boy who was still immersed in his feelings. Naruto just watched as she approached him to grab a blue handkerchief and wipe his blood-covered face. Naruto instantly by reflex grabbed Konan's wrist tightly but immediately let go. "We all need a moment to think and act, but when someone messes with a loved one, we'll do anything to save them," Konan told Naruto, reminding him of Uruka. "I think you're right. Although the worst part of all this is I loved making those people suffer who deserved it, but not to that extent. I loved seeing the blood of those idiots trickle down their bodies as they screamed for mercy, knowing they would die at my mercy," the blonde man said, smiling as he recalled the things he had been doing lately. "I think that's already part of the new you. Well, Naruto, you're completely clean now," she said while putting away her handkerchief. "You'd better sleep. Tomorrow will only be the beginning," Konan said as she walked to her room. Naruto just watched Konan leave. "It's been a long time since I've had a lecture that wasn't full of pity. I like you more and more, Konan. Although now the important thing is to pursue the main objective. Tomorrow is the big step. Tomorrow we begin this great revenge. Tomorrow is the beginning of people who will suffer for turning their backs on me. Tomorrow is the beginning of a great hierarchy, Naruto said while looking with killer eyes at the moon outside. End of Chapter 5. Aimgakure begins to grow sudden attack. In the previous chapter, Naruto committed 2 violent and unrestrained murders in Konoha, killing 2 of Sasuke's servants who were guarding Anko and Uruka. They hadn't stopped him after what they had done to Naruto. After rescuing the 2 people from the Konoha dungeon, the blonde-haired boy took them to the outskirts of Konoha, near the border with Aimgakure, leaving them free to do as they pleased. However, he recommended the village hidden in the rain to them. At the moment, the blonde man in black was putting on some new leather gloves as he walked into a large hall. "Look who deigned to wake up," Hidden said mockingly, now that he was dressed in a black cloak while polishing his scythe. "If I were you, I'd keep quiet. Remember, thanks to your immortality, I can hit you without restraint," Naruto said in a mocking tone while smiling maliciously, to which Hidden just huffed and continued cleaning until he polished his scythe. "Naruto, I already have the map of the elemental continent you wanted. I have the possible villages to attack, everything located," Kasame said as he and Nagato unfolded a map. "Great," said Naruto, sitting down in a chair that was higher than the others so he could see the entire map more easily. "In addition, I took it upon myself to go out and inspect the different areas where we could attack. The weakest areas Konan mentioned, leaving a coffee for Naruto as she approached and pointed them out on the map. Good job, now we just have to move towards Ishigakure no Sato. That village is further from Konoha and would attract less attention, so we wouldn't raise suspicions. I think it would be convenient for us, don't you think?" Naruto said to Kasame, Konan, and Nagato. "The more cautious we are, the better the attack will be. Besides, Naruto, so that your power is recognized in this village, I'll appoint you general of the Aimgakure troops, since from what I see you're the strongest. What do you think?" said the redhead, sipping his tea. "That sounds great. Besides, I want the people of this village to feel better than before. And as you informed me, many businesses are coming in, so there's more color," he said, slowly sipping his coffee and making a face of pleasure. "This is the best coffee I've ever had. Thank you so much, Konan. You've given me a good reason to wake up," said Naruto with a look of pleasure to Konan, who just gave him a smile that reminded him of something. This thing is hot," Yahiko said at a meeting with many members of the original Akatsuki. "Come on, take it or you'll make me feel bad," Konan pouted to Yahiko, who just stroked Konan's hair, making her blush. Yahiko took a slow sip of coffee, but his expression changed. "You know, Konan, this is the best coffee I've ever tasted," he said, and Konan smiled. End of flashback. "All right, we need to plan our attack. I recommend attacking from the south," Naruto said, pointing. "But I also need advice on how to attack." "You guys fought in wars, I suppose you have more knowledge," Naruto said to his colleagues, who nodded. "In Kiri, to attack the Mizukage and overthrow him, they plan to attack from the south, and from the east I suppose we can divide into groups," Kasame said. "It may be feasible, but both are fine. The best option might be to go south, as Nagato said. I support everyone's idea. Attacking from the south might be the best way to start dominating the small village." Naruto just smiled when he saw that they had the first thing solved. "Nagato, with how much artillery and how many troops?" The blonde asked the redhead, who was holding his chin. "Nagato, we have at least 30 men and women for this attack," Kasame told the redhead, who just nodded. "Perfect, tonight we'll infiltrate to see what the situation is like. In the morning, Kasame and I will meet at the front outside the village to attack. Nagato and Hidden can stay here. Konan, I need you, your air support will be useful." "Perfect, I'll prepare the best men and women for this attack. We have 12 elite Jounin, 15 Chunin, and the rest Genin. I think that's enough," Nagato said, doing calculations. "Excellent numbers, now we'll see how we do in this, I suppose." "Very well," said Naruto, to receive a settlement of this. Meanwhile in Kanoja, "How the hell did the same person escape and some of our Chunin who were guarding those prisoners disappeared?" Sasuke said, hitting the table. His Chunin were frozen with fear. "We don't know anything, we only know that a subject entered and left at great speed since we didn't see him," the guard said. "You, who know all about this?" Sasuke said, grabbing the guard by the neck of the hideout where they had Anko and Uruka. "Sir, I tell you that I couldn't see anything. The only thing I saw was a great fire tornado that was made when I arrived. I saw how in a vortex of fire, the 2 guards appeared mutilated in a horrible way both on the walls," exclaimed the Chunin, who was at that moment killed by the Amaterasu in less than a second since he could not suffer much. "You," Sasuke said, pointing at the other Chunin, "do you want to end up like him, yes or no?" he said, his sharing and twirling. "Then investigate this case and the previous one involving the Nara clan, and you'd better have information in less than 2 days, or your heads will be on a spike on the Hawkage's heads," he said, slamming his fist on the desk, at which point the Chunin ran out of the office. Sasuke just sat down, holding his head. "I can't help but connect all this to know he's dead. Uruka was very close to Naruto, and I had to lock him up to protect him, just like that Hexy lunatic, and they were both friends of Naruto. I also consider Shikamaru, but I don't think it can be. I killed him with my own 2 hands. I saw him roasting," the raven-haired boy said, very stressed, but then a pink-haired girl, very familiar to everyone, entered through the door. "Sasuke-kun, how's your work going?" Haruno said, sitting down on top of the desk. From bad to worse, and this can't get any worse, I can't find the damned person who's wreaking havoc in the village. Sakura simply stepped over the desk, ending up facing Sasuke. You know, a good way to relieve stress is by talking to the person you love, Sakura said, blushing to Sasuke, who just stared at her without feeling. That's corny, maybe. Or the best way I know, the way I can guarantee many things, said the raven-haired man, turning Haruno over and placing her against the desk. Now help me relieve my stress, Sasuke said as he unbuttoned Sakura's clothes. I think it's a satisfying way to have a child with Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, smiling, returning to Aimgakure no Sato. Nagato, Naruto, and Kasame were heading to an entertainment venue where approximately 30 ninjas had gathered, some wearing gray tactical vests, others in normal vests since they were genin. So this is the best of the best, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow at Nagato, who nodded. We'll have to give them a little polish, Kasame told Naruto, who nodded. Listen, everyone, Nagato said to all the ninjas who knelt before Nagato. From now on, he will be the general of the Aimgakure troops. His name cannot yet be revealed, but he will be addressed with respect at all times, as his rank is high. Seriously, he's a general, he doesn't look that intimidating, said a genin who looked no more than 12 years old, smiling. Nagato just covered his face and shaking his head said a few words to Naruto. Please don't kill him, we're short-staffed. Just let him know who you are, Nagato said to Naruto, who was smiling. Naruto put on a serious face as he took a step forward with everyone's eyes on him. The genin just smiled as he opened his arms wide upon seeing Naruto far away. The young man's smile vanished as his eyes widened in shock at the sight of the blonde man disappearing in a burst of black and red speed. The boy quickly leaned his body forward as he exhaled all his air and spat out as he received a strong impact to his abdomen. Discipline is very necessary, kid, believe me, you don't look cool at all with that attitude, Naruto said, disappearing in another red burst and returning to his place as the boy fell to his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Does anyone else have anything to say? Naruto asked with a cold stare to which no one responded. Perfect. Tomorrow we'll launch an attack on a small village nearby. We intend to conquer it and incorporate it into our larger village. Are you ready to engage another large army? Naruto asked firmly, receiving a yes from everyone except one boy who raised his hand. General, called a young jounin. Yes, Naruto replied, giving the jounin the opportunity to speak. Our army is very small. Do you think we could overthrow even the smallest village? The real question is, do you think the other villages can do anything against our small but deadly army? Remember, quality is more important than quantity, the blonde man replied seriously. But our group hasn't been involved in combat for a long time, we're just keeping watch on certain points in the village in case someone infiltrates, the jounin said. Well, it will be an opportunity to readjust to combat. You can defend yourselves and remember that you are not alone. Kasame alone could cause a massacre, and no one, not even I, knows my limit, said Naruto as his left eye emitted a red flash. Does anyone else have anything to say? Naruto asked, to which a genin raised his hand. We will continue to use this uniform. The Salamander Hanzo Empire fell long ago and we still wear this attire, the genin said. For now, yes, the clothing is something of little importance. We will soon change to another uniform. For now, we will make this simple change, Naruto said, snapping his fingers. On the clothes of all the ninjas, below their right shoulder, a flame appeared which gave a small burst before disappearing, forming a red 5-pointed star on the clothes of each ninja of Aimgakure. I assume you have nothing more to say, Naruto said seriously, while the girls just stared at the new star on their clothes. The girls said nothing and watched Naruto turn to leave. I'll see you here early this morning in a few hours, Naruto said before disappearing in a vortex of fire. Meanwhile, let's warm up a bit and see how you perform, understood? Kasame said, drawing his sword. Returning to the blonde man, he walked down the street receiving a greeting from every inhabitant who was passing by. I'm not hated here, I'm not booed, I'm not looked at badly, and I haven't even done anything yet, I'm just the general of troops, I can live well, Naruto said as he headed towards the Aimgakure tower. But on her way she saw some children bothering a little girl. Look at her, she's crying because we have her teddy bear, said one of the children as he threw it to the other, who quickly threw it to the next. Please don't bother me, said the little girl, trying to take it off, but she couldn't because she was shorter. You're just a weakling, said the children's leader, pushing the crying girl into a puddle. Naruto simply ignored that to continue on his way, but several memories from the past came to mind. Hi, can I play with you? Said a happy 5-year-old Naruto to some children. No, not even if you were the last one in the world would we play with you, demon child, they told Naruto, who looked sad. But I just want to play, what have I done to you? Little Naruto asked, crying. Go away, nobody wants you here, not even your parents who abandoned you, the children said, laughing as Naruto ran away crying. End of memory. Naruto stopped in his tracks and in less than a second got in front of the girl. The very intimidated children could only begin to speak while trembling. Hello, Sir General, the children said nervously at the same time. Why are you bothering this girl? Naruto asked seriously, receiving no answer. Speak then and you'd better give me the doll or else, Naruto said, not finishing his sentence as his eye flashed red. The very frightened children picked up the girl and gave her her doll before running away. Naruto just sighed, looked at the girl, and crouched down to her level. You know, don't expect people to just change and become nice to you. You have to become strong and prove that you are the best. Otherwise, you will be an idiot for the rest of your life. Do you understand? The blonde boy told the girl, who just nodded. Thank you so much for your help, General. My parents say that you will be the one to lead Maguekio to success in battles, the girl said. Look, kid, I didn't help you because you're the best person in the world. I only helped you because it seemed unfair and because you need to get used to the fact that the world isn't full of good people for now. But good for your parents and for you, never let anyone walk all over you, understood? Said Naruto, helping the girl up, who then ran off because her mother was calling her. Don't be like me, one day you'll give your people a hand and they'll take you by the elbow, the blonde man thought to himself as he stood up. You know, you can be a very kind person if you try, Conan said, smiling at Naruto, who was surprised by her presence. The blonde boy simply shook his head. I'm not kind, I'm just fair to those who deserve it. Now let's go before I bore you and destroy the village, Naruto said, taking Conan's hand and disappearing in his characteristic whirlpool. Many hours later, Naruto was entering Ishigakure, a small but necessary village to expand Maguekyo. The blonde man was walking down a main street, but he could see many beggars, many people being beaten by ninjas, and above all, social inequality. Compared to Maguekyo, this village is much poorer and has less social ethics, the blonde man thought to himself, looking at many things. But something else caught his attention. Apparently there was a leader in the village whom he was going to investigate. The blonde man went to a bar, and upon entering he could see that it was a pigsty full of ninjas with many women. He went to the bar to talk to the bartender. Would you like something to drink, sir? The bartender asked Naruto, who simply took off his hood to order a tequila. And you're not from around here, are you? Said the bartender, serving him his drink. To tell you the truth, you'll get to know me better soon, but no, I'm not from here. I have a question, and if possible, please be as quiet as possible, said Naruto, leaving a banknote with the bartender, who simply took it. What kind of question? Although from what I can see it must be about why this village is a pigsty, as he said while cleaning a jug. So who is the leader of this small village? Naruto asked the bartender, who simply told Naruto to come closer. Naruto approached and put his ear to the table to hear the answer. You see, our leader is the best ninja in this village. He's a former elite jounin from Iwa. That's why he's the leader. He's very powerful, he said, attracting Naruto's attention. So a ninja from Iwa, this might be more interesting than I thought, Naruto thought to himself as he tipped the bartender and headed out the door into an alley. Naruto then took out a microphone with which he could communicate with Conan, who was flying over the village. Conan, listen to me, is there any suspicious movement? He said to Conan, who was observing everything, but what caught his attention was the center of the village because there were many people and a subject that everyone was looking at. It seems that there is someone important in the center of the village whom everyone is watching. Naruto just smiled, knowing that the village leader might be there. All right, Conan, we'll launch the attack when I let you know. Kasame, how is everything? Naruto asked the sender, who was on a hill near the village with a bunch of ninjas. We are at your service, tell us when and we will attack, Kasame said, looking at everyone in position. Returning to Naruto, who sighed as he headed towards the center of the village. As he walked, he saw that many people were heading to the same place as him, so he simply stayed behind the crowd, watching as a ninja of robust build with unkempt black hair and beard and large brown eyes with prominent marks on his glasses appeared. The man wore an old Iwa uniform with a torn sash, and he was standing on a platform with a villager kneeling before him. What a crazy face, thought Naruto, who silently approached a villager to ask him what was going on. Hello, I'm a tourist. I wanted to ask you who that guy up there is, Naruto said to the villager, whose skin just froze. He is Videro, our leader. Because of him we are where we are after our true leader fell and our freedom of expression ceased to exist, as well as the possibility of leaving here. There is no education, there are not many ninjas because he cancelled the academy. And besides many things, now he is about to execute someone who got too clever with his laws, he said. Naruto was able to observe well and only remained as a spectator until the right moment to enter. Do you know who this scum is? Well, I'll tell you. He tried to rob me, and for that reason I will execute him so that no one ever thinks differently again. Whoever does not follow my rules will die, he said, laughing. Everyone remained silent because the leader had his vultures nearby. Please don't kill me, I have a family, and just because I bought an apple he thinks I stole from him, he pleaded. An expensive apple, now I'll slice you up, exclaimed the man. Okay, I'll draw attention and they'll surround me. As soon as I start fighting everyone who rushes at me, you all come in to attack, Naruto whispered, disappearing in a fiery burst. Who the hell do you think you are? You better get down before I kill you just like this guy did, Videro said, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder, who just huffed. Take your disgusting hand off me or you'll lose it, Naruto said coldly, looking at the ground. Haha, who are you trying to fool? People, today there will be a double execution, Videro exclaimed, mimicking Naruto's shoulder, who looked at him with eyes that flashed red. A flame quickly formed in Naruto's hand, drawing a scythe with an 18-centimeter blade. In an instant, Naruto launched a downward slash at Vidaro's wrist, cutting off his hand, which fell directly to the ground. "Ah, you bastard, you'll pay for this," he said, falling to the floor and grabbing his hand as he got up. Naruto took the opportunity to look at all the people. "People of Ishigakure, from now on, you will belong to the village of Aimgakure no Sato. Your general will ensure that all your rights are respected again, that your village ceases to be governed in this disgusting way, and I will make sure that you have a good education, a greater possibility of employment, and ninja training," Naruto exclaimed, raising his fist which quickly lowered, punching Vidaro in the face. The people's expressions changed from fear to surprise and they began chanting the name of Aimgakure. "You think you can defeat me so easily?" said the former village leader as he made hand seals with his one hand that looked as if he were about to perform an earth-bending jutsu. Then about 5 rock golems came out, accompanied by the entire army of Ishigakure. "Now what will you do, you idiot?" "You can't do it all by yourself," said the leader as he climbed onto a large golem. "You think I came alone?" "Look," said Naruto, kneeing Vidaro and knocking the wind out of him as he went into a fighting stance when 5 girls surrounded the blonde boy. "Kisame, it's time to attack," said a small microphone, while elsewhere Kisame raised his Samehada as a signal that it was time to attack. "I've got everyone centered, wipe out every enemy," Naruto whispered into the microphone, arching his neck to avoid a kunai aimed at his forehead and grabbing it instantly. The blonde man leaned his body to the right, avoiding a punch to his face, to extend his arm outwards and release the kunai, throwing it at monstrous speed. Without wasting any time, Naruto launched a spinning kick, hitting a ninja in the face and sending him several meters back to fall to the ground. Naruto immediately heard gasping for breaths and looked to the side, seeing how he had pierced the neck of one of the 5 girls who had attacked him. 4 to go. Naruto exclaimed as he threw the dagger to the ground, piercing the foot of a shinobi who let out a loud scream before Naruto spun around, delivering a powerful kick that struck the ninja, breaking his neck completely. 3 more to go. Naruto exclaimed as he disappeared in a fiery burst and reappeared in front of the shinobi who had just been kicked to the ground. He then delivered another kick to his chin, detaching his head from his body and killing him instantly. The head flew several meters back, leaving the ninja's neck dripping with blood. In an instant, flames appeared in Naruto's hands, lengthening to form long katanas which then transformed into solid metal katanas glowing red-hot. With a macabre smile, the blonde boy stood in front of the other 2 girls who would bravely confront him. In a fiery burst, Naruto disappeared from the area, leaving a trail of fire ahead where the 2 shinobi were, making a long cut in the abdomen of one of them, going through from the beginning of his hip to the center of his waist, causing a copious amount of blood to spurt out. Without stopping, Naruto jumped onto the back of the ninja, who was already spinning diagonally, making a long and deep cut on the ninja's shoulder, causing it to open, separating the subject's arm from his body, leaving him hanging and making him scream uncontrollably as he lost strength and fell to the ground. "Pathetic," Naruto muttered, releasing the swords and causing them to fly towards the shinobi, piercing his forehead and neck and killing him instantly, leaving the other ninja perplexed as he quickly began to draw hand seals. "Earth release! Earth release!" exclaimed the ninja as 4 large walls emerged surrounding Naruto. The ninja jumped while rapidly tracing seals, finishing his sequence by surpassing the barriers surrounding Naruto. "Earth release! Yari!" exclaimed the ninja, causing several spikes to emerge from the barriers, but he didn't expect what Naruto would do. "Katen, Moruyona no Jutsu!" exclaimed Naruto, hugging himself as his body expelled a large shockwave of fire, causing an explosion which broke the peaks and the 4 walls, leaving the shinobi who had used the Daten Jutsus perplexed. He committed suicide, the ninja thought before his eyes widened in shock at the sight of a red flash, and the blonde man standing there as if. "Pathetic," Naruto said, launching a sphere of swirling flames at the ninja who couldn't dodge it and was completely engulfed by the blast. The sphere dragged him several meters into the air, exploding in a blazing dome that consumed Naruto's enemy. Only a charred corpse remained, falling to the ground, leaving behind nothing but roasted muscle tissue. The blonde man watched as a stone golem, approximately 4 meters in size, picked up Vidaro, and another golem stood in front of them, covering them. "You're not going anywhere," Naruto exclaimed as blue flames erupted from his fists. Instantly 2 golems charged towards Naruto, who jumped, avoiding a punch from the golem, leaping onto its fist and propelling himself towards the golem's head, throwing a powerful punch that shattered its head into hundreds of stones, causing the golem to collapse and fall to the ground. Without stopping, Naruto moved in a zigzag pattern, reaching the other golem in its center, piercing through it, and causing the golem to collapse. "They're really tough," Naruto thought, looking at the red marks beneath the flames that covered his knuckles. "But I can't stop," exclaimed Naruto, smiling as he disappeared in a blazing flash and went out to catch up with the 3rd golem. Without wasting a moment, Naruto threw a punch at the golem, who returned the attack, Naruto's fist collided with the golem's, piercing through and creating a hole in the golem's fist. This allowed Naruto's fist to unleash a torrent of flames, exploding and destroying the golem's fist. Videro was only frightened by the fact that Naruto was getting closer and closer to him. "Damn it, come on, finish him with your other hand," Videro said to the golem that tried to crush Naruto with its other hand. Naruto smiled and with a flaming kick turned the golem around, destroying it. Videro fell to the ground with the golem's destroyed torso falling on top of him, preventing him from getting out and leaving him trapped. Naruto just smiled as he climbed on top of the golem's torso, making Videro groan even more in pain as he begged for mercy. "Please let me go, I'll give you all the money you want. What's more, I'll give you the deeds," Videro said to Naruto, who just shook his head. "I don't want anything from you, all I want is to see you dead," Naruto said as a sword of fire generated in his hand. With a psychopathic smile, Naruto launched a slash towards Videro's head, which fell rolling while the dictator's neck released a lot of blood. Naruto just sighed and raised his head to look around as his men managed to defeat Ishii's ninjas. "Great, everything is going according to plan, Ishii is ours," he said smiling, but suddenly he saw the genin brat who had mocked him at first fighting. The boy only tried to hit him with a water-in jutsu, which went wrong and he fell to the ground. Then the last remaining golem tried to crush him. The boy only saw his last seconds of life until he saw the fist of another golem that was heading towards him. "I thought there were no more," a voice sounded in front of the brat, who saw Naruto appear in a vortex of smoke and fire, his back to the camera, holding two long swords and emitting two red flashes from both eyes. In an instant, Naruto launched two downward slashes with his long swords, cutting off the golem's arms. He then jumped and descended, spinning rapidly with his long swords, leaving the golem motionless. At that moment, Naruto touched the ground and plunged the two swords into the golem's head, turning around and looking at the genin while giving him a psychopathic smile. The two swords exploded in small, flaming, expanding waves behind Naruto, who was completely unaffected and continued smiling as the golem was scattered in all directions, becoming dust. "Thank you so much, senpai. I swear I'll never disrespect him again," exclaimed the boy, kneeling before Naruto and kissing his boots, causing Naruto to look at him strangely and lift him up by the collar of his shirt. "Stop being ridiculous, kid, go support your teammates," said Naruto, lifting the boy up who ran off while repeating, "Thank you, sensei." Hours later, dawn was breaking and the sun was rising. There were no more traces of dead Ishii ninja bodies. All that remained were the Aimgakure ninja piling up the corpses while Naruto, Kasama, and Konan sat watching. "It seems the plan went perfectly, Naruto-san," Konan said to Naruto, who just nodded. "And only 5 girls out of 30 were injured, none died. Excellent preparation and strategy, Kasama," Naruto told his fish friend who nodded. Then out of nowhere the place filled with villagers. One by one they began to come and Naruto already understood what he had to say. The blonde stood on top of a post to speak. "People of Ishii, for a long time you were under a dictatorship. Today is the day you are free from everything. Today I, the general of the Aimgakure troops, liberate you, and from now on this village will belong to Aimgakure. It is not for bad, it is for good, since we will provide you with everything you need. Furthermore, I hope that the children will want to fight for our homeland. Without further ado, I hope that you grow up, work, and live as you should," said Naruto. Everyone just wore big smiles and happiness upon learning that they would no longer be under that tyranny. The villagers began to reopen their closed businesses and wander through the streets. Ishigakure had color again, even though it would be part of Aimgakure. "Alright, good job guys, I hope the training was rewarding," Naruto said to his soldiers who knelt before him. "Naruto-sama, do you consider this another victory for the Aimgakure Empire?" said a ninja. Naruto just touched his chin thinking, to tell the truth, more than a victory, it's the first step of many things, Naruto said while clenching his fist. The days passed, the months passed, many successful battles took place. This could describe the last 2 months in which Naruto and his empire grew in power. Little by little, they conquered many villages around them, such as Tanigakure and Kusagakure. Naruto's empire and army grew from only 30 to a current force of 1,500 with a new gray tactical uniform. The economy had flourished, the streets were paved, and a new academy for children opened. The people loved Nagato as their leader, but they considered Naruto their god of war. That's what they called him since they never knew his name. He was their commander. Currently, the blonde man is in a building that was recently inaugurated as the base of operations for Aimgakure. The blonde man was at a desk accompanied by Konan, who was sitting at the desk helping him with some papers. "Naruto, the objectives are going as we want. If we continue like this, we will be ready to attack the first great ninja village. Iwa would be, wouldn't it, Naruto?" said Konan, who was still on top of Naruto's desk. "That's right, then we'll continue with Suna, then Kiri, Kumo, and finally the main course," said Naruto while clenching his fists. Konan's expression simply changed to one of tranquility and a small blush formed on her face. "Naruto, I have something I'd like to tell you," he said, moving a little closer to Naruto, his hand still resting on the desk. "What's this about, Konan?" Naruto said, getting closer to Konan's face, the two of them looking at each other with their eyes. You like Conan was pushed by Naruto as a large rock crashed through the desk from the outside. The place was pierced by a rock, leaving a large hole. Naruto was hit by the rock on his forehead, which bled a little, but the blonde got up, somewhat confused but still active. Conan, worried, approached Naruto to ask if he was all right, but Naruto grabbed her by the waist to throw her out of the building. Conan reflexively made her paper wings, managing to survive, and when she looked outside, she saw a troop of Iwa with the Tsuchikage himself. Now to end this, Anoki said, putting 2 arms on the ground. Out of nowhere, 2 large rocks came together at the building, knocking it all down along with Naruto inside. All that could be seen was the smoke from the collapse, and a lot of rubble from what was an attack by Iwa. The walking hell defends itself, a new reason to live. In the previous chapter, Naruto's reorganization plan was set in motion, assembling the best ninjas of Aimgakure. Naruto entrusted Kasame with the preparation of this army. Naruto infiltrated the village of Ishii, which was ruled by the dictator Vidaro. This successful invasion was only the beginning, as Naruto continued conquering more villages, taking over all the smaller villages around him. His first major target was Iwa, but just as Conan was about to speak to Naruto, they were attacked. Naruto was trapped under the rubble of the building after saving Conan. The ninjas of Iwa looked at their work. They had managed to bring down the building where the person responsible for many acts of war lived. "Well, I think our job of giving warnings is over," said Anoki, turning away. "Now the good stuff is coming." But to the surprise of many, all the debris rose upwards, revealing an explosion above. "What the hell was that?" said one of the jounin who were there. "I won't go closer to inspect," said another who approached to see, but out of nowhere a figure emerged at great speed in a silhouette of fire, piercing the ninja's body, leaving only pieces of flesh. "Who the hell just happened?" Another said, but at that moment he felt something behind him, turned around, and received a great blow to the face that sent him flying backward. The figure then landed a blow on his ribs, which cracked from the violent attack, causing the ninja to spit blood. Then the smoke cleared, revealing Naruto with his clothes all torn and a broken arm. Many of his bones slightly cracked, and a bump on his head where a little blood was coming out. "Remind me never to buy a steel desk," he said while touching his head and throwing the iron to the floor. The ninja who was there could only manage to say a few words. "So you're still alive, you damned bastard," said one of the jounin accompanying the Tsuchikage, who was apparently surprised by the blonde man's resistance. Naruto just sighed and removed a piece of metal that had stuck in his arm because a steel desk had fallen on him during the collapse. "How can they think that a simple collapse is going to harm me? No matter how hard they try, I am inevitable," said Naruto as he set himself on fire and headed towards 2 jounin who covered their arms in rock to start a taijutsu battle against the blonde. Naruto struck one of them at high speed, catching him in his hands, but while holding one, Naruto took advantage and set his body ablaze at high temperatures, generating a firestorm around the ninja. "Ow, you damned demon," he said, trying to get rid of the fire, but in return Naruto kicked him in the stomach, making him spit blood, followed by a great blow that pierced the chest of the burning ninja, who fell terrified. The blonde ninja simply glared at the remaining ninja and approached him at incredible speed, dodging punches and kicks and attacking with one arm. Even so, the jounin knew how to defend himself, landing a blow on Naruto's broken arm that sent him reeling backward. Naruto was annoyed by the pain, so he made an easy decision. "I'll finish you off quickly, you bastard, for making me feel that pain," he said, hugging himself with his only usable arm even though this wasted a lot of chakra. "Kaito Moro Yona no Jutsu" were the words of the blonde man to create a great explosion and massive flames that spread throughout the place, roasting especially the ninja next to him, although Anoki managed to protect himself as did 2 others. "Now you will follow, old man," said Naruto in his controlled blue fire aura. "Although my chances are 0, I used up a lot of chakra and I have many injuries," Naruto said with a sigh. Meanwhile, Conan was heading to the main base, the Aimgakure edition. Upon entering, I could only think to look for Kasame and Nagato, who were surprised by all the noise outside. "What's wrong, Conan?" "It seems something happened," Nagato said to the blue-haired girl. "There's no time, Naruto is on the ropes now," Conan said to Nagato, who nodded, meanwhile with Naruto. "I was always curious to know who that ninja was who attacked small villages to increase the size of his territory," the old man said. The blonde boy just smiled. Apparently they told him right, although it was difficult at first. Naruto said, "Lord, what do you want us to do?" "We'll kill him," said the jounin next to Anoki, but he received another answer. "No, leave it to me. After all, if something has to be done right, it's better to do it with your own hands," Anoki told the ninja. Naruto just smiled as he held his broken arm and aligned the bones, showing the pain with his face, drawing the attention of his enemies at the moment. A flame began to surround the blonde's broken arm. "Ready to die?" Naruto asked with a malicious smile as the flame disappeared and the blonde boy began to move his arm again. The children of Iwa could only open their eyes wide when they saw the smile that the blonde boy wore while he moved his arm freely. The Jounin just swallowed, somewhat surprised, preparing to support Anoki. They wouldn't let the old man fight a renewed Naruto. The blonde boy's right eye flashed red as Naruto disappeared in a red burst. The surprised Jounin looked towards where their cage was at the moment Naruto appeared in front of him, punching him in the face that sent him flying several meters backwards thanks to his jutsu. Coward. Naruto exclaimed, leaping towards the Tsuchikage, causing an explosion at his feet, leaving flames on the ground as Naruto flew towards the Tsuchikage at monstrous speed. Anoki put his hands together to begin forming a Jinten cube, but he didn't have time. Naruto instantly caught up with him, landing another punch on his nose, making it bleed profusely as he was violently thrown backward. You think you can come to Aimgakure and cause even the smallest amount of damage and get away with it? I won't allow it. And if I don't allow it, it doesn't happen. Naruto exclaimed, grabbing the Tsuchikage's foot to prevent him from flying and violently shoving him down while holding him down, causing the old man to hit the ground on his back, coughing up blood. The three Jounin immediately charged at Naruto to attack him hand-to-hand since they didn't have time to draw hand seals. Naruto instantly turned around, throwing a powerful punch, clashing fists with one of the Jounin who charged towards him, throwing a punch. As their fists collided, the Jounin was propelled backwards, falling to the ground with his red knuckles beginning to swell. Without stopping, Naruto delivered a spinning kick backward, striking the Tsuchikage in the cheek and knocking him violently to the ground with the force of the impact. So that Naruto would continue lengthening the kick, stopping a punch from another Jounin by hitting his fist with the kick, unbalancing him and making him fall. Naruto watched the third Jounin stop to begin rapidly tracing hand seals, so he acted. Naruto quickly turned around, crouching down and grabbing Anoki by the four-pointed apron he wore under his neck, pulling it down to grab him by the back of his neck. The blonde man charged towards the Jounin who was tracing seals, reaching him and hitting him with the Tsuchikage's body, causing Anoki to collide with the Jounin's idiate, wounding the cage on the forehead and causing it to bleed a little. I could spend all day beating you up and humiliating you, you damn old man. Naruto exclaimed sadistically, releasing Anoki to kick him like a ball, forcefully sending him into the air. He then jumped and disappeared in a fiery flash. They appeared behind the Tsuchikage to deliver another powerful spinning kick, launching him at high speed to the ground, where he fell into a crater he made in the muddy floor. With a demonic smile, Naruto approached Anoki again, who was spitting blood while gasping for breath, and cleaned himself of all the mud he had grabbed. Come on, old man, face the consequences. You set this machine in motion. You turned this demon against you. Naruto exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to Anoki, sending him flying dozens of meters back from the mud. Because of you, I can't even control my power, Naruto said as he began to generate a large amount of fire release chakra in his hand. Now face the consequences, he said, smiling as he pointed the fire release energy at Anoki. But at that moment, Naruto felt restraints on his limbs. What the hell is happening? Naruto said as his jutsu disintegrated and he fell to the ground. What happened was that the Jounin regained their strength, and taking advantage of the fact that Naruto was beating up their leader, formed chakra chains with seals that absorbed chakra. The more the recipient of the attack used, the tighter it became. Now we have you well tied up, you damn demon, said the Jounin who held the chakra chain with both arms, which had Naruto's legs as well as his arms and the third his neck, making the blonde kneel against the ground. The blonde man's anger and helplessness could be felt from thousands of kilometers away as he was the victim of a dirty trick. You bastards, you better release me or you'll suffer like the whores you are. Naruto exclaimed furiously as his body burst into flames in a blue aura with yellow tones. Anoki stood up while still feeling the effects of the beating he had received, which, although it would not have happened in his best years as a ninja, surprised him quite a bit, and he regretted underestimating the blonde. I don't want to resort to this type of attack, but now that you have him pinned down, it's time to end your damned life, Anoki said as he prepared his best jutsu. The blonde man just roared and increased his aura. As a result, the chains tightened more, but the rocks and earth rose up. Hurry up, Tsuchikage-sama, we can't do this any longer, said a ninja who was holding Naruto, who was kneeling on the floor as he moved. I'll finish you off, you bastards. Let me go and maybe I won't be so bloodthirsty, Naruto exclaimed as his strength waned. This is as far as you go, you bastard Jinten, Genkai Hakuri Hashira, exclaimed Anoki, concentrating a Jinten jutsu towards Naruto before seeing what happened. No, do you think I'm going to perish here? You are very wrong. I come from the very depths of hell and some bucking old man isn't going to do anything to me. The blonde man's violent voice boomed as he raised his face and gaze, terrifying those present. I am a curse to all my enemies. I am the damned walking hell, Naruto exclaimed as his two eyes emitted a small explosion, causing flames to burn fiercely in front of his eyeballs. The three Jounin began to scream in terror as the chains surrounding Naruto began to smoke. Tsuchikage-sama, hurry up, exclaimed the three Jounin as the chains turned red hot, terrifying them and burst into flames, beginning to burn the Jounin who started screaming, urging Anoki to hurry. The chains began to burn with flames, reaching the jounin who screamed desperately, separating themselves from the jutsu. Just at the moment the chains exploded and parts of them reached the jounin, falling on them and causing severe burns. Anoki's eyes widened in shock, losing his concentration and control as the jutsu exploded, expelling a thin but long laser beam towards Naruto's left shoulder, piercing it completely. But the blonde man did not flinch. His left arm stopped moving, but his psychopathic smile did not disappear. On the contrary, it grew larger. Omnitrix. Naruto exclaimed like a madman as a flame formed, creating a red-hot sword in his right hand. The Tsuchikage tried to back away as fear overwhelmed him, feeling the overwhelming power that Naruto emitted as his body burned in flames, forming a great burning aura. Anoki's eyes widened in shock, thinking Naruto was dead when the aura surrounding him exploded, leaving nothing behind. But things didn't end there for the Tsuchikage. At that moment the old man felt something burning and piercing him. He looked around and saw Naruto disappear after burying his sword in his abdomen. At that moment, Anoki let out a muffled scream before feeling another sword pierce his right thigh at an upward angle, the blade emerging from his left buttock. The jounin could only scream in despair as they watched the blonde disappear again in a fiery burst, this time piercing Anoki's right shoulder and leaving both his arms useless. Desperate, the jounin rose with severe burns on their bodies to charge towards where Naruto was in the air, burying a sword in Anoki's navel. "Come on, old man, there are still 3 left," Naruto exclaimed in a macabre tone of voice, turning around as a short dagger quickly formed in his hand, piercing Anoki's chest. "Oops, it didn't reach your heart, don't worry, I'll finish you off," Naruto said before disappearing in a fiery burst, reappearing behind Anoki with a long sword. The blonde man spun around, propelling the edge of the sword towards Anoki's chest. But a jounin managed to jump, pushing Anoki, who received a small cut along his entire back, throwing him to the ground with all those wounds, but the jounin took his place. "Pathetic," exclaimed Naruto, thrusting the sword forward and piercing the jounin's side, going through his ribs and vital organs so that the blade of the sword came out through his other side, condemning the unfortunate jounin to a swift death. "Let's go," exclaimed Anoki, spitting blood as he fell into the arms of one of the jounin. The jounin holding Anoki started running before receiving a powerful kick to his face, causing him to fall next to Anoki as Naruto appeared in front of them and kicked him before disappearing again in a fiery burst. Angered, the blonde man looked back to where he had been before as his body emitted even more flames, recreating the aura. "Even in hell they will remember the day they all fall before my infernal power," Naruto exclaimed as the great aura exploded, sending a huge blaze in all directions, causing a shockwave that reached the Tsuchikage and the 2 jounin who were running towards their village. As the aura dissipated, all that could be seen was an unconscious Naruto with his body sniffing around, his clothes burned on the ground, with many burn marks all around, with no trace of the Tsuchikage and the jounin who carried him. Then at that moment Konan, Kasame and Nagato appeared to help Naruto, who was unconscious on the ground. What the hell happened here? Were Kasame's words upon seeing that everything was destroyed, with several references to a great battle having taken place. "This looks like a battlefield, but right now the most important thing is to see Naruto," Nagato said, watching as Konan went to Naruto's aid, resting her head in his lap. "Naruto, can you hear me? Please tell me how you are," said Konan with a very worried face for the blonde boy. The blonde boy managed to open his eyes wide and look at her. "Konan. I'm fine, but I was able to finish them," Naruto gasped as a severe cough, thick with blood and smoke, engulfed him before he closed his eyes and fell unconscious again. Konan, worried, simply approached and put her ear to his heart and touched his neck to see if he was still alive. And indeed there were small heartbeats that relieved Konan, who wrapped Naruto in papers and lifted him up. "It's very hot, it's impossible for a human to be alive with their body at that temperature, but they're safe, I'll go help them get better," Konan said. "The good news is that he's okay, but how the hell is he still alive?" "We'll wait for him to recover and for everything to go as it should," Nagato said, accompanying Konan. "Yes, if you want I can take care of him," Kasame said, but was interrupted by a denial. "No, Kasame, leave him to me. I'll take care of him and make sure he recovers," Konan said, drawing the attention of Kasame and Nagato. "Whatever you want, it's all yours. Even better, I'll be able to have more privacy in my room," Kasame said with a sigh. Meanwhile in Konoha, Sasuke was sitting at his desk playing with a pencil while he thought. "I think it's time to confront Itachi. With these new powers, I'll finally make that bastard pay," he said furiously, snapping the pencil in two. "And after killing that bastard, I'll go after the other evil wretch who's been wreaking havoc here. I'm also struck by the fact that many small villages are being conquered, according to what I've been told, although that's a much minor issue that I don't need to dwell on. I'll find out more about it later." But at that moment, a ninja rushed into the office, catching Sasuke's attention, who became angry. "What the hell do you want now?" "The unfortunate cage, Hokage-sama, Itachi Uchiha's location has been confirmed. Here is the location," he said, handing some papers to the Hokage, who smiled. "What do you want us to do? Assemble a squad and we'll all attack him together," said the ninja, which irritated Sasuke. You're crazy, this battle is mine. I think I'll begin my journey. My revenge awaits me, he said, activating his Sharigan. As you command, Hokage-sama, said the ninja as he left the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, with Naruto. Days passed and Naruto remained unconscious until... In the tower of Aimgakure no Sato, in a very large room, on a bed was Naruto half-naked wearing black boxers. His torso was bandaged, passing over his injured shoulder and arm, and a bandage on his head. The blonde man was being attended to by Konan, who was wearing a long-sleeved black blouse and black pants. The blue-haired woman had some damp cloths that she changed daily on the blonde man's body, as well as some antibiotics. At that moment, Konan changed the cloth on her head to fall asleep with her arms on top of Naruto's bed, but at that moment Naruto began to wake up. What happened to me? Did I die again? The blonde man said as he opened his eyes, but memories of the fight he had with the Iwa people and the beating he gave them came flooding back. Haha, I gave you a tremendous beating, old man. I used you and your trash as a ball, Naruto said laughing, but little by little he realized his situation. Whoever bandaged me, and mind you, nobody cares even when I catch a cold, I thought, remembering my hell in Kanoja. Naruto just looked to the right and saw Konan asleep. Naruto was then able to connect everything and was very impressed. So you took care of me while I was unconscious, Naruto said, squinting and taking Konan's very soft hand. Konan slowly opened her eyes and realized that her hand was being held by Naruto, who was looking at her with a warm gaze, something very rare in the new Naruto, who only ever looked at the pleas of his victims before they were killed. Naruto, you're awake, said the blue-haired girl happily, hugging Naruto, who just looked at her and stroked her hair. Honestly, I'm surprised you took care of me, even though my regeneration is somewhat advanced. You helped me a lot and you're concerned for me, I'm glad, he said, gently touching the cheek of the blue-haired girl who blushed. It's nothing, don't scare us like that anymore, you damn maniac, Konan told Naruto to smile. You know how to treat me right, Naruto said, laughing. So before everything goes to shit, did you want to tell me something? What was it? He asked the blue-haired girl, who finally mustered her courage. Well, to tell you the truth, these past few months and the moment I found you, I felt something I hadn't felt since Yahiko was around, but I don't think I'm fooling myself anymore. These feelings overwhelm me every time I'm with you. Naruto, you're the one who makes my heart beat fast when I'm with you. You're the one who gives me feelings that, even though I can't explain them, tell me that Naruto, I love you. These were the words to the blonde boy, and although he had some understanding of the blue-haired girl's feelings, they touched his cold and broken heart very deeply. Seriously, I've never heard that before, nor did I care to hear it from anyone. But of one thing I'm very sure, Konan, from the moment I first saw you, I felt something special inside me. Even though my wounded heart only craved revenge. Throughout this journey, I've managed to better control my emotions and get to know myself better. And I can't shake these sensations and feelings that overwhelm me every time I think of you or have any contact with you. You know, Konan, every time I'm with you, my heart races and I get so excited. You know why, Konan? Because I feel the same way about you, the blonde man said, taking Konan by the shoulders and pulling her closer to him. Konan blushed and grabbed Naruto by the nape of his neck, watching as he approached him. The blonde man joined his lips with those of the blue-haired woman while placing his hand on her back. Konan released the tension in her body as she closed her eyes, feeling nervous and blushing from what she had told Naruto about her feelings, which he, it turned out, shared. But she was surprised when she felt the blonde boy's warm lips touch hers. Not knowing what to do, she simply let herself be carried away by him as her heart began to beat faster and faster, to the point of almost giving her a heart attack from how excited she was. Konan, still surprised, opened her eyes to see Naruto part his lips from hers to give her short kisses that only excited the kunoichi more, who couldn't stop feeling butterflies in her stomach. Suddenly, the blonde boy's mouth placed a strong kiss on the blue-haired girl's mouth, making her open her lips, and through there, timidly, Naruto's tongue slipped in. Konan began to move her hand behind the nape of the blonde man's neck, who did not separate from her, having a kiss that was becoming more and more intense. Having finished expressing their feelings with kisses, they separated, a thin strand of saliva still connecting their mouths. At that moment, Konan climbed onto Naruto's bed, placing one foot on either side of him. Completely blushing, Konan grabbed Naruto by the nape of his neck and brought her face closer to him to do what her heart desired, joining their lips again in an intense kiss, which Naruto reciprocated by taking her by the waist and lowering his hand further, which explored the body of the blue-haired girl who only blushed more at the blonde's action. Both immersed in passion, they continued, but the act was interrupted by Konan, who somewhat nervously said a few words. Wait, Naruto, I'm really sure about what we're going to do tonight, but I don't know, you know, she said nervously, grabbing her hair. Naruto simply smiled at her. I'll take care of anything we both have to deal with. I'll be your soulmate, Konan, never doubt that, the blonde boy said, reassuring Konan, who kissed him one last time before taking off her blouse, followed by the rest of her underwear, much to Naruto's delight. That night, Naruto and Konan shared a moment of lust and love, uniting body and soul. Naruto felt loved and cherished by someone again, and Conan felt love and trust towards someone again. I apologize to all those users who were expecting a lemon scene, but as you know, I don't do that anymore. I also want to clarify that I'm not against including some lemon in the theories. I just don't like writing lemons simply to gain attention in an unpleasant way. I would write a lemon here, but I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. If I write one in the future, I'll let you know. Anyway, sorry, let's continue. The very next day. The rays of the morning sun in Aimgakure hit the eyes of a certain blonde man who began to wake up and noticed that he had Conan on top of him, naked as well as him, only she was asleep on his chest while hugging him. Naruto could only stare at the ceiling and wonder what would have become of his life if he hadn't made that deal with the Shinigami. He wouldn't have the power he had now, even with training. He wouldn't have a vast territory and ninjas under his control, and above all, he wouldn't have the love of a woman. Although this shouldn't blind me to my main goal, my only reason for living is to see Kanoja burn its people even more, I thought as I smiled. But Conan she is. Conan is a new reason for being in my life, Naruto thought as he stroked the blue-haired girl's hair, who only slowly opened her eyes and looked at the blonde boy and could only manage a smile before hugging Naruto's chest tighter. Then someone knocked on the door, much to the surprise of Naruto and Conan, who was annoyed because she was having a moment of peace. I'm sorry, Conan, if you want you can continue resting, I'll take care of everything today, said Naruto, standing up while Conan, who was covered with the sheet, said a few words to him. Please don't die or I'll go to your grave and kill you 1,000 more times, she said, smiling at Naruto, who just nodded and left, leaving Conan to lie down and rest. Naruto removed all the bandages from his body, showing that he was almost as good as new, and snapped his fingers, being surrounded by swirling black flames to form his black outfit again with the star on his chest, and left. Naruto simply greeted them before taking a seat. It's great that you've recovered, Naruto, and I have some good news to tell you, Nagato said. From what I can see, you had a good night, Naruto. Besides, we have to go to the interrogation room. There's someone we need to get information from, Kasama said, smiling. Naruto just raised an eyebrow at the first thing said. Good night indeed. I know what you mean. You'd better shut up or I'll send you back to the sewer where you belong. And about the second thing, we'd better go. But he was interrupted by Nagato. I'll ignore what happened last night since what you two are doing is no secret. Half of Aimgakure heard your noises. Besides, the guy we have to interrogate has crucial information about Konoha that will interest you, said the redhead. The blonde man just smiled at that, then left the seat and walked with Kasame towards the torture chamber. After going down a lot of floors until reaching an entrance where there were two jounin wearing gray uniforms, and each one had a red ribbon on his opposite arm with the Naruto symbol, both ninjas wearing masks. Naruto-sama, it's good that you've woken up. The subject is waiting to be interrogated, said one of the two ninjas while making a hand seal. Naruto simply nodded as he walked through a lit hallway until he reached a door which opened, revealing a man in the standard Konoha uniform. Kasame, leave this to me, I'll enjoy this my way, Naruto said as his eye flashed red. All yours, said the Hoshigaki, leaving the room. Welcome, Naruto joins the fight. In the previous chapter, after Naruto's social reorganization plan began, months passed in which the territories around Aimgakure were conquered by Naruto and his army, which started with 30 people and now has more than 1,500 ninjas under his command. Aimgakure's economy increased, and it could be ranked as the 6th great village. With all this in Iwa, they found out everything Aimgakure was doing, so Onoki personally attacked Naruto's secondary base, bringing the building down with him inside. Naruto suffered some injuries but still continued fighting to the end against Onoki and his squad, humiliating them in the process. Due to lack of chakra, extreme physical exhaustion, and an extremely high body temperature, the blonde boy had to fall unconscious. He was bedridden for a few days under the care of Conan, who, upon waking, embraced him with all her soul. Conan expressed the feelings she had trapped inside, and they were reciprocated. They both gave birth to their love. After a passionate night, Naruto woke up to go to a meeting with Kasame and Nagato. Kasame took Naruto to the interrogation room since they had found someone who could be useful to them. Narration from Conan's point of view. The blue-haired girl was still lying in bed with a big smile because she hadn't slept well in years and she'd had a great night. The blue-haired woman realized she was still naked in her bed, so she sighed and put on her black outfit, which was characterized by its midriff-bearing design. To start combing my hair and think more clearly about what happened last night. There's a chance it'll end. No, I don't think so, said the blue-haired girl as she put on her characteristic black Akatsuki cloak. Meanwhile in Kanoja's, the Hokage is absent as he went to attend to some personal matters. Therefore, Shikamaru Nara will be in charge, the Hokage spokesperson told the inhabitants, who then calmly went about their daily business. Shikamaru was sitting at Sasuke's desk thinking about something. I should review Sasuke's plans. I don't entirely trust him, Shikamaru thought as he searched for some files which he later opened. Something caught his attention. First plan, rebuild the Uchiha clan to improve Konoha's power. Second, assassinate Naruto. This last one was already crossed off the list. Third, assassinate Itachi in progress. Nara merely raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even bothered to put this away properly. Although there's something else, Nara thought shrewdly as he continued searching and found a file that made his eyes widen in surprise. The perfect Sharigan tests on children. The file said this is not good at all, Nara thought. Returning to Aimgakure no Sato, dressed in dark clothing and with his face covered by a mask, Naruto stood before his interrogation victim. Naruto could only manage to get close to the face of the ninja who was tied to a chair. Do you want to start telling me, or something to move forward? The blonde boy said, smiling. This was answered in a different way as the ninja made the mistake of spitting in Naruto's face. A flame formed on the saliva-covered part of the blonde man's face mask, evaporating the saliva and leaving the mask as good as new. I think it'll have to be the hard way, he exclaimed, delivering a Spartan-style kick to the ninja's chest, sending him flying backward at high speed. He was stopped by the wall, and the impact of the wall and the wooden chair struck his back, causing the ninja to expel all the air from his lungs. You know, I always wanted to learn how to use senbon needles. Naruto's voice rang out as red-hot needles reached the shinobi's sandals, piercing his toenails and toes, burning him and leaving holes that caused him to let out muffled screams. Wow, I'm so precise, hahaha, Naruto exclaimed mockingly as two red-hot senbon needles reached the shinobi's ears, piercing and burning them, leaving two holes there. Yes, you'll look better with those earrings, said Naruto as he approached the shouting ninja. Nice screams, Mr. Rebel. I'd love to hear them when I rip out your nails, break all your fingers, and then cut them off, Naruto said maniacally. Meanwhile in Kumo, Tsuna and Kiri, the cage of their respective villages had just received a letter. The seal indicated it was from Iwagakure. The cages, already waiting, proceeded to read the cards, revealing the location of the next urgent cages meeting to be held in a remote location in the Land of Iron. Things weren't going well in Iwa because Anoki ended up in deplorable condition after the last confrontation, so his grandchildren are taking care of him and making sure he recovers for the summit. Back in Aimgakure, Naruto was wiping his hands as he left the interrogation room. Kasame, who was against the wall, approached to ask him what he had said. What happened, Naruto? Something of utmost importance that scoundrel told you. These were the words of Hoshigaki. Naruto just put on his gloves and nodded. In fact, he told me more than necessary. It seems I have a lot to do today, the blonde said as he left, but before leaving he said a few words to the fish. So you can clean the room or arrange for someone else to do it. Apparently this guy was somewhat loyal, so it was hard to get the information out of him. He kept saying, disappearing. Meanwhile, Nagato was with Konan. The redhead was busy with some paperwork, but he saw the blonde man enter the room. How are you, Nagato? Oh, Konan, I see you're up, said the blonde, approaching a blushing Konan who gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Naruto then sat down in a chair next to Nagato to discuss some matters. Do you want coffee, Naruto-kun? Konan said, changing the san prefix she always used. If it's not too much trouble, make that delicious coffee you make. After all, it's the second best thing you know how to make, Naruto said, winking at Konan, who smiled amusedly. Nagato viewed this as strange but happy for her childhood friend. Naruto, how did it go with the ninja from Konoha? Any details or locations, anything useful you can give us? Nagato asked Naruto, who was receiving a cup of coffee from Konoha. She sat down on Naruto's lap, who didn't say anything. Apparently, the Hyuga clan was banished from Konoha because the Hokage believes they are a plague, which is good for us since he told me the location of their current camp, and it's not very far away. I know what this is all about, said the redhead, taking out a pen and paper. Konan, you know how to make envelopes, Nagato said to the blue-haired girl who nodded. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga camp, Esteban was located in the forest with a lot of tents, but the most important one was a large one. Inside that tent were gathered the most important leaders. Hisashi, what will we do? We need to be in some village, but they would use us in any of the big ones, said one of the elders. It doesn't matter, they always used us, said another older man. Hisashi remained calm, saying, let's just be patient, good times will come soon, I can feel it, the clan leader said, closing his eyes. Elsewhere in the camp, Neji and Hinata were walking. Do you think the clan's situation will improve, Neji-kun? Hinata asked sadly. Neji just saw her looking very sad, so he took her hand, which surprised her. Don't be sad, Hinata. As long as I'm here, don't worry about anything. I'll always be by your side, Neji said, looking into Hinata's eyes, which made her blush. The pearl-eyed girl thought that, although she missed the blonde boy and his death affected her greatly, it was time to move on. Neji had always been there for her, and Naruto would be happy to see her with someone who made her happy. That's what the pearl-eyed girl thought, a girl who had long been in a state of depression which she overcame thanks to Neji. You know, Neji, how about we go to a store, you know? She said, blushing like a tomato. Neji blushed too, and he simply nodded. The two young people then walked off hand in hand. Those two seem very close, don't you think, Hanabi-san? Said Uruka, who was sitting in a seat next to his student watching the two young people leave. I know, sensei. Besides, since you and that crazy woman joined the camp looking for a place to sleep, things have gotten a little better, the brunette said, smiling. Who are you calling crazy? Anko said, appearing out of nowhere next to the two who were startled and stared wide-eyed, returning to Aimgakure with Naruto. The red-haired boy sealed an envelope with a seal on the letter bearing the Aimgakure symbol and gave it to Naruto, who simply took it. "It's time for me to go. I'm sure that by giving them this and saying a few words, everything will be all right," said the blonde man. "I hope so, Naruto, although I would never doubt your ability," said the redhead, sitting back down. "Well, Nagato and Konan, see you later. I'll probably be back with good news," said the blonde man, disappearing in a vortex of fire. A while later, Naruto reappeared in a forest, but there were a lot of shops with the Hyuga clan symbol. The blonde man simply smiled, knowing he had arrived at the right place, and then step by step he made his way to the entrance where there were 2 guards. "2 guards, they surely won't be so demanding," he said, approaching the 2 Hyugas, who immediately stopped the blonde man. "What can I offer you? This is a private area," one of them said. "If you have something important to say or you're just here to cause trouble, we'll be forced to use force," the other said. Naruto just sighed before speaking. "I come in peace. I have a message from a cage for your leader. It's best if you remain calm. I have no intention of attacking you," said the blonde man. Both Hyugas looked at each other somewhat doubtfully. "All right, you can go in, but remember, no stupid shit," said one of them, clearing a path for Naruto, who walked off alone towards what appeared to be the leader's shop. As Naruto walked, he noticed that there were many Hyuga clan members mingling together, and some were looking at him curiously. I think that after all, they weren't such a bad clan as they seemed. It's just an old custom that clouded their prejudice. But the blonde boy stopped, somewhat confused and surprised, as he could see Uruka, Anko, and Hinata's younger sister talking just meters away. "This is peculiar, but I suppose it's all right. They must have asked to stay and they were allowed to. I'd better not get distracted and continue on my way," thought the blonde man, inches from the tent where the clan leaders were. Meanwhile, somewhere very remote, Sasuke Uchiha, wearing a black cloak, was entering a large temple bearing the Uchiha symbol. Sasuke was just sharpening his chokudo as he entered the main room, where there was a throne, and a man with jet black hair and markings was sitting on it. "Finally you've arrived, dear brother. What made you so late?" A cold voice sounded, belonging to none other than Itachi Uchiha. "It's better that this delay served as your last breaths of life, because today the Hokage of the village will finish you off," he said, words that greatly surprised Itachi. "Hokage? Sasuke, my bratty brother as Hokage? It's not a good idea. Who the hell thought of leaving him as Hokage?" he thought while activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Back to the blonde guy. The blonde man was already with the elders and the leader of the Hyuga clan. After giving some explanations, he gave the letter to the clan leader, who was reading it attentively. "So the Aimkage offers us the chance to join his village, which has been growing in power. I know for a fact that Aimgakure has been carrying out invasions, and from what I see, they promise to be the clan with the most prestige and respect," Hisashi said. "That's right, we promise you the utmost respect. Furthermore, I, the current general of the entire Aim army and the most respected person in the village, promise you that we will never treat you the way the filthy Leaf village did," Naruto said, much to the displeasure of all the elders. "It's something I need to discuss, but to avoid prolonging things, what do you think? Raise your hand if you want to continue as we are," said the clan leader, but nobody raised their hand. "Now raise your hand if you want to join the village of Aimgakure, which promises us more respect," he said, to which most, including him, raised their hands. "We need more details," said the few Hyuga who didn't raise their hands. "Perfect, what kind of details do you need?" Naruto asked. "What is the level of economy in America?" asked an old man. "Compared to a year ago, it's a huge increase, and besides, the village lacks nothing. And if we settle there, where would you place us? Aimgakure's territory is larger now." Old Naruto pulled out a map of the elemental continent, and Tanagakure, Kusagakure, and Ishigakure weren't there. The 3 small villages were marked as Aimgakure territory. "If we're talking about military matters, I'll give you 4 locations. One where Ishigakure used to be, another where Tanagakure used to be, another where Kusagakure used to be, and another right in the center of the village. Besides being militarily positioned in the first 3 territories, you'll have a large complex in the center, but I warn you, it rains in the central city more than twice a week," Naruto explained. "I see why you're the army general. This is a great offer for our clan," Hayashi said. "We all agree, but you haven't given us the conditions that you obviously will. You wouldn't give away territory just like that," Hayashi said. "These are obvious conditions. We need them to provide military support by becoming part of the AIM army," Naruto said, calling the man with the scar on his nose. "Based on his current attire, he's the perfect model for the AIM uniform." Hayashi simply called Uruka, who quickly arrived, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the blonde man in black clothing and a black face mask. "What's wrong, Hayashi?" Uruka asked. "The general of Aimgakure wants to show us his village's uniform. Would you be so kind as to try it on?" Hayashi asked. "Yes, if there's no problem," said Uruka, who was still surprised. General of Aimgakure, thought Uruka, looking at Naruto, who snapped his fingers. The Hyuga clan members were surprised and went on guard, ready to activate their Byakugan upon seeing Uruka engulfed in flames. Relax, I have no intention or reason to do anything to you, Naruto said as the flames surrounding Uruka disappeared, revealing Uruka wearing a Chunin outfit similar to Konoha's but with black clothing, a gray vest with red details, and a reddish-black idiate with the kanji for Aimgakure. Those present were perplexed by what had happened at that moment. It looks really cool, but don't you think it's very similar to the one in Konoha? Hayashi said. To keep up the tradition, and besides, this one looks much better than the one from the leaf, Naruto said, bringing a smile to everyone's face. It's decided, Hayashi said, receiving everyone's agreement. The blonde boy gave a triumphant smile from beneath his face mask. I think it's time to make all the preparations so you can move in as soon as possible. Here's the location of the village. When you arrive, we'll give you the accommodations, Naruto said, to which the leader nodded. Our destiny and future are in your hands, General, one of the elders told Naruto, who simply nodded. Your leader, Nagato-san, is already in your hands. Well, gentlemen, it was a pleasure talking with you. I have to go, said Naruto. It's time to strike back at that disgusting, traitorous dream stealer, Naruto thought, smiling beneath his mask. Naruto chose not to tell Nagato and Konan anything because he knew they would stop him for his own safety. Naruto disappeared in a vortex of fire, leaving all the Hyuga clan members present astonished. The blonde man reappeared outside the ancient temple of the Uchiha clan where sounds of a fight could be heard. I think I arrived just in time, Naruto said with a smile as he entered the temple. Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha were found in the temple, both with cuts and burns on their clothes and some cuts, burns, and marks from successful punches on their skin. I will avenge my clan today, Itachi. You have tarnished the name of the Uchiha clan in the village, and I, the sixth Hokage, will cleanse that name. Sasuke exclaimed, launching a slash with his Chokudo towards Itachi. Stop, Sasuke, we need to talk, Itachi exclaimed. You won't trap me in your disgusting genjutsu, especially not now that I possess this. Amaterasu, Sasuke exclaimed as his star-shaped red eye blinked. At that moment, Itachi had to exert force, deflecting Sasuke's Chokudo and turning around, removing the black cloak he possessed, which then began to burn in black flames. In an instant, Itachi lunged at Sasuke, slashing with his kana and sending the Chokudo flying from Sasuke's hand. Sasuke quickly responded by spinning and launching a kick towards Itachi's face, but Itachi dodged it simply by ducking. A lovely reunion of brothers, a deep voice said as a red flash caught everyone's attention. The Uchiha brothers glanced to the side, seeing a blonde man in black clothing with red eyes and a black face mask. And it was you, you bastard, Sasuke exclaimed, recalling the specifications Shikamaru had given him. Itachi simply opened his eyes in surprise at the imposing aura that the blonde man emitted just by being there. I'll kill both of you bastards, Sasuke exclaimed before watching Naruto disappear in a burst of flames. Sasuke turned to look at Itachi, managing to see how the blonde had appeared in front of him and punched him in the abdomen, depriving him of all air at that moment. Sasuke was unable to react as he saw Naruto quickly launch a powerful kick to his face, knocking him to the ground. Without stopping, Naruto pushed off even further, launching a kick to Itachi's face, sending him flying backwards. Instantly, a flame formed in Naruto's hand, creating a small dagger which he threw at the newly awakened Sasuke. Sasuke turned his body, avoiding the red-hot dagger, but he didn't see Naruto coming. Naruto quickly delivered a mid-height kick to Sasuke's abdomen, knocking the wind out of him and sending the blonde boy into a backflip. His foot struck Sasuke in the face, causing a nosebleed. Itachi instantly charged at Naruto, throwing a punch after tossing shurikens. But Naruto was more agile and dodged the shurikens, twisting to the side and avoiding Itachi's punch. Itachi was propelled forward as Naruto spun around and kicked him in the back with the sole of his boot. Itachi and Sasuke collided, falling to the ground. They quickly turned to see the blonde boy with both legs bent and two large flames in his hands, which disappeared, forming two long swords with red-hot edges. Your death must wait a little while, Itachi, Sasuke exclaimed, standing up and jumping out of the temple through a window. You think you're going to run away, you disgusting coward, Naruto exclaimed, disappearing in a fiery burst through the same window. He caught up with Sasuke and kicked him in the face, sending him crawling to the ground for a few meters. Instantly, Itachi appeared to see Naruto throwing one of his swords at Sasuke, who spun around, saving himself from being pinned to the ground by a sword in his abdomen. Amaterasu, Itachi exclaimed, his eye bleeding as he stared at Naruto, who quickly covered his face with his sword. The reddish blade burst into black flames, leaving Itachi perplexed as he watched Naruto perfectly shield himself. The sword Naruto held in his hand dissolved into red flames that mingled with black ones as it spun, forming a black and red sphere that levitated above Naruto's palm. Naruto's eye flashed red as more swirling flames covered the sphere, which Naruto then threw forcefully towards Itachi. The older Uchiha quickly jumped to the side as he saw the sphere approaching him. When the sphere reached Itachi's position, before jumping it exploded in a large dome of black and red flames, emitting a violent heat that engulfed the entire environment. Naruto quickly launched a kick at Sasuke's face, who jumped up propelled by his arms, but was sent crashing back to the ground by a kick to his mouth that swelled his lips and made him spit blood as he fell to the ground. "Come on, I thought they were stronger," Naruto said mockingly. Sasuke angrily punched the ground and stood up, his eyes bleeding. Instantly, Naruto leaped to the side and headed towards Itachi, a long red katana forming in his hand. Itachi assumed a fighting stance as he tried to make eye contact with Naruto. But it was impossible. Naruto's eyes were focused everywhere but on Itachi's, making it impossible for the Uchiha to put Naruto under a genjutsu. Naruto quickly charged towards Itachi, leaving a trail of fire in his wake as Itachi drew a kunai to defend himself against Naruto. At a speed imperceptible to any normal person, Naruto delivered several swift cuts to Itachi, whose Sharigan was useless in his defense. Itachi could only see a small explosion several meters ahead of him. Within that explosion, Naruto formed, his eye emitting a red flash. Itachi could do nothing before feeling dozens of small cuts all over his body, leaving dozens of small bloodstains all over his clothes, causing him intense pain the moment he fell to the ground on one knee. "You're already immobilized for my plan," Naruto thought, smiling beneath his mask as he watched Itachi on one knee. Turning around, Naruto charged towards Sasuke, who had just completed a sequence of hand seals. "Katen Gaokikyu no Jutsu!" exclaimed Sasuke, launching a fireball into the sky. Naruto, somewhat thoughtful about the Uchiha's behavior, charged towards him as the katana in his hand disappeared. The blonde boy threw a punch at Sasuke, who barely dodged it and counterattacked by throwing a punch at Naruto. But the blonde boy caught his fist. "Who the hell are you bastard?" Sasuke exclaimed, starting to get frustrated before Naruto landed a punch to his abdomen, knocking the wind out of him. "Don't you remember?" Naruto said, turning and delivering a reverse kick to Sasuke, leaving him stunned and staggering from the impact. "I think I'm too late, they're too weak to fight me," Naruto thought before feeling a monstrous power behind him, turning around to see Itachi getting up while coughing blood and beginning to emit a strange orange aura which showed that he was powerful. Naruto's eyes widened before he staggered from a kick to his temple delivered by Sasuke. Naruto quickly jumped, performing a somersault while holding onto the ground with one hand before landing on his feet. Naruto saw the anger on Sasuke's face as he felt the power emanating from Itachi, drawing an eager smile beneath his mask. "You enter my village and kill guards to free prisoners. You invade private property and kill people from a prestigious clan. And now you have the nerve to come and interfere in my personal affairs." Sasuke exclaimed angrily, his three-tomo Sharingan fully activated, charging at Naruto with unrestrained rage. Naruto felt a strong punch to his abdomen which bent him forward, where he received a knee to the forehead, raising his face again. "I'm going to smile while I stomp on your disgusting corpse," Sasuke exclaimed, launching a spinning kick at Naruto, sending him spinning and causing him to lose his face mask. Sasuke tried to focus on the blonde boy's face before being shocked by the bright red flash emanating from Naruto's two eyes. The blonde boy spun around, unleashing a low spinning kick that left Sasuke suspended in midair for a few seconds. Just enough time for Naruto to perform a backflip, finishing with a powerful leg impact to Sasuke's chest, slamming him hard to the ground, causing him to spit up a lot of blood. "You think a waste of a person like you has a chance against me?" Naruto said, laughing as flames surrounded his face, forming a new mask. Sasuke was about to speak before feeling the strong impact of Naruto's leg on his abdomen, leaving him completely breathless. The blonde boy delivered a second kick to his liver, leaving Sasuke paralyzed for a few seconds due to the combined impact. Naruto stared in bewilderment at the large orange Tengu, cut in half, that formed around Itachi. The Tengu had a shield in one hand and a large sword in the other. Sweet revenge, another rescue. In the previous chapter, after interrogating a Konoha ninja and extracting vital information, Naruto went to where the Hyuga clan were living as nomads. He convinced them to join Aimgakure, which they agreed to after receiving assurances. He then went to confirm the rumors of Itachi and Sasuke's meeting, which proved to be true. Upon intervening, Naruto engaged the two Uchiha in combat, using his immense power to fight and inflict significant injuries. Currently, Naruto has Itachi at his mercy. Itachi, the older Uchiha, expelled. Blood from his mouth from the blow he was receiving, while Naruto smiled under his mask and lifted Itachi by the neck, whom he was about to stab in the chest. The older Uchiha turned his gaze towards his younger brother, who was on the ground trying to remove the arrow, attentive. "I'm sorry, brother, it seems there won't be a next time," the older Uchiha said with what little breath he had left. A flood of memories rushed through Itachi's mind. The day he witnessed the Third Shinobi World War, the day he entered the academy as a prodigy of excellence, the day he decided to join Root Anbu, the death of his almost brother Shisui Uchiha, the day he was forced to commit genocide against his clan, bearing the hatred of the entire village, including his brother, whom he had to protect by doing everything he did. And now he was about to fulfill his objective, to die fighting his brother when he was strong enough to defend himself. But a wave of insecurity washed over him. That blonde man in black who had just beaten them both senseless and survived brutally strong attacks. Itachi wouldn't allow himself to leave this world with that man still there, threatening his precious brother's life. But unfortunately for the older Uchiha, there was nothing he could do. His body had collapsed from the immense damage, and all that remained was to be killed by that blonde man in front of his younger brother. That day, the blonde, red-eyed man in black clothes would snatch away Sasuke's dream and thwart Itachi's goal at the same time. It's a shame and an injustice that you're the one who has to pay for the mistakes of that cockroach you call a brother. But the world isn't merciful or fair. I've witnessed that firsthand. I hope you pass on to a better world. Goodbye, Itachi Uchiha. These were Naruto's words as he thrust his sword with massive force, aiming for the chest of the defenseless Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's eyes widened as he felt the tip and edge of the sword reach his chest, piercing and cutting his skin as it plunged deeper. An expression of pain appeared on the gaunt face of the older Uchiha as he felt his sternum crack while the blade's edge pierced through, shattering it into pieces. Itachi's eyes widened even further as he expelled all his breath as he felt the blade penetrate and pierce his heart, sealing his fate as the sword completely pierced it. Sasuke, Itachi murmured as the blade's edge exited through his back. Slowly, Naruto placed the sole of his boot on Itachi's chest and pushed hard, pulling the sword completely out of Itachi's chest. Itachi fell to the ground with a hole that started in his chest and ended in his back, expelling a lot of blood from both places as his eyes lost their shine, and his body fell into unconsciousness that after a few seconds ended like an eternal rest, thus ending the life of the Uchiha who massacred his clan. The younger Uchiha's eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene. His only family member, his older brother Itachi. Itachi lay dead before the blonde man in black, who, besides causing him trouble in his position, had committed an unforgivable act. His dream to kill Itachi Uchiha was his ultimate goal, to avenge his clan, to end the hatred directed at him, to stop feeling inferior. All of that would end the day he himself, with his skills and power, killed Itachi Uchiha. But no, that blonde man arrived and beat him senseless, snatching his dream away right before his eyes. No, damn it, this can't be happening, it's impossible. This can't be going on. My whole life I've waited for this moment. My whole life I've dreamed of this day coming, of being the one to fulfill my revenge, my goal, my achievement. I had to kill Itachi Uchiha. You don't know how much I've suffered, how much I've strived and sacrificed to be the one to fulfill everything he always wanted. But then you come along, you damned wretch, and you take this away from me. Day and night suffering and tearing myself apart so you can steal my dream. Damn you, Sasuke exclaimed with all his might as he threw punches at the ground, his eyes bleeding. Naruto just looked at Sasuke with disgust because of what he was exclaiming at that moment. The blonde man just sighed and, sword in hand, headed towards the raven-haired man who, overcome by frustration, hatred, and other feelings, stood up. You disgust me, Sasuke. Itachi was your brother. You didn't even care that I killed him, did you? The only thing you cared about was that I killed him and not you. You're a bucking piece of trash, Sasuke, Naruto said as one of his red eyes glowed, and in a split second he kicked the raven-haired boy in the face, leaving him lying next to his dead brother. Sasuke was emaciated, spitting blood as he stared at his brother's corpse and the blonde man who had killed him while trying to use his Daojutsu. But it was all in vain. He could only grow more filled with hatred as his strength dwindled. Damn you. When I find out who you are, you'll wish you'd never been born, you damned wretch, exclaimed the raven-haired man, trying to do more than just talk but failing. I'm starting to realize, Sasuke, you're pathetic, selfish, and many other things that make you a disgusting person. You're way overrated for how pathetic you are. Look how I have you on the ground at my mercy, but you know it's nice to have you lying there, all humiliated, your dream just stolen, said Naruto, his tone becoming increasingly macabre. You see, it's like they say, Hawkage, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a good saying that speaks to the vengeance that exists in the world. You know, Sasuke, I've heard many times that revenge is very satisfying, and everyone who said it was right. Taking away the sleep of the wretch who took mine is very satisfying. You know that sooner or later you'll get a taste of your own medicine, and this, Hawkage, is the first taste I'm going to give you. What are you talking about, you bastard? What do you mean? Sasuke exclaimed before falling into a disturbing silence as he concocted many theories about who the blonde guy was who had just stolen his dream. It's impossible, tell me who the hell you are, Sasuke said, still standing next to his brother's corpse. What makes you think I'll tell you, you poor wretch? All I'll do is walk away smiling while you writhe in agony, having failed to achieve your goal, the goal that gave you life every day, the goal you strived and suffered so much for. The goal for which you made sacrifices and which has made you Hawkage, the goal I just stole from you. He said this last part with a maniacal grin, disappearing in a great explosion of blue fire. The Uchiha was stunned to see the blonde disappear, leaving him alone after snatching his dream right out from under his nose. Sasuke just gritted his teeth in hatred, powerless to do anything. Consumed by his hatred and frustration, the raven-haired man began to unleash his anger by pounding the ground, knowing full well that this wouldn't bring him back the chance to achieve his greatest goal in life. Sasuke just screamed like a madman, consumed by hatred and frustration, until he looked at his brother's body, and then he noticed that the Uchiha's corpse had the pattern of his Mangekyou Sharigan present. It's impossible it's supposed to deactivate when an Uchiha dies, the raven-haired man thought, but suddenly he was paralyzed upon seeing Itachi's Mangekyou Sharigan falling into an illusion. The raven-haired man found himself in a dark room with a chair. He simply followed the chair and sat down, waiting for something to happen, which it did. At that moment, some crows formed Itachi in front of Sasuke, who just watched in great confusion. I imagine you're a little confused by this, but I'll explain. I planned this in what were my last seconds of life, so that if you didn't kill me, this would activate the moment I died at the hands of someone other than you. The raven-haired man stared intently. This genjutsu is made with the purpose of showing you the truth. I have decided to do this to show you the truths of the village, he said while a large flashback showed the mission that was entrusted to him, and many things that were not known more about Danzo Shimura and his organization. Sasuke only had tears in his eyes. You risked your future to keep the village and its inhabitants, he said, crying. That's right, sometimes people have to make a great sacrifice for someone or something valuable. It's better to accept it for the best. I hope you understand, brother. Now I want you to take my eyes and use them. That way you'll have access to the ultimate power of the Uchiha, Itachi said. Wait, brother, Sasuke said, approaching the Itachi who had disappeared, thus ending the illusion. Meanwhile, the blonde man teleported back to the main tower of Aimgakure to stand at the entrance inside. Back to Naruto. Naruto simply headed upstairs in the building where Nagato and Konan were in the main hall, opening some boxes they had on the main table. Do you find it strange that Naruto hasn't come yet? The blue-haired girl said somewhat tensely to Nagato, who just smiled. Don't worry, he'll be fine. I suppose he's taking a while for something, but for now let's see the shipments with the new uniforms, Nagato said as he opened a box and found dark gray tactical vests with red trim, as well as black sets that would go under the vest. Then someone appeared in front of them. I would be surprised, said Naruto, surprising Nagato and Konan who were looking at the uniforms. Naruto, you're back, Konan said happily as she went to hug the blonde boy, who smiled back as he hugged her and stroked her hair with his other hand. Did you think I would break my promise? You are a new reason for my life, he said, looking into the orange eyes of the blue-haired girl, who blushed because Naruto remembered that promise they made. It's good to have you here, Naruto. We were looking at the uniforms our ninjas will wear, the redhead said to Naruto, who just nodded. What do you think if I tell you a little bit about everything that happened to me and my slight delay, said Naruto. Then Naruto proceeded to tell them everything that happened, from the fight with Itachi to convincing the Hyuga clan to go to Aimgakure. Naruto recounted every detail of what occurred. Nagato simply nodded and began making preparations for the Hyuga's lodging. You know, Naruto-kun, come with me. I want you to give me your opinion and I'll ignore the fact that you went to that suicide battle, Konan said to Naruto, who just laughed in fear. Konan grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him to a room. Minutes later, we can see Naruto sitting in an armchair waiting for Konan, who was in the bathroom changing. He asked me what he wanted to show me, the blonde man said, sounding bored. I'm ready, Konan said, stepping out as Naruto's eyes widened. Konan was dressed in the new Aimgakure uniform, black ninja sandals, tight black ninja pants, and a gray tactical vest with red trim, though her arms were bare and sleeveless. The blue-haired girl only posed for Naruto, who still had his eyes open. What do you think, Naruto-kun? It looks good on me, she said, winking as she approached Naruto, sat on his lap and hugged his neck. You look hot, love, it suits you very well, it looks great down there, he said while touching Konan's butt and squeezing it, making the blue-haired girl blush. I'm all yours, love, Konan said, blushing, as she brought her face closer to Naruto, who instantly placed his lips on the kunoichi's, joining in a light kiss that became hotter for both of them with each passing second. At the pace Naruto was going, he was already carrying Konan, both of them close together, their lips touching as they kissed, and then they both went to bed. Meanwhile in Kanoja, a lost-looking Sasuke was entering his house in the Uchiha compound but was greeted by Sakura. Hey Sasuke-kun, it's good you're here. I was waiting to tell you some good news, she said, but only received a shoulder bump from Sasuke, who indifferently continued on his way. Don't bother me now, I'm not in a good mood, you understand, he said with his Sharingan, to which Haruno had no intention of escaping. Listen to me, Sasuke, I'll be direct. As a result of our last encounter, I'm pregnant with your child, Haruno said with a determined look, to which Sasuke looked curiously. That's great, but don't wake me up. I don't want to end up with you, Sasuke said indifferently as he went to his room, leaving Haruno somewhat angry and disappointed. Elsewhere in Kano, a brown-haired boy was sitting on a bridge, wiping away a tear. What have I done to deserve this? Why has my life fallen apart so quickly? I don't deserve this. I haven't failed anyone or wronged anyone to be punished like this with the deaths of my parents, the old man, Uncle Asuma, and finally Naruto. It can't be. Everything is hell for me, the boy said, wiping away a tear. But even with all that, it's not enough that damn Hawkage, damn Sasuke. I don't know why the hell Naruto appreciated you so much. You're a damn dictator who only cares about himself. I have no one, only my friends and Ibizu-sensei, but I can't stay here. I don't know how I'll leave. Sorry, old man, sorry, and especially sorry, Naruto, but I will be the cage in another village, one that isn't filthy like this one, the genin said determinedly. A while later in Amgakure, Naruto and Konan were in bed, both naked but with a white sheet over them as they hugged. You know, Naruto, you're amazing at everything. I don't know how they underestimated you so much and how that idiot didn't choose you, Konan said, snuggling closer to Naruto. Well, I'm not all that great either, but if we're talking about jutsus and that I'm fascinating, now in bed only you can judge me, said the blonde. Konan caught Naruto in a kiss. They both started kissing again and separated, leaving a trail of saliva. They locked eyes, they knew what the other wanted, lust was reflected on their faces, each asking for more. Just as they were about to get together and repeat the act, they heard someone calling, frustratingly stopping them. Naruto, we need you for something important, said a voice outside that seemed to be Nagato's. Damn it, muttered the blonde boy, sounding somewhat angry. Okay, wait for me, I'm coming, said Naruto, much to Konan's annoyance and disappointment, who crossed her arms. I'll make it up to you later and we'll finish what we started. Come with me, maybe it's something important, Naruto said, getting up. Whatever you want, he said with his arms crossed, but promise me we'll continue tonight, he said as Naruto approached him. As much as you want, my precious blue flower, Naruto replied. Minutes later, they were both walking down a corridor accompanied by Nagato. Konan in her uniform was behind them both. Apparently, the economy improved dramatically, especially with the new entrepreneurs arriving here and in our other conquered territories. Did the Ikaraku come too? The blonde asked, to which the redhead nodded. Oh, I forgot something. A Chunin and a Jounin from Konoha will be coming to the village with the Hyuga clan, so don't worry, Naruto said to Nagato, who just nodded. The three from Amgakure continued until they reached the outside of the tower. Outside, Amgakure looked more like a city and less like a factory. There were many houses, food stalls, and above all, people walking around with even more confidence and happiness than before, and many Jounin and Chunin wearing the new uniform. Everything is going wonderfully, but now we must hurry because the Hyugas are at the entrance, Naruto said. Nagato was saying this to Naruto, who just smiled. Hours later, some Jounin from Amgakure, accompanied by Naruto and Nagato, were guiding the Hyuga clan to their compound as they walked. How much longer until we get there, Naruto-san? The clan leader asked from beside him. It's not less than a few meters away, and it's the largest in the village, so they'll be getting a lot of attention, he said to the Hyuga, who only nodded out of prestige. From what I can see, your people are very happy, said Hisashi, watching as people walked happily through the streets and some children played. Nagato and Konan and I worked hard to make everything possible. Before it was a sad and hilarious village, now it's the complete opposite, he said, which the Hyuga saw as a great evolution. Meanwhile, in the back, Konan was helping some Hyuga children and other people who were having difficulty following. A while had passed, the Hyuga complex was already established and deciding with them how they would divide themselves among the other strategically placed complexes. Elsewhere, Naruto looked around the entire village, smiling as he saw that the village was getting better and better. I will rebuild a new elemental continent upon the ashes of enemy territories, Naruto thought, smiling at the air. Meanwhile in Kanoja, it's decided I'm going to perish on the leaf. With everything I have left of the Sarutobi inheritance, my life is sorted, Konohamaru thought in a hidden basement, turning on the lights, looking at a giant scroll and a small one. The boy put the small scroll in his pocket and grabbed the large one. You know, Naruto-niche, I always wanted you to give me the Toad contract, hoping that Uncle Asuma would have a son who would inherit Emma. But I will be the one to become Emma's new owner. I'm doing this for Hiruzen Ajisen, Uncle Asuma, and for you, Naruto-niche, Konohamaru said as he opened the large scroll and took out a kunai. Konohamaru proceeded to cut you in the palm of your hand, blood gushing from where his open wound lay. Fitment Konohamaru took a pen from his pocket and filled the tip with blood to proceed to sign the summoning contract, writing his name on it. This is still missing, Konohamaru muttered, clenching his fist and filling his hand with blood, bringing the fingertips of both hands together, leaving them covered in blood. Today Konohamaru Sarutobi will leave this place, Konohamaru whispered as he left his footprints next to his signature, his blood taking on a darker tone as it dried on the scroll, which then disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm prepared. My valuables are in my 2 scrolls, Konohamaru thought as he left the basement to go to the roof of his house, looking all around in case he was being watched. Well, there's no trouble here, said the young genin as he escaped through a fenced-off area on the outskirts of Konoha. The genin ran until he saw that he was being illuminated by a large lantern. Stop right there, child. It is forbidden to flee the village without permission, said someone on top of a large tower. It was a jounin. Konohamaru simply ignored him to increase his speed and disappear into the trees. Damn it, warn everyone there's an outlaw, the jounin told a couple of chunin who nodded to activate an alarm that sounded throughout the place and the village. Call the Inuzuka to track him down, the Jounin told his men. Konohamaru was just running without looking back, but out of nowhere he felt a figure crash into him, knocking him to the ground. Konohamaru-san, how are you? Said the voice that pulled Konohamaru to open his eyes and see that it was his sensei. Ibizu-sensei, what are you doing here? I have to go, Konohamaru said, but he was stopped. I'm sorry, but I can't allow it. Your grandfather wouldn't want you to leave the village where your family is. Konohamaru just made a face of annoyance. This isn't the village the first and second Hokage founded. This isn't the village my grandfather led. It's a dictatorship under that damned Hokage. I don't belong here anymore, the genin said, letting go of Ibizu's hand. Ibizu just looked at the ground to meet the genin's eyes. Do what your ninja way tells you, but please analyze this option better. We don't know if it will turn out well, he said, but suddenly a large figure launched itself on top of Konohamaru, knocking him to the ground. A large white dog was pressing Konohamaru down and trapping him against the ground. Well done, Akamaru, and also Ibizu-sensei, Kiba said, touching Ibizu's shoulder. What is this, Ibizu-sensei? You helped to get me caught, Konohamaru said, his eyes wide. Ibizu just looked away. It's for his own good. His parents and his grandfather wouldn't want him to leave. Neither would I, nor Mogui, nor Udon. We would want you to leave, he said, turning his back on the genin who was in shock. And you really tried to escape. If your sensei hadn't stopped you, I would have finished you off like the Hokage-sama finished off that stupid Naruto, he said, spitting at Konohamaru, who clenched his teeth. What did you say? Konohamaru said, straining his arms and throwing Akamaru at Kiba, who fell with Akamaru on top of him. Ibizu just stared in amazement at his student's strength and skills. Now I'll finish this, he said as he made a bunch of hand positions and touched the ground. Perhaps Konohamaru-sen was thinking to himself, looking at the hand positions. Kuchiyose no Jutsu, exclaimed the genin, causing a large puff of smoke to cover most of the place, and from their limbs began to appear, revealing a large white monkey. What the hell is that? The now reconciled Inuzuka thought. Sarutobi, where are you? Asked the great white monkey named Enma as he looked around for the third homie. Enma-san, I summoned you. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi's grandson. I need your help, please. I'll explain everything later, Konohamaru said bravely. Enma looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and doubt but could only nod. Well, I hope you fulfill the contract like your grandfather did. I'll always miss him, but it's time for the new generations, Enma said as she bent down to let the chestnut-haired boy climb onto her back. What, you think I'm afraid of you? Kiba exclaimed, standing up as Akamaru turned into a copy of him. Getsuga, Kiba exclaimed, performing his signature jutsu learned from his clan. He and Akamaru leaped toward Enma, spinning at high speed and merging into a miniature destructive whirlwind. The whirlwind, which grew larger, charged towards Konohamaru and Enma with the intention of attacking them, but Enma spun around quickly, exploding in a cloud of smoke and becoming the gem staff that Konohamaru held tightly in his hands, striking the Getsuga and sending them flying into a tree as if it were a bat and a baseball. You're amazing, Enma-sama, Konohamaru said to the staff, watching as Enma, transformed into a staff, was sent flying with just his strength. Elsewhere, specifically in Aimgakure, Naruto was talking to Nagato. I'll go looking for someone else who also left in Konoha, because thinking about it, that wretch might take out his anger on anyone, and I won't let anything happen to him, Naruto said, warning Nagato that he was leaving. Okay, Naruto-sen, be careful, Nagato said as he watched Naruto disappear in a vortex of flames, reappearing outside of Aimgakure to quickly begin his journey towards Konoha. Meanwhile, with Konohamaru. Out of nowhere, a bunch of Inuzuka appeared surrounding Konohamaru and Enma, while Kiba stood up spitting blood with Akamaru. You are surrounded, surrender, said one of the Inuzuka. No, I will face you 8 if necessary, exclaimed Konohamaru, twisting the staff and holding it tightly in one hand. Your ego got inflated by having that ugly staff, didn't it? Said an Inuzuka, charging towards Konohamaru, who spun around, spinning the staff like a propeller to grab it again and deliver a powerful blow to his forehead. The blow was so strong it created a huge, glaring impact on his forehead, sending him flying several meters unconscious, leaving everyone impressed. After all, he really is the grandson of the third Hokage. The Inuzuka opened their eyes wide as they jumped to the sides and surrounded Konohamaru, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Come on, you're well armed and all, but you can't defend yourself against everyone at once, said the Inuzuka, surrounding Konohamaru from 7 angles. And who says I'll go on the defensive? The boy exclaimed angrily as he began to spin the staff vertically, charging towards the Inuzuka in front of him, hitting him hard on the shoulder, making him bend over to receive another blow to the head, causing him to bleed before receiving a third impact that broke his head, leaving Konohamaru perplexed at the destructive power of the staff. The anger of the other Inuzuka was immediately apparent, and they charged towards Konohamaru, who leaped high, spinning diagonally at great speed. The staff moved like a propeller, striking the arms of an Inuzuka who crossed his arms, receiving a great impact that made him fall to the ground with the mark of the blow there. As he fell to his feet, Konohamaru extended his staff upwards, twisting it horizontally and striking another Inuzuka in the face, causing him to spit blood and lose a tooth from the impact as he backed away. One dead, one unconscious, and two injured, Konohamaru thought, looking at the Inuzuka on the ground. He jumped and delivered a diving blow with his staff, smashing the head of the Inuzuka on the ground, leaving the other Inuzuka perplexed at the boy's coldness in ending the life of a second Inuzuka. "Damn it!" shouted the Inuzuka who had been hit in the face, angrily charging again at Konohamaru, who straightened his staff, pointing it at the Inuzuka and thrust 2 times, hitting him in the chest, making him cough up blood, and then in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of him and making his torso bend downwards. Konohamaru swung the staff upwards, striking the Inuzuka hard in the nose, breaking it and propelling him into the air. There he saw Konohamaru jump and catch him, delivering a powerful blow with the staff. The Inuzuka only saw the tip of the staff strike his forehead, breaking his skull and killing him instantly, before being sent crashing to the ground with the final blow to his head, killing him. 3 dead and 1 unconscious, Konohamaru thought, looking at the other 4 who were already starting to get nervous. "Getsugiza." Konohamaru heard, quickly extending his staff backward to turn around and see Kiba charging towards him again, joining Akamaru in a whirlwind. "I'll finish you off, you bastard." Konohamaru shouted as he forcefully extended his staff upwards, striking Kiba again and throwing him into the air as he separated from Akamaru, who injured his leg and squirmed to the side. Kiba was still suspended in the air preparing to dodge any blow, but he only saw Konohamaru jump, spinning the staff and swooping down, striking another of the 4 Inuzuka who were still alive, killing him by breaking his head in 2, causing him to fall while parts of his brains were scattered everywhere. The other 3 Inuzukas screamed before seeing how from his place Konohamaru launched a thrust with the staff that began to lengthen until it hit one of them in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Konohamaru gripped the tip of the staff tightly and spun it back at high speed, where Kiba fell, receiving a strong impact from the staff to his chest, fracturing his sternum and several ribs, sending him forcefully towards a tree, where the boy received the strong impact on his back and spat out a large amount of blood. Limping and squealing, Akamaru ran towards his master to help him, but he was treated badly by the Inuzuka heir. "You damn useless dog, get out of here, you worthless bastard, instead of helping you only got in the way," Kiba yelled at Akamaru, kicking him. The dog yelped as he assumed his watery eyes were approaching Kiba, but received another kick from the Inuzuka. "Damn heartless bastard." Konohamaru shouted as the staff shrank and he used it to propel himself into a high jump, which he did to gain altitude and dive down with the staff lengthening. "No, Kiba-sama," shouted an Inuzuka, circling Kiba, leaping to grab the staff in midair and shoving it aside. But unfortunately for that Inuzuka, the staff plummeted down even harder on him, crushing him as it slammed him to the ground, condemning him to a desperate and painful death. "Damn dog," exclaimed Kiba, kicking Akamaru, who ran away while yelling. "If we had brought our dogs, this wouldn't have happened," said one of the Inuzuka who was still alive. Suddenly, a strong-bodied individual appeared in front of Konohamaru, wearing an ANBU uniform and a white mask with red details without appearing to be any animal. "An ANBU?" the boy thought with a serious look as he watched the subject pull out a Niniato. Konohamaru tried to attack the man when he saw him lunge at him, but the man slid underneath him while cutting his leg, causing the boy to bend it. Konohamaru tried to attack the Anbu from behind, but the Anbu took a long leap while throwing shurikens at Sarutobi, cutting one of his arms and causing him to bleed as his strength in that arm waned. Konohamaru extended his staff vertically, raising it into the air as he considered his next move, now some distance from the ANBU. But Konohamaru failed to see the kunai coming, which clashed together twice. Somewhat puzzled, Konohamaru did nothing before feeling a binding on his foot, causing him to fall at great speed towards the ANBU. As the Anbu fell, he grabbed Konohamaru by the back of the neck, throwing him face down to the ground and preventing any movement while the staff lay on the ground to one side, leaving Konohamaru defenseless. "It seems your strength comes from that staff. Unfortunately, you no longer have it, which leaves you defenseless, and you'll have to answer to Hokage-sama for everything you've done," the ANBU said in his cold tone, trying to tie Konohamaru's wrists. Suddenly, in a blazing explosion, the Anbu was sent flying several meters back with his mask broken after receiving a powerful kick to his face. The few who were still alive watched as a tall, blonde, and well-built man in dark clothes and a black mask appeared next to the Anbu to deliver the powerful kick that sent him flying meters away. "Ebisu, those brats running up are Mogui and Udon. These corpses are Inuzukas, just like the idiot lying against the tree," Naruto thought quickly as he watched the Anbu get up after crashing into a tree, breaking half of his mask, revealing light eyes with dark eyebrows. The Anbu was preparing to enter combat when he saw the blonde disappear in a fiery explosion, appearing in front of him, when only a dagger could go straight to the union of his eyebrows, piercing him and ending the Anbu's life in an instant. "You damned wretch, it's you," Kiba exclaimed as the man in black clothes appeared next to the 2 living Inuzukas, piercing his chest with 2 swords that had quickly formed in his hands. Naruto walked slowly towards Kiba as 2 more swords formed in his hands. "Konohamaru, let's go back," said Ebisu as Mogui and Udon arrived, watching Konohamaru get up. No, Ebisu-sensei, I won't return. Furthermore, I will give you the opportunity to accompany me. It is your decision whether you prefer to stay under this regime, Konohamaru said as he picked up his staff. Tell me, Kiba, what do you think happens after death? The blonde man said coldly as he approached Kiba. What are you talking about, you miserable wretch? Exclaimed Kiba, starting to get nervous. You seem to be playing dumb, so I'll tell you. After death, there are two places. One for good people who only hurt others out of necessity or in defense of someone who deserved it, and another for disgusting people who hurt others for pleasure, betrayed, abused, and took advantage of them. They will suffer for all eternity, being tortured in every way imaginable. Which one do you think you'll go to? Naruto asked softly, so only Kiba heard him, his eyes widening in terror. What are you saying? Who the hell are you and why would you know that? Exclaimed the terrified Inuzuka. I knew it, you damned wretch. Your fear of suffering for all eternity proves you have failed, Naruto whispered as he pierced Kiba's chest with a sword, the sword breaking two of his ribs to pierce one of his lungs and his back, making the Inuzuka feel the despair of drowning in his own blood. Kiba tried to speak, but his breath left him as he stared at the blonde's expressionless face. I, Naruto, welcome you to hell, Kiba, Naruto whispered into Kiba's ear as he looked him in the eyes and his face mask disappeared in a flame. No, Naru, the Inuzuka tried to speak before feeling the edge of Naruto's sword cut through the metal plate of his idiate, passing all the heat of the burning sword to him while burning his skin as it cut him. Kiba had a surprised and terrified expression before Naruto forcefully lunged with a thrust towards the Inuzuka's forehead, piercing it and ending Kiba's life at that moment, leaving Kiba with a surprised and terrified expression with his head held by the sword that impaled his forehead. What's coming? In the previous chapter, Naruto arranged for the Hyuga clan to settle in the village. Konohamaru planned an escape from Konoha, but his sensei tried to stop him, believing it best for him to stay. Konohamaru then had a run-in with Kiba and members of his clan. Naruto remembered Konohamaru and tracked him down to rescue him. Konohamaru was defeated and left in critical condition by an Anbu who was later killed by Naruto. After a fierce battle between Naruto and the Inuzuka clan, Naruto emerged victorious and killed Kiba. After killing Kiba, Naruto sees Konohamaru's team as spectators of his brutal battle. You'd better leave, Ebisu, just pretend you never saw me. You only saw the third Hokage's grandson run away, Naruto said coldly as he approached and grabbed Konohamaru, who after the adrenaline rush and the intense experience collapsed and fell unconscious. Wait, who are you? Mogi said, very worried that they were taking her friend away. The blonde man just stopped to look at her, just like Udon and Ibizu. I am the general of the ninja army of Aimgakure no Sato, but my friends call me Kinpatsu. Obviously, it's a name I made up on the spot, although Conan called him by that suffix several times, referring to his unusual blonde hair. Wait, don't take Konohamaru. Udon said, trying to approach Naruto, who just disappeared in a huge explosion of blue smoke that consumed everything in its path, but Udon managed to jump away, saving himself. Meanwhile, Naruto held the child in his arms as he entered the gates of Aimgakure. Two attentive guards stood watch, and upon seeing Naruto, they simply bowed. Naruto simply nodded but decided to hurry to the nearest place to tend to the genin's wounds. I need to treat Konohamaru's wounds, otherwise he'll be worse off, Naruto said as he looked for a ninja medical center, but he knew they were still under construction. I'd better find another alternative, he thought, looking around and spotting the Hyuga clan sweeping their entrance to the complex. Naruto just smiled inwardly as he approached, and the two Hyugas who were cleaning simply saw that it was Naruto and let him pass. Upon entering, the blonde man could see many cabins and a large courtyard. Naruto simply approached the nearest Hyuga, who was with Hanabi. But Lady Hanabi, I've rested enough. I think it's time you rested too, she said, seeing that the brunette was still sweeping the floor. It's okay, Sei-sen, hierarchy doesn't matter, we all have to work, the younger girl said to the young man who just nodded, but they were surprised by Naruto. Hi Hanabi, can you help me with him? Naruto said, holding Konohamaru in his arms. But it's Saru-kun, Hanabi said, somewhat surprised since she knew Konohamaru a little. Lady Hanabi, we must move soon, the Hyuga said to the chestnut-haired pearl-eyed woman who only nodded, somewhat worried about her friend. Meanwhile in Kanoja. Hours passed, but now we headed to the office of a certain raven-haired man who was about to destroy everything in his path. What did you just say, you damned vermin? Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes burning with irritation as he clenched his fist, staring at a jounin from the Inuzuka clan, the same one Konohamaru had knocked unconscious. This ninja was feigning death, watching in bewilderment as the blonde man arrived to take Konohamaru away. I tell you, my lord, the same individual responsible for the various massacres in the village, the one who freed 2 prisoners. He was the one who attacked and murdered the heir of the Inuzuka clan. Everything matches up, the size, the well-built physique that is noticeable by how the black clothes fit him, the red eyes and the hair, the blonde hair. Sasuke only had one vein pop out on his forehead to grab his kanata. With one swift movement, Sasuke sliced off the ninja's head in less than a blink. Following the act, the Uchiha sat down frustrated, touching his head. That bastard, it wasn't enough for him to kill and ruin my damned goal, but he's still wreaking havoc in my village. But who the hell is that son of a bitch? It can't be the Dobi, it's impossible that it's him. I saw him burning right in front of me with my own eyes, Sasuke shouted to himself, hitting his head with his hand until he remembered something that made him smile. I almost forgot. The Big Cage Summit isn't far off, I mean the summit. I could talk about this guy there. The illustration team even made a poster in case they see him, he said, pulling out a poster and holding it up. He's identical to this damn guy. There's no doubt I'll have you under my feet. You're more of a nuisance than Naruto. I could say you're like Naruto, Sasuke said, laughing, but his eyes widened. No, it's unlikely, although no, I'd better get these illogical ideas out of my head, said the raven-haired man, turning to look at his village. I think I need some advice, Sasuke said, calling to Shikamaru who was outside the room. What's wrong, Sasuke? Do you need something? Because lately you've needed some good sleeping pills, Nara said, smiling nervously. The raven-haired man ignored that tasteless joke and spoke up. I want you to call Kakashi-sensei. I need some of his advice right now, ordered the Uchiha Hokage. Nara's expression changed to one of surprise and he decided to speak. Well, how can I put this? You seemed really stressed today, so I decided to wait until later to tell you, but now that some time has passed, I'll tell you. Kakashi-sensei him. He took advantage of the escape in the fight with the one we call the Ghost of Hell, you know, the blonde guy who gives you trouble. Kakashi took advantage of that distraction and escaped from the village without anyone stopping him. The only witness is a shinobi who desperately came to tell you what happened, but you weren't there. I hope you're not angry, Shikamaru said nervously while scratching the back of his neck. Seriously, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Sasuke said, watching Shikamaru shake his head, showing that he wasn't lying. The raven-haired man simply smiled at her as one of his eyes began to blink. I think I'd better go, Nara said, leaving the room before the desk chair crashed into the door he had just closed. Damn it, what the hell is going on and who the hell is that bastard? Sasuke exclaimed as he destroyed everything in the room, which Shikamaru heard outside, every blow, every broken item, every uncontrolled scream of the Uchiha. I don't think it was a good time to say that to the Hokage, who has anger issues. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. He was bound to find out someday, Nara muttered with a sigh as he lazily walked through the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, far away in the Land of Fire, a man with a backpack and a black suit with the Hadake symbol was walking with a map in his hands. I think it was a good idea to leave the village while they were distracted. Although when I went to see where Konohamaru was, he wasn't there. I hope he managed to escape. Anyway, I'll go look for him, Hadake said as he continued walking. I suppose Aimgakure greatly increased its territory, Hadake said, observing that Aim had significantly expanded its land area. Aimgakure no Sato, you will be my new village and my new chance at life, thought Hadake, remembering what the blonde man had told him. Back to Naruto. After leaving Konohamaru with the Hyuga clan, the blonde man was seated at the head table accompanied by Hiden, Kasame, Nagato, and Konan, as well as some brigade leaders. Apparently, many rumors indicate that our village possesses a ninja superior to even the Kate. Do you believe those rumors? Asked one of the brigade leaders. Nagato simply closed his eyes to maintain his usual serious expression. Don't be swayed by rumors. You and most people have to believe what you see with your own eyes, Nagato said. Well, putting aside the rumors, as you know, it seems a summit will be held between the 5 major ninja villages, and we're not included in that meeting. Therefore, I'm quite certain will be a major topic of conversation there, and the target after that meeting, Nagato said seriously. My beloved and treacherous Kiri will be there with the Mizukage, Kasame said, recalling his time as Kiri's ninja. I suppose that's precisely what we have planned, Lord Aimkage and General, said one of the front leaders who had an eye. Naruto and Nagato looked at each other and nodded. Apparently, we don't plan to aggressively disrupt that meeting. On the contrary, we plan to infiltrate it and see what they're talking about. It would just be me and Nagato, Naruto said as the others watched. Why don't you and Nagato want us to come with you? Konan asked, to which the redhead replied. We need you to stay and protect the village from a possible threat. Furthermore, with my Rinnegan, we can infiltrate without being noticed. The blue-haired girl simply sighed, her expression changing to one of tranquility, and nodded. The blonde man observed the situation and remembered something again. He believed it wasn't the right time to infiltrate. You know what? Change of plans, the blonde man said, trying to surprise everyone at the meeting. What kind of changes? The red-haired Uzumaki asked Naruto, who only took the lead in the conversation. You see, after all, I don't think it's a good idea. We can use that to increase our military power, so infiltrating the meeting won't be feasible. In the room, everyone nodded, much to Konan's delight, as she was worried something might happen to Naruto. Meanwhile, at the new Hyuga complex. What could have happened to you, Saru? Thought the chestnut-haired heiress of the Hyuga clan, who was with her companion by her side as usual. Miss Hanabi, where do you know the boy from? You seem to know him well, were the words of the companion to the brunette with short hair who simply nodded. Well, actually, we don't know each other very well. We were just in the same class and graduated together, nothing more, she said, looking at the brown-haired boy sleeping in bed. The companion simply nodded. I see, Miss Hanabi, but was interrupted by some words from the girl. But once I felt we were friends, you see. I call him with the suffix Saru because he is from the Sarutobi clan. I met him one day when we were 11 years old. Flashback. Hanabi sat alone in the courtyard watching everyone play or gather in groups. To only Sai, having a high reputation within her clan, and even more so being a prodigy, meant she didn't have many friends out of fear, although she knew that one day she would find one. His attention was caught when he saw Konohamaru, Udon, and Mogi doing their usual stupid things, talking about becoming Hokage and surpassing some guy named Naruto, whom he remembered as the boy his sister used to bully daily. Suddenly, some boys from the Inuzuka clan approached her looking for something. Hanabi-chan, why are you alone? Doesn't being the genius of the academy help you make friends? One said, laughing, and the others joined in. Hanabi wasn't as pacifist as her sister. She wouldn't let them walk all over her as many times as they wanted simply by ignoring them. Hanabi quickly grabbed the Inuzuka's jacket and they stared at each other, frightening the boy when he saw the Hyuga's Byakugan. If you're mocking me, you'd better repent, because I'll grab your flea-ridden dog and shove it up your ass while I gouge out both your eyes with 2 kunai and make you swallow them, he said angrily, his daijutsu activated. The Inuzuka, overcome with fear, began to squirm, and the others saw the Hyuga staring into death's eyes. Once she released the Inuzuka, she fell to the floor and ran straight to the bathroom, as did her henchmen. Hanabi just sighed and looked down at the ground. To tell the truth, he wasn't so wrong either. She didn't have friends, and she wasn't a bad person either. She was always cheerful, even though the clan's demands required a lot from her. E2 was a voice that caught Hanabi's attention, noticing Konohamaru with his 2 friends beside him. Are you talking to me? Hyuga asked Konohamaru, who just nodded. Of course, who else? You're incredible. You made Sanji Inuzuka's idiot act even worse. You're amazing, he said, giving a small laugh and grabbing the Hyuga girl's shoulders, who was surprised. No one had ever congratulated me or even said anything complimentary about how great I was. It truly felt good. Seriously, thanks, although one day someone had to beat those idiots up, Hanabi said, raising her fist and making Sarutobi laugh. I didn't know you had that same enthusiasm for battles and action as me. Wouldn't you like to join us? He said, offering her his hand, to which she happily nodded. End of flashback. Although we didn't talk much after that day, I truly felt connected to a group of people. Later, I met some friends and started to become popular, Hyuga said to her companion. They only saw Konohamaru begin to wake up, much to Hanabi and the Hyuga's surprise. Enma, let's read these. What the hell, where am I? She said, looking to her right at Hanabi, who was smiling at her. The chestnut-haired man simply wiped his eyes to see Hanabi smiling at him. Hanabi-san, what are you doing here, and even more so where I am, said the confused Sarutobi. You're very impetuous, Saru, let me sum it up for you. After the Hokage took us out of the village, we wandered around like nomads, but a blonde man dressed in black offered us a place to join a village that was growing. We're in this village now. He rescued you and left you with us, and here you are now, he said, smiling as Sarutobi remembered everything. I see, the one who saved me by killing that Anbu. Thank you so much, Hanabi-san, and everyone for your help, she said, smiling from ear to ear. Meanwhile, in Kanoja. Night had already fallen, and we see Sasuke hurrying down to a basement. The Uchiha continued to examine some files in his hand that were of utmost importance. Upon reaching the bottom, there was an entire laboratory and 3 steel gurneys with 3 children strapped to them. Hokage, why are you doing this to us? Said one who had a ponytail and was blonde. One with black hair just stood watching and kept closing his eyes. The raven-haired man just started laughing. They will be part of Kanoja's triumph in the future. I hope you understand, you damned Yamanaka, he said angrily. As you can see, they are essential since I plan to create and improve a new Sharigan, a Sharigan that will allow me to do many things. Both penetrate the minds of enemies and have a 180-degree peripheral vision where I can see everything and nothing escapes me, he said, looking at a Hyuga who was the only one left of those who left since Sasuke kidnapped him. And finally, to control the shadows and see if intellectual levels can be improved with this, he said, looking at Nara, who only opened his eyes to look at Sasuke. I don't know how the clan heads voted for you, much less how the people did it knowing you were a dirty traitor, Nara said to Sasuke, who looked at him indifferently. I think I'll start with you, Shikamaru Jr., Sasuke said, smiling maliciously as he pulled out some needles. After that was the day of the Great Cage's meeting, which everyone attended except obviously Naruto, who apparently changed his mind and preferred not to infiltrate since he had another plan in mind. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Aimgakure, I thought it was a more horrifying place than a beautiful one, a certain silver-haired man thought, looking at the entrance to Aimgakure, seeing that it wasn't raining and people were walking around peacefully. I thought it was a semi-factory village, but it seems to be more light than darkness, the Hate kept thinking as he entered the village, but out of nowhere. He was surrounded by 5 ninjas in the standard Jounin uniform of Aimgakure. Kakashi could only remain still, observing what they were going to tell him. Good afternoon, sir. By law, you must answer a few questions before we allow you entry, so we'll be brief. Who are you? Name, age, and shinobi rank. Kakashi Hadake, known as the Copy Ninja, 30 years old, former Jounin of Konoha. What is the reason for your visit? What is your intention with Aimgakure? I come to this village in search of a new future, a new opportunity far from what was once my home. Why did he come here specifically, and where will he stay? I'm joining the forces of the new Aimgakure. I don't know where I'll stay yet, but I have enough to support myself. The ninjas exchanged surprised glances as they were aware of his reputation. Moreover, he seemed somewhat sad and disoriented. You'll have to speak with our boss, he'll interrogate you. Take him to Hidden Teicho, the leader said. Kakashi's expression shifted to a serious one as Hidden seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite place him. The 5 ninjas took the silver-haired man by surrounding him with a large church that had Yashin's symbol in steel on its roof. The 6 individuals continued walking, observing many people praying. They wore black robes with a wide triangle on the back. Kakashi just watched everything with great curiosity, and he already had his suspicions about who it was, but he didn't believe it. There was a large door in front of them that blocked their path. The leader simply knocked on the door and, receiving a board come in from an irritated voice, entered, revealing a throne where Hidden was sitting. Now what do you want? I've just come from an important meeting and I'm exhausted, Hidden said, but when he saw who they were bringing in, his smile lit up. Kakashi's eyes widened in amazement at the sight of Hidden, with whom he had had a fierce battle a few months prior. It's you, but you were supposed to be dead 5 meters underground, Kakashi said, as the Jounin kicked him in the heels, knocking him to the ground. What are you doing, sir? Should we kill him or what? He wants to enter the village, said the leader as he drew a sword formed from Sutin and placed it against the jugular of the Hadake, who was breathing heavily. The deranged pink-eyed man could only laugh, but his frenzied laughter stopped. What the hell are you doing? Don't be an idiot and put that away. If the general finds out you just threatened the person he invited, he personally won't like it, said Hidden, who stopped laughing but continued smiling at the man's frightened face as the Sutin sword disappeared from his hands. And you won't tell Kinpatsu-sama anything, will you? The shinobi asked. Haha, relax, leave me alone with him, Hidden said, prompting everyone to leave, leaving him with the pensive Kakashi. Hadake, unsure whether coming to this village was a good or bad idea, continued staring at the ground, but Kinpatsu, who was also Kinpatsu, was puzzled by how the shinobi's attitude had changed. Haha, dear Kakashi-kun, what a misfortune to fall into my hands, don't you think? Said the white-haired man as he crouched down and ruffled Kakashi's hair, who just kept staring at the ground. Why are you here? Do you want to join this village or what? The pink-eyed man asked Kakashi, who raised his head. Your good attitude only refutes the deception you want to pull on me. Tell me what you really want from me, Hidden, said Hadake seriously. But I'll tell you, I left my village because I feel like I've been deceived my whole life. Someone here told me this was the right village. Just tell me, what am I doing here? I just want to live in peace for once in my life without regrets. Kinpatsu means blonde. The one who told me to come is blonde and wears black clothes with an imposing and dominant attitude. He is Kinpatsu, Kakashi thought seriously. Hidden just laughed to lift Kakashi's head. You know, nobody knows you came here, and I'm still the same maniac and bastard I've always been. But I assure you that if I wanted to kill you, I would, not without first torturing you and seeing every one of your entrails while I laugh and feed you to the vultures that guard my filthy soul. He said all this in a bloodthirsty and terrifying voice. Kakashi remained serious, but out of nowhere Hidden pulled out his scythe. Expecting Hidden to end his life, he closed his eyes, but instead when he opened them he saw that the ropes binding his hands had been cut. Hadake, very confused, could only manage to ask, "Why did you untie me? I don't understand anything. You should have killed me." The pink-eyed man just smiled as he went to sit on his throne. Look, I can't kill you. I have orders to obey Kinpatsu's orders, Hidden said, a shiver running down his spine. The leader and general allow access to the village to any individual who feels uncomfortable in their own village or who has been deceived, Hidden continued, looking bored at a still confused Kakashi. What Hidden meant was that anyone can come in. We welcome everyone with open arms, a voice behind them said, surprising them. Naruto entered with Konan as a portal of fire closed. Kakashi could see that the strange ninja he met wasn't wearing his mask that covered his mouth, which was similar to his own. "It's you," were the words of Hadake as he stood up to be at the same level as the blonde man who only placed a hand on Hadake's shoulder. "Look, this isn't because we're friends or anything like that. I offered you the chance to come here out of compassion for you and a desire to return a few favors to that Uchiha cockroach. Because I know you've had the same miserable life as me, and in this village darkness can strike at any moment," the blonde man said, making the silver-haired man who was only looking at a dozen new opportunities reflect. "And what do you want from me? Can you tell me who you are?" The curious silver-haired man asked. Naruto simply turned around, his back to them. "I am Kinpatsu, the general of the armed forces of Aimgakure no Sato. I will defend this village with my life and I expect people like you to do the same. Do you understand?" he said, turning around as his red eye lit up. Kakashi just looked at the floor, raised his head to nod, and stood at attention. The blonde man simply smiled because, after all, having Hadake in his ranks was a great addition. I know who you are, so I'll make you a Jonin right away. Here, this will be the uniform I expect you to wear with pride, Naruto said as he snapped his fingers and flames engulfed Kakashi, disappearing to leave the silver-haired man in a standard gray Aimgakure uniform. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise at the blonde man's power. Here, Naruto said, handing Kakashi a couple of keys along with an address card. Why Naruto was so good to Kakashi may be very relative, but he somehow felt the need to help his old sensei, one of the few he regretted not paying attention to. Consider it a favor you'll return someday. Nothing in life is free. By the way, good job, you maniacal bastard, Naruto said to Hidden, who just huffed at his nickname. Now I have to go with my beautiful blue flower. Goodbye, maniac, said Naruto, hugging Conan's waist with his hand, who just laughed, blushing. The couple was walking through the renovated streets of Aimgakure while many people greeted them because Naruto was their savior from wars, and Conan was their lucky angel. How about we go eat somewhere nice? Conan said happily as she hugged Naruto's arm, who just nodded. Minutes later, Naruto and Conan were at a restaurant at night in an outdoor setting, seated at an elegant table while the moon illuminated everything. Where did you get reservations for such an elegant place? Conan asked Naruto. Look, they already know who I am and who you are, so I doubt they'll ask me for a reservation. How about we just eat and enjoy an evening that we won't have time to enjoy later? The blue-haired girl blushed as she smiled, overwhelmed by dozens of memories from before she confessed her feelings after conquering her second mini-village. Flashback. It was the end of a great battle that lasted all day. The people of Aimgakure saw victory once again, a new conquest. It was already morning, and the people who were now part of Aimgakure celebrated because they had faith in a speech Naruto gave when he conquered them. Conan leaned exhausted against a wall, resting as she watched the Aimgakure ninja pile up the bodies of the ninja they had defeated. The blue-haired girl observed everything with her eyes closed, but something unexpected caught her attention. Conan, here, have some water. I suppose you're very tired from the fight, said Naruto, who was leaning against the wall next to her. Oh, thank you very much, Naruto. After all, I'm not used to fighting and using chakra for so long, said the blue-haired girl, who was feeling a bit hungry. You know, Conan, there's a fast food restaurant really close to here, right where I killed a couple of idiots. What do you say we grab something to eat? The blonde guy said with a smile. The orange-eyed girl only blushed at the thought that it might be something like a date. You mean like on a date? The blue-haired girl said, blushing. Naruto looked at that strangely but nodded without paying much attention to it, extending his hand to the blue-haired girl who grabbed it, going towards the place with Naruto without letting go of him. Minutes later, they were both on top of the restaurant, watching the sunrise, while eating something the restaurant staff called a hamburger. I don't eat that much, otherwise I'll gain even more weight, said the blue-haired girl as she removed her Akatsuki cloak, revealing her slender figure. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. What? Are you kidding me, Conan? In my life I'm sure of some things, and one of them is that the title of angel doesn't do you justice. You're a goddess with a figure every woman alive and ever will envy. He closed his eyes and continued eating, making the blue-haired girl blush as she stroked her hair. Are you serious? You're very kind, said the blue-haired girl while smiling at the blonde boy, but when she looked at him she saw a dead, emotionless stare. Could I ask you something, Naruto? Conan said, receiving a nod. Did you have a romantic relationship with anyone in Kanoja? The blue-haired girl asked the blonde boy, who just shook his head and began to tell him. My whole life I felt like an idiot chasing after a loud, pink-haired girl. You know how it is when you lie a lot, you start believing your own lies. Her name is Sakura Haruno. When I met her as a kid, I couldn't deny she was cute even though I didn't like her. That is, until my childhood at the academy when I developed a huge rivalry with Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura drooled over Sasuke. Back then, I decided to win Sakura over simply because I wanted to surpass Sasuke. But after a while, like any ideal imposed by force, I ended up adopting it as a part of myself. When people asked me what I liked about Sakura, I didn't answer because there was no answer. It was simply a stupid goal. To be honest, you are the first powerful and determined woman I know. I haven't seen you chasing after someone who doesn't value you, nor have I seen you trying to improve yourself in anything just to impress someone who isn't interested in you. Conan, indignant, managed to repudiate the aforementioned while observing Naruto's gaze. Seeing that motivation in him, accompanied by great courage, intelligence, and strong feelings, she felt a connection with the blonde boy and found a resemblance to someone. Thank you, Naruto. You are also a very brave person, full of determination and feelings, Conan said as she met Naruto's gaze, able to feel his soul and all his emotions. End of flashback. To think that in the end I was after someone and I worked hard to improve in order to surprise someone. But that someone is interested in me and values me. That someone is you, Naruto-kun, Conan thought as a smile spread across her face accompanied by a blush. Did you remember the same thing as me, Conan-chan? I think we'd better eat before it gets cold, Naruto said to Conan, who just smiled as she ate just like her boyfriend. I believe my life has changed for the better. Conan is the angel of my life, a new reason to keep living. I who only thought of revenge and death now only want light for the world and darkness for those who deserve it, the blond man thought to himself while still imagining himself atop a Konoha reduced to rubble. Many hours after they had dinner, it was night and Naruto was carrying Conan on his back, arriving at his residence, which was a large building. "We're here, Conan. Do you want to take the fast or slow route?" Naruto asked Conan, but she didn't answer. She must have fallen asleep, Naruto thought, bursting into flames and appearing inside his apartment. When Naruto saw her asleep, he picked her up bridal style and laid her down on his large bed with a big window that offered a view of the entire village at night. "Have a good night, Conan-chan," said the blonde boy, giving Conan a kiss on the forehead. But in less than a second, Conan opened her eyes and kissed Naruto on the lips, then turned around and ended up on top of him. "What's wrong, General? Don't you want to fight today?" Conan said, placing her hands all over Naruto's chest and gently moving down to his abdomen. Naruto just smiled mischievously. "Are you disobeying me, Miss Conan? Now you're going to be punished for that," Naruto said to the blue-haired girl, who started laughing because she liked the game. "I refuse since I'm in charge here," she said defiantly as she took off her jounin vest followed by her other clothes, standing naked in front of Naruto, who could only drool over the magnificent woman's body before his eyes. "How I love you, love of Kami," Naruto said as he took off his clothes and turned around with Conan ending up on top of her. "I'm not going to control myself, you're going to enjoy it and so will I," said the blonde man, to which Conan smiled, testing him. Meanwhile, in a very distant place, the great meeting of the cage was taking place. The 5 important ones were present. Both of them and their companions stared at each other defiantly. Many observed that Tsuchikage and his companions who were badly injured, which greatly attracted the attention of the rest. "What do you want to start talking about?" were Gaara's words to the rest who were waiting for a response. "Let's talk about Akatsuki. They want to take our weapons," said the Tsuchikage, teasing Gaara since he used to be a Jinchuriki. "Lately, a lot of things have been happening. Individuals are giving beatings," said the Mizukage, glancing sideways at Sasuke, who was half-injured, and also at the Tsuchikage. "You better watch your step, Kiri bitch," Sasuke said to the Mizukage, who was furious at what he said. "Stop it already, we're gathered here to discuss something, let's get along during this meeting," said the Reikage. Then everything happened in the same way. Obito appeared and generated the 4th Shinobi War. The battle sides were created with the only difference that Naruto would not participate in Konoha. The figure of Naruto and Nagato was neutral. They would be in charge of defending their village from the attacks that are made in the war. But in the meantime, in the village of Aimgakure, a bright morning illuminated a very luxurious room. Conan was waking up naked, seeing a tired Naruto since he had never been so exhausted having hex with Conan. This time he used 100% and was completely worn out. Conan just smiled as she thought about something that might happen to her and bring her closer together in the future. Now she was just looking at Naruto. "I love you so much, Naruto. Let's see what the future holds for Aimgakure and us. I hope things go well." The presence of the infernal ghost. In the previous season, a long sequence of events unfolded the day Konoha decided to betray Naruto Uzumaki, who was taken in by a certain blue-haired girl, resulting in Naruto becoming a general in the army of the new Aimgakure, which is currently a source of fear for the entire elemental continent, which will enter into war thanks to a certain masked man who interrupted the meeting of the 5 cages, where they discussed the damage that Kinpatsu the Infernal Phantom did to Konoha and the Tsuchikage. Currently in the new elemental continent dominated in a different way, more specifically in Aimgakure. Our favorite blonde had just woken up from the night he had with his beloved, who was not in the room, it being somewhat unusual for her to wake up first. "Today I must see what has been decided in that meeting," were the blonde man's first thoughts before heading to the shower, where he cleaned himself completely before summoning his usual black and red suit. The blonde man calmly left his room to look for the main hall where Kasame, Hidden, Conan, and Nagato should be if the latter wasn't in the tower, the maniac in his chapel, and the fish man training the army. But there they all were, sitting and waiting for Naruto. "Until the ghost of hell awoke," Hidden said with a mocking tone, referring to the blonde man's reputation. "Let me guess, that's what my enemies are calling me. Although I can't deny it, it does sound intimidating. Anyway, what's new?" Naruto asked as he sat down next to Conan. "Well, the cages are already in their villages. Also note that there are some of these throughout the land of fire," Kasame said, placing a small sign on the table. "See, Kinpatsu, you're even more famous in the land of fire," Hidden said in a mocking tone. "This isn't the time for jokes, Hidden. Instead of laughing with you, I might just beat you up. We need to see what decision was made in the villages. Our 3 main targets are surrounding us and the other 2 major secondary targets are far away. Despite all the damage, Konoha is still the strongest village militarily. I think that thanks to what I did, Kumagakure can truly rival it, and it would be even more valuable if they kept their tailed beasts. But the part of the 9 tails I possessed isn't in my possession, nor are they. The masked man has the other tailed beasts." And the other part of the nine tails, the other part is in my father's corpse, Naruto said before opening his eyes. Your father's corpse, the rest asked. I don't know if I've told you this before, but it's a super secret in the village. Supposedly to protect me from everyone else, the third Hokage decided to hide my heritage and who my parents are until I was older. He did protect me from the other villages, but I suffered in Konoha during my childhood. Anyway, before the Nine Tails was sealed, Minato Namikaze decided to use the Reaper Death Seal to split the Nine Tails in two. He sealed the evil half in his son, and the even more evil half in himself, taking it to his grave. In fact, only you and I know that my father's corpse contains the other half of the Nine Tails. And I can't leave it in Konoha, Naruto explained. There's nothing worse than you. I'm already thanking Yashin-sama for having you on our side, Hiden said. Apparently I know what you're planning, and yes, it's for the best. You go after your parents' bodies and gather information on what the Hokage will say, Kasama said. Indeed, the faster the better, Naruto said the redhead. Okay, see you soon, bye love, Naruto said before lifting Konan by the chin and giving her a quick kiss before jumping out the window and disappearing from the area. After a while, a flame-like copy of Naruto could be seen in a small chapel shaped like a miniature palace. He was already outside the village, heading towards the land of fire, which he reached after a few minutes. The blonde's speed was very high. A few minutes later, with these idiots sleeping, now I see why there were so many problems in this shit, Naruto said to himself as he entered the village unnoticed. Let's see, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto thought, creating a clone which he used as an axis of any villager you would find in the village. The clone then joined a crowd that was gathering in front of the tower as Naruto went to the village's large cemetery. Konohagakure no Sato Cemetery, the blonde whispered as he knelt on one knee and placed his palm on the grass. The place where many legends have been buried after the end of their lives. Beneath my feet lie hundreds who fervently fought in the name of this village and ended up being paid for the sale of their homeland by the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade, now that I've found you, you'll see what I'll do to you in the name of all these people you've dishonored with your disgusting sale of the village. First Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and fourth Hokage, I swear that your deaths and sacrifices for this village will not be in vain. I will cleanse this place and the consciences of many of you who gave your lives for the village you trusted in the alcoholic who decided to sell it to the last Uchiha. Isn't that curious? May both traitors be the last of their prestigious clans that I cast into oblivion the moment I end their lives as they deserve, Naruto expressed fervently in his gaze, who excused his violent acts of revenge under the facade of cleansing the conscience of many deceased. Although in reality, yes, he will cleanse the conscience of many shinobi who gave their lives to slowly build the place that Naruto swore to destroy. Blinking slowly and letting out a sigh, Naruto went to look for certain graves that held great value for him and many others, the grave of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Naruto quickly found it and approached, summoning a sword with which he marked out a rectangle of earth. Naruto's eyes glowed red as he clenched his flaming hand, causing several swords to appear all around the edge of the rectangle he made. Suddenly, Naruto opened his hand, causing all the swords to act as levers, perfectly clearing the graves of all the earth, revealing two coffins. Signed to prepare himself for any emotion, Naruto looked at the two coffins as the flame in his hand and all the swords disappeared. Using his shinobi strength, Naruto pulled both coffins out of the hole and looked at them. He hesitated about whether to open them or not, but curiosity won out. Slowly, Naruto opened the top of one of the coffins, looking into a very well-preserved angelic face with red hair, closed eyes, and a smile that expressed many feelings even with its eyes closed. Even inside a box that held what remains of you in this world, you are still beautiful, Mom. You are an angel I never had the joy of meeting. That hopeful smile is a sign of the great woman you once were, Naruto whispered as he ran his hand over the glass. The blonde man quickly averted his gaze, overwhelmed by hundreds of emotions, and closed the top of the coffin. This hurts. It's the first time I've seen the woman who brought me into this world, and all I can see is that hopeful yet sorrowful smile, accompanied by closed eyes inside that wooden box. How I wish I could have lived with you, Okasan, Naruto whispered as a strange, flame-filled tear fell from his left eye, its iris shifting to a red, yellow, and orange hue, perfectly mirroring the burning flames that dwelled in the abyss of his dark soul. Due to discomfort and symptoms of massive chakra drain and a high fever, Naruto winked that eye as it returned to its red color. Dudniod further wondered whether or not he would control his emotions. Naruto did the same with the other coffin, approaching it and opening the top part, looking through the glass. The closed, hopeful smile of the preserved corpse of the fourth homie penetrated the soul of the younger blonde boy, provoking many more feelings in him, and most of them only fueled a deplorable state that might be approaching. Father, Naruto whispered as a tear began to form in his right eye. This is the second time I've seen you, well, the first time in real life, and that smile shows the values that defined you. You still have that hopeful smile on your closed eyes face. You died with a smile after giving your soul to the Shinigami to save the village, and this is how they repaid you. This damned world didn't deserve someone as pure as you, father, Naruto whispered, as the same burning tear fell from his right eye and ran down his cheek, scorching his black face mask. Naruto's right eye changed color repeatedly, mimicking the color of the blazing fire that represented the fury and hatred that often coursed through his being. Naruto closed the top of the coffin while closing his other eye as he felt the same thing he had felt a few seconds ago. The blonde man placed his hands on the handles of both coffins so that in a blazing explosion he reappeared in the chapel where he had left his copy, but this time with both coffins at his sides. I'll place them here, where no fool who is nobody can approach and desecrate their small environment with their mere presence. Those phrases ran through Naruto's thoughts, which the blonde fulfilled, turning that place into a small and luxurious tomb where he would give his predecessors the perfect rest. I'll wait for my clone to dissipate and give me the information, Naruto thought before disappearing in a spiral of fire and smoke, only to reappear on top of the roof of the village's tallest tower. Sitting on the edge of the roof, Naruto observed his village under the cloudy sky that had formed. He couldn't deny it. He was prepared to kill all his enemies to enjoy their screams, but he often thought it was wrong to enjoy it. There's no doubt they deserve to suffer just as I deserve revenge. But am I a maniac for enjoying it? You know what? I don't care if I'm a maniac. The only thing that matters is that I'm fulfilling my revenge. I'm clearing my name and no longer being the idiot brat who gave his life for the village that mocked his supposed death. I have every right to enjoy every single scream of despair from my victims, Naruto said to himself with a sigh. I'll wait for my clone to give me the information, Naruto said, letting out his thoughts with a sigh. Are you all right, Naruto-kun? The blonde heard the voice of his beloved blue-haired girl who was approaching from behind him after flying up to the roof with her paper jutsu. Not at all, love, replied Naruto, who continued to gaze at the horizon. The blonde felt the blue-haired girl hug him from behind and hold her face on Naruto's shoulder. I can feel your high temperature and that you're deep in thought. I don't think you're feeling well, the kunoichi said gently. I felt a lot of emotions a while ago which caused my temperature to rise, and I've been thinking about this ever since I left a spy clone in Konoha, listening to what its Hokage would say. I'm fine, Conan, don't worry, said Naruto, sighing as he stepped back a little and pulled Conan down, placing her on his thighs. Okay, Naruto-kun, the blue-haired girl replied softly, hugging the blonde boy who was doing the same to her. I never thought I'd open my vengeful heart to someone, but I don't regret having her, Naruto thought, giving a smile to the blue-haired girl who imitated his action as they both hugged affectionately. Suddenly Conan saw the blonde boy blink forcefully. It wasn't normal. I already have the information, said Naruto, who was still hugging the blue-haired girl who was on his lap. What information exactly? Conan asked. Konoha and the other 4 great villages are perfectly prepared for war. They'll be bringing almost their entire army, leaving little for defense. The man in the orange mask, whom I supposedly killed upon my awakening, is still alive and possesses almost all the tailed beasts. He also said he commands a large army, and everything will be decided in a great war in the Land of Iron. He hasn't relegated us to a secondary role in this war. Basically, they're leaving all their territories completely vulnerable to falling to us, Naruto summarized. We have to say it in the room, Conan said as 3 paper birds flew off in various directions. Yes, although I don't want to leave you, but let's take care of the rest first, said the blonde man before joining his lips with those of the blue-haired woman. He loved kissing her. Okay, Conan nodded, agreeing with Naruto so they could both head to the main room. In 5 minutes, everyone was in the room. Tell us, Naruto, what do you know? Nagato asked. The masked man I tested my new powers on survived. The idiot claimed to possess almost all the tailed beasts and declared war on the 5 great nations. This war will take place in the Land of Iron, right where the meeting was held. What's about to happen couldn't be better for us, since the masked man says he has an ace up his sleeve that will strengthen his supposedly great army. That's why the 5 great nations won't take this lightly and must protect their territories. In other words, it's either perish in the war or be dominated by us. Now is when we need to start moving, and I have to pay a little visit to Kumagakure. A certain woman is going to pay for it, Naruto said. Wow, this is basically a gift from Yashin-sama, Hiden said as he smelled the blood on a piece of black leather. So did you prepare the army for an upcoming attack? Kasama asked. What woman are you talking about, Naruto-kun? Conan asked. Nagato sighed as he thought, as a strategist he wasn't the best, but by following the basics he was very good. Kasame, you must tell them that we'll probably launch an attack because I assume they're always prepared. And you, Hiden, it's strange that you keep sniffing the blood on that piece of clothing left over from when I fought the Tsuchikage, and the woman I'm talking about is Tsunade. Out of sheer revenge I'll find her and she'll pay, the blonde explained calmly. What did that bitch do to you? Conan asked. Don't you think it's suicidal to go to Kumo alone just to kill one person? Kasame and Nagato said. She's the one who gave the green light to everything that happened to me, and she'd better stop thinking she'll get away with hiding. And no, I'm not afraid of Kumo or anyone in there, Naruto replied. I don't think you should go, but I'm not in a position to stop you either. All I can say is be careful, Nagato said. We say the same. If you need anything you can count on us, said Hidden and Kasame. I can accompany you, was all Conan asked. I'm sorry, Konenheim, but this is something I don't want to involve you in. I'll do this alone, Naruto replied with a serious expression. Well, Kasame, take care of preparing the army even more. I'll think about which objective suits us best between Iwa or Suna, since Konoha is the main course. Hidden, go ask your god for strength. I prepared the whole village and I'll prepare myself too, Nagato said. All right, I'll leave now. I'll see you later, Konenheim, said the blonde man before leaving, not without kissing the blue-haired woman again. I don't like that he's going straight to Kumo. It would make them even more alert to us, Kasame said. I know Kasame, but he deserves his revenge and we can't deprive him of the satisfaction of ending that woman's life. I could see the hatred in his eyes. Besides, I don't have to worry about his safety. This kid's powers are immense. Anyway, I can get there and rescue him quickly, but for now, let's focus on our own business, Nagato said, blinking slowly. A while had passed, and at great speed Naruto was already in the middle of the land of lightning, looking at Kumagakure in the distance. The hidden cloud village, known for its arsenal of lightning jutsu and its brutally powerful rake. Poor things, the worst thing they could have done was leave the former Hokage here, Naruto muttered, sighing as he created two clones, who powerfully propelled him into the air straight towards Kumagakure above the clouds. Gliding calculatingly through the air, Naruto landed on top of the roof of the village's tallest tower, where he was not seen by anyone. That alcoholic must be in a bar, Naruto thought as his small black mask formed flames on his face, making it easier for the blonde to breathe due to the height he was at. Let's see, I need to look like someone from here. But I haven't seen many people from here before. I understand they have dark skin and light hair and usually wear light-colored uniforms, Naruto thought as he performed a kind of transformation, since his body began to be surrounded by flames as he changed into the standard Kumo uniform over his dark-skinned body, black eyes, and pale yellow hair. Perfect, sighed the blonde man before jumping off the roof of the tower and disappearing in a spiral of fire, reappearing in an alley. The street seemed somewhat empty, as if the vast majority of the village were busy, but there was activity. They're probably already preparing for the supposed war, Naruto thought, looking for the nearest bars as he walked confidently through the village. This is the nicest-looking bar, the blonde man muttered to himself under a veil as he walked in, and sure enough, there she was, and not alone, she was with Shisune and the Raikage drinking. Calm down, Naruto, he told himself as he sighed. First I'll kill Shisune and then I'll drag Tsune to the purgatory room, and if that sack of meat gets involved, he'll get screwed too, along with everyone who supports him, Naruto thought as he approached the canteen. Welcome, young man, what can I offer you? Said a gentleman of about 40 years old. The gentleman was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a black vest and a handkerchief, giving him the perfect look of a bartender from the most elegant bar in existence. Something gentle and relaxing, please, Naruto requested. The man nodded and proceeded to prepare a glass of white rum with pure lemon juice and a slice on top of the glass for the blonde man. Naruto calmly took the glass and slowly drank it, savoring the simple but delicious sip. What do you think, young man? Asked the gentleman as he finished preparing several glasses to put on a silver tray, which a dark-skinned boy with ugly features, wearing blue contact lenses and with black hair with badly painted blue streaks approached. Wolfer, take that to Raikage-sama and his two visitors, said the old man. Wolfer may be an idiot, but Wolfer is a good boy, said the blue-haired boy as he awkwardly grabbed the tray and went to where the Raikage was. The blonde man couldn't help but laugh inside. He didn't know why, but the fact that the boy was speaking in the third person made him laugh a lot. Damn, this idiot is going to get me discovered, the blonde thought as he finished his drink, ignoring the boy. How much do I owe you, sir? The blonde man asked as the man handed him a ticket with the price. The blonde man calmly paid without taking his eyes off the table where Tsunade was sitting. Oops, I got dirty, Shisune said, with a strawberry pulp stain on her outer garment, so she got up to go to the bathroom, which caused a big internal smile on Naruto's face. The blonde man followed her, ignoring all eyes as Shisune entered the women's bathroom. It's wrong to enter here, Naruto thought, dismissing it as he opened the door and entered the women's bathroom, where Shisune quickly looked at him about to speak. Oh my dear Shisune, said the Morno subject, leaving the former Hokage's assistant perplexed as she recognized that voice. The effects of the alcohol disappeared the instant the raven-haired girl turned pale, and even more so when the energy Naruto was carrying exploded, revealing the blonde man in black clothing. The ghost of hell, said the former Hokage's assistant before seeing a dagger form in the blonde man's hand. I don't know if you had anything to do with what happened to me, but you're with the traitor, so you have no escape. But I'll be merciful. I won't torture you, the blonde said as the face mask he was wearing disappeared in a small, fiery explosion, leaving the dark-haired woman even paler. That face was impossible to forget, but it wasn't the same. Before Naruto, Uzumaki's hopeful and encouraging smile and his blue eyes were something beautiful to everyone, even if they hated him. No one could deny the enthusiasm that face conveyed. But what he saw before him was different. That serious, emotionless gaze, devoid of any feeling other than hatred, was quite different. His features were almost the same, were it not for his red eyes, which alone spoke volumes about the blonde man's danger. Now, instead of conveying enthusiasm, his eyes only reflected desperation and fear. Because now Shisyun was the blonde man's prey. "Goodbye Shisyun, rest in peace," were the only words of Naruto as he quickly stabbed her in the heart with great force, managing to pierce the organ. Shisyun was left with her eyes open as she fell to the ground, but before she fell, Naruto caught her with his arm, closing her eyes. Naruto picked her up and in the blink of an eye, from one moment to the next, Naruto prepared a blue fire jutsu that began to consume Shizyun's entire corpse until nothing remained. Naruto just looked indifferently at what happened. "I think you didn't deserve this as much as the old woman, but I can't leave loose ends, that's life," said Naruto as he returned to his form, changing it into a different one. He was a tall man with more attractive features, wearing a formal suit. "I'll try to take the old woman to a room. After all, this old woman is just as perverted and lustful as Erosinen, she just hides that side." The blonde man, who was now black-haired, could only manage to leave through the door, while he adjusted his tie and could see the old woman alone. "So she's all alone, I wonder where the muscle-bound sack is," said Naruto as he approached the former Hokage. Naruto simply asked for a glass of champagne, to which the bartender nodded and went to serve it to him. "Aren't you from around here, are you, doll?" the Hokage said, looking at Naruto, blushing from the effects of drinking too much alcohol. Naruto was burning up inside because he never thought the old woman would throw inappropriate compliments at him. "Hello, I see you're alone, young lady. Are you with someone?" Naruto said while he was seething inside. The blonde just made a stupid face and moved closer to Naruto. "The truth is I was with an old man and my disciple, but it seems you're all alone or not," she said while hugging Naruto's arm, resting her two massive breasts on Naruto's arm, who was just blushing with embarrassment that a woman who wasn't Conan was leaning on Naruto. "Haha, I think you're very close, miss. What's your name?" he asked, feigning nervousness. Tsunade just moved closer. "My name is Tsunade Senju, and does it bother you that I'm so close or what?" she said, smiling, to which Naruto just got into character since he wanted to finish her off quickly. Naruto just sighed and knew that what he was going to do was for the good of Aimgakure. "Nice name, Tsunade-chan," Naruto said as he took her chin in his hand, much to Tsunade's delight, who thought she had him at her feet. How wrong she was. "You know, it's really hot, don't you think? What's your name, by the way?" Tsunade said as she unbuttoned her outfit a little, revealing a looser neckline. "Thank goodness this woman doesn't attract me at all. Otherwise, I'd already have a small problem with Naru-chan, or as Conan calls him, haha." Naruto laughed in his mind at that last part. "You know, I know a place where you could cool down or maybe warm up more," Naruto whispered in Tsunade's ear, who just smiled. "Show me then," Tsunade said, grabbing Naruto's tie and pulling him to the second floor of the bar. Naruto just smiled to himself, planning to use his best genjutsu, one that rivaled the torture chamber. Upon reaching the room, Naruto placed a tie in the lock, hoping to prevent anyone from misinterpreting his intentions and entering. "Where do you want to start, sweetheart?" Tsunade said as she lay down on the bed in a suggestive position. Naruto just smiled. "We can start where your worst downfall begins," Naruto said as he burst into violet flames and began to take on his normal form. Tsunade, who was still drunk, got into a fighting stance, but the instant she tried to stand up, she fell. Naruto, who was already wearing his usual black suit, managed to take off his mask, revealing his mouth and other features. Tsunade just squinted to get a better look at Naruto, who was just walking towards her and crouching down to her level. You are Naruto," Tsunade said, paralyzed by who she thought it was. "No, I'm not Naruto, I'm just someone different." Naruto died the moment his friends and family betrayed him, Naruto said, approaching the former Hokage while grabbing her hair and looking into her eyes. Naruto, is that you or not? I don't understand, I thought you had been murdered." "I saw your corpse with my own eyes," said the Senju with her honey-colored eyes wide open. Naruto just narrowed his eyes. "You can destroy my body but never my spirit," the blonde man said as he grabbed Senju by the hair and looked at her more closely. "Now you will know the true hell," Naruto said, while Tsunade could see in his red eyes a lot of flames, people in agony, grapes, terrorism, innocent people being murdered. Senju only saw things that a normal human being could not bear. It was hell itself, so she decided to close her eyes. Suddenly she opened her eyes and found herself tied to a cross while all around her was hell itself. There was fire and many corpses scattered on the ground, decomposing, and some skeletons lying around. "Haha, hi Ba-chan," said Naruto, appearing in front of her in a whirlwind of fire. Tsunade was only terrified when she saw snakes and many insects crawling all over her body, some more horrible than others. "What do you think of my Garden of Eden version, Naruto?" he said in a whisper. The honey-eyed woman couldn't speak because she felt something in her throat preventing her from speaking. "I think you're having trouble speaking, Ba-chan." "I think I know what it is," the blonde boy said as he approached and roughly shoved his entire hand inside the Senju girl's mouth, who choked and began to convulse. Then the blonde man found what he was looking for, pulling out a large stuck slug that was not like the ones we imagined. It was black and had red eyes. Naruto held the slug by its tail in front of the Senju's face, who stared in terror at what was on her body and began to vomit in disgust. "Ha, what's wrong, Ba-chan? Are you disgusted by this slug? But you're the princess of the slugs," said Naruto while looking at the slug that had a demonic smile. "You see, you know what this slug is. It's the slug of guilt, the slug of fear and of hatred," he said while squeezing it so hard with both hands that it exploded in front of Tsunade, filling her face with blood. What have I done to deserve this treatment?" she whispered while crying. Naruto just looked at her indifferently before answering her. "Are you still wondering? You planned my murder. I saw you as a mother, as one of my role models as Hokage, and you betrayed me," Naruto said, raising his voice as the fire intensified. The honey-eyed girl was literally dying of heat. She could see her skin starting to sweat and redden. "Please, Naruto, have mercy. I think I deserve forgiveness after all," Senju said, trying to find something she had done for Naruto in her memories. The blonde boy just glared at him with even more hatred. "You see, you never did anything for me. On the contrary, thanks to me you came back to Konoha. Thanks to me you have your respect back in that filthy village," Naruto said. Senju just stared at the ground but raised her head high. "I was wrong about what happened, but as far as I'm concerned, you can rot in hell, you hear me?" said Senju, smiling. Naruto just smiled at the blonde's insolent reaction. He could only clap and make hand gestures. "I see, so you're playing hard to get. Since we're talking about hell, let's bring in two guests you treated like dirt," said Naruto as two figures recognized by Tsunade emerged from the darkness. The blonde just opened her eyes wider, shocked, and uttered a few words. Dan Nawaki said with teary eyes, watching them trying to free themselves. "Perhaps they're the most precious thing you ever had, aren't they? Well, you'll see how I annihilate them right in front of you so you know. The same thing happened to me," Naruto said with hatred in his words. "Dan-san and Nawaki-san, I'm sorry for this," she thought to herself. From under the ground came a skull axe with a giant point, and while screams of suffering came from the ground, he grabbed the axe and with one great cut off Dan's head. Tsunade was just in shock and just cried because she couldn't do anything and watched her love die by decapitation. And now you see the helplessness of not being able to do anything, the helplessness one feels when betrayed. "Now you'll see them burn while they beg for your help," Naruto said, snapping his fingers. Then Nawaki began to burst into flames, as did Dan, who were pleading for his help. "Nick-chan, help me, why is he doing this to us?" Nawaki said while crying on the ground as the flames consumed him. "Tsunade, I loved you, why are you doing this to me? I gave my life for you and you take it back from me," said the head on the ground. Tsunade was just trying to break free, but the more she struggled, the more the fire intensified. "Oh, do you want to escape? Well, how about you do it without your arm?" Naruto said, smiling as he appeared in front of her and forcefully ripped off her right arm. The honey-eyed girl began to scream in pain and tried to heal herself, but it was impossible. Why are you doing this to me, why?" the irritated blonde said. "Why? The real question is, what did I do to make them betray me the way they did?" Naruto shouted, grabbing his other arm and disintegrating it as the fire began to spread, burning Tsunade alive, who could only moan in pain as her skin began to burn and horrifyingly fall off. "Hahaha, you see, this is what happened in this same way, only you know what the detail is, it wasn't a genjutsu," he said the last part while snapping his fingers. And everything vanished, revealing Tsunade lying on the floor with her eyes ablaze as she began to tremble. "Did you enjoy it, sweetie?" Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade, who was writhing in blood as she stood up, unable to see her surroundings. She tried to attack Naruto by trying to sense him by sending chakra pulses. But it was useless. The blonde's abundant, infernal chakra distorted the pulses without him having to do anything, since the Jew was attacking in all directions. After Tsunade threw a punch, Naruto dodged it and kicked her ankles, making her stagger, before delivering a powerful punch to her nose, sending her crashing into the wall. However, Naruto did not stop and launched a powerful kick to the face of the former Hokage, breaking the wall which the Senju passed through, leaving the room, leaving everyone perplexed to see the respected and feared Sannin all injured being beaten by the poster boy. "It's the ghost of hell." They all shouted as they ran when they saw the boy walking towards the blind sanctuary. The Senju, in a state of intoxication, began to concentrate so that the rhombus on her forehead began to expand into marks, giving an indication of the jutsu she would perform. "Don't think you're going to survive this one," Naruto exclaimed, snapping his fingers. The Senju could see nothing, but she felt a sword pierce her right shoulder, another her left thigh, 2 impaled her feet, and 4 pinned her knees to the wall. Her open hands received a sword in each palm and 1 in each wrist, leaving her completely pinned to the wall before 7 swords plunged into her waist and abdomen. The wounds the honey-eyed woman had closed, but the red swords remained inside her body and she was still impaled on the wall. "Now, feel the consequences of the infernal fist. I hear Ka Senju for the last time." The blonde man's right hand was ablaze with red flames that concentrated on his knuckles before he disappeared in a burst of fire. Those inside watched in fear as the wall shattered completely while the body of the former Hokage emerged without her head. which was completely destroyed by the burning fist of the blonde man who walked out of the place, emitting an aura of death and suffering around him. But even worse was the surprise Naruto got when he saw a certain person standing in front of the Raikage and surrounded by hundreds of cloud shinobi. It was her beloved blue-haired angel Konan. She was at the mercy of dozens of Kumo shinobi and the Raikage was meters away, ready to attack. You're definitely connected to that blonde idiot from Aimgakure, but Kumagakure is the real challenge. Here we kill our enemies and you'll be the first. And if that ridiculous devilish ghost guy comes along, I'll turn him into mush. The Raikage exclaimed, surrounded by dozens of lightning bolts as he looked at Konan. Naruto's body temperature began to rise as he steamed. There was the Raikage threatening the safety of his beloved, who daringly followed him and went to the hidden village among the clouds behind him. She was at the mercy of the Raikage and looked sad, as if she wanted to die. She looked as if she had been emotionally hurt. "Finish me off, this is pointless now," she said sadly. If Naruto already didn't understand and felt angry, seeing the Raikage's smile only made it worse. The urge to commit murder surged within him. His murderous intentions caught everyone's attention when Konan saw Naruto and the decapitated Senju corpse, surprising her and changing her expression to one of concern. "Raikage-sama. He is here," said one of the shinobi, succumbing to the aura emanating from Naruto. "Either the Fafa ghost of hell," said another, pointing at Naruto who was sniffing with anger. The Raikage began to sense the great power emanating from Naruto and went to look at him, noticing how an explosion occurred in his eyes which turned red with orange and yellow, having a color change similar to the movement of flames. "Lariat!" exclaimed the Raikage, ignoring Naruto and charging towards Konan. But the Raikage didn't hit anything. He walked past, seeing a trail of fire where the blue-haired girl should have been. Men are possessive and territorial, and we never, ever let anyone mess with what we love. And if what a man loves is his woman, you should never mess with her. Terror strikes the infernal ghost. Men, we never let anyone mess with what we love, and if what a man loves is his woman, you should never mess with her. And you, my esteemed Raikage, you have just threatened the safety of the woman I love, and that I will not forgive." Naruto finished speaking, walking to the side while holding Konan in his warm arms. "Why did you come, love? Do you see what we're doing?" Naruto whispered seriously, looking into his partner's orange eyes. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I was jealous. It hurt to see you take that woman to a room," she said as tears escaped her eyes. "Never, my love, I would never be unfaithful to you. I locked that woman in a room to torture her. You are the love of my life. No other woman could make me feel as special as you do, and I would never be so vile as to betray you," Naruto said seriously as he brought his lips close to the blue-haired girl's, joining them in a dangerous kiss that lasted no more than 3 seconds. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I shouldn't have doubted you," said the blue-haired girl as she separated her lips from Naruto's. "That's fine, Konanheim, I understand. But please leave me alone for a few moments. I have things to do," said the blonde man with a serious expression. Konan simply nodded as she climbed down from the blonde man's arms and took a great leap as long paper wings sprouted from her, beginning to rise into flight. "Sorry, gentlemen," Naruto began, looking at the Raikage and all his soldiers. "You have death itself standing before you, and at this moment, there are no enemies to me, nor are there any innocents. There are only victims." The blonde man's eyes began to burn with flames as an explosion of fire formed in his hand, generating a long red katana. "This day will be unforgettable for all of you. The ghost of hell wants blood," the blonde man exclaimed as his eyes began to emit powerful flames, signaling that something bad was about to happen to everyone as they felt the atmosphere grow tense and hot. "Who the hell do you think you are?" exclaimed the Raikage, charging towards Naruto at his rapid speed with a punch. But in a blazing explosion, the blonde man disappeared, causing the Raikage to miss his punch and spin to the ground. He could see it, he could feel it, he knew it. His troops were terrified. The rumors of how he had left the Tsuchikage, how he had beaten the Hokage, and how he had conquered several villages made this blonde man someone to be feared. And the aura and the heat he emitted only intensified the deep fear they all felt. "What are you waiting for, you idiots? Attack!" he exclaimed to the Raikage, looking at his terrified soldiers. The soldiers gritted their teeth as they stared at their clenched fists. There were more than 100 of them in the area. Why should they fear just one? They wondered, knowing that everything the blonde man had done was already more than enough to be afraid of. But having him right in front of them, it was something much worse. It wasn't fear. It was terror that gripped the area, but they had no choice. They couldn't leave their people defenseless. They had to put an end to the infernal specter. With immense courage, they all gathered enough strength to charge towards the dreaded infernal phantom. They can feel it. The responsibilities and duties they have give them courage. They have people to take care of and a bag of muscle to protect. That courage is admirable, but useless. The courage you muster to confront me only increases my desire to kill you. Jigoku Amuni /. In a blazing explosion, the blonde man disappeared from everyone's sight, and 12 Narutos made of flames spread out, forming a circle that held the Raikage in the center. "Raikage-sama!" they all exclaimed at once as 2 shinobi entered the circle. This was their final act. In a reddish flash, the infernal phantom appeared in front of these two shinobi and in less than a second launched 5 slashes before disappearing in an explosion of fire. With surprise and terror, everyone watched as those two shinobi fell to the ground when their arms, legs, and heads were separated from their torsos. With their eyes wide open, all the shinobi separated, wondering what to do in that situation. The Reikige's egocentrism and strong character crumbled as he realized the situation he was in. He didn't know what to do at that moment. What if he went out and the infernal phantom turned him into mincemeat? Or what if he stayed and died in some fiery explosion? To avoid being unprotected, the Reikage proceeded to charge his lightning armor all over his body while watching as the blonde man with the katana appeared outside the circle. The soldiers began tracing seals so that several lightning bolts would form in the hands of Veros, who finished the sequences quickly. Raiten Kaminari, they exclaimed, launching the abysmal speed of lightning. They're slow, was all Naruto said before disappearing in a burst of fire, charging towards the soldiers. He launched 3 slashes to clear a path through the shinobi, bending and turning to avoid the lightning bolts, kunai slashes, and blows of his enemies. Screams rang out from the first 30 shinobi who lost arms and legs due to the cuts of the subject with the flaming eye, who was already behind all the Kumigakure soldiers. Lightning slash. Several exclaimed, turning and slashing at Naruto with their chokyudo. Lightning bolts in the shape of cuts flew towards him. But this one didn't cost him much. He slipped past all the cuts at once, and with a violent explosion of fire, another katana emerged from his left hand. With an emotionless look, the blonde stood up while bringing the hilts of both katanas together, making them have one edge on the bottom and another on top, at which point Naruto jumped towards where everyone was. The blonde man began to spin, swords in hand, making them resemble a propeller. The propeller of death for the unfortunate souls who crossed Naruto's path. The shinobi tried to use their weapons to slow the movement of the red-eyed man who had come towards them. But it was in vain. Every sword and kunai was broken and left red-hot by the weapons of the infernal phantom, who with his rotating weapon mutilated the shinobi in front of him, dividing them in 2 with such cuts. After a rapid spiraling movement like a propeller, and with about 15 shinobi fallen meters and 6 with severe injuries, Naruto arrived at the dome again, while both katanas disappeared and the blonde's face mask reformed, giving him an even more mysterious face, spreading more terror when a flame formed in Naruto's hand, showing some fiery skulls. The concentration of fire grew larger and larger as the skulls merged with the flames, creating a long swirling flame that began to concentrate into a sphere of fire that started to spin violently, captivating everyone's attention with its mesmerizing movement. 3 spikes emerged from the sphere, giving it the appearance of a large shuriken. Jigoku Raisen Shuriken, Naruto exclaimed coldly, launching the sphere of flames towards the group of shinobi trying to carry away the wounded, while the healthy ones covered them, thinking about how to get their cage out of there. As Reikage, I assume you love your village and at the same time you appreciate your beloved army. Tell me, you muscle-bound sack, how does it feel to see your men fall mutilated while the supposed strongest person in charge of the village does nothing for them? Naruto asked as the sphere reached its target, exploding violently in a gigantic dome of fire that consumed everyone in its path and sent small remains of those near the area of effect flying. You hear it, Reikage, the silence. That is the sound of death. I love it almost as much as the pleas for mercy and the lost, angry look you all have when all that's left for you is to die. You feel it, don't you? This is what happens when you threaten what I love. What was going through your tiny brain when you tried to attack my blue-haired angel? Naruto asked the Reikage, who was completely filled with lightning in Naruto's flame dome. Everyone's right. You're a damned miserable bastard, the Reikage exclaimed, running out of the dome hoping to escape, but it was useless. One of Naruto's brand new clones delivered a powerful kick to the Reikage, sending him back to the center. Are you that desperate? Your turn will come, said the blonde man outside the dome. In a swift movement, Naruto had to move aside, avoiding a low kick from a dark-skinned subject, wearing a light suit with 2 swords on his back, a Kumo idiot beige blonde hair swept back, a goatee and black glasses. Brother, exclaimed the subject, looking at the captured Reikage to see the cold gaze of the red eye and the flaming eye of the blonde. Be careful, he is. Listening to the Reikage's words, the newly arrived subject took a good look at the blonde man. The infernal phantom said, putting his gaze serious as he drew the swords from his back, beginning to wield 7 swords with the union of his elbows, knees, tilting his neck, one at his waist and one in his mouth. A very strange and extravagant fighting style. It will be entertaining to fight him while I contain my power by keeping the Reikage imprisoned, thus preventing my body from collapsing at such a high temperature, Naruto thought as an explosion of fire occurred in his right hand, summoning the double katana. I'm going to kill the infernal ghost, Bakiero Kono. Shut your mouth, you animal, Naruto said, quickly launching a fireball towards where the swordsman was, making him jump back in a diagonal movement, showing that whoever was next to him in that movement would be injured. In a swift movement, Naruto separated the two katanas to charge at the subject at monstrous speed. The swordsman began to spin, intercepting Naruto's cuts and causing both the blonde and him to retreat. Naruto looked at the cut in his pants on one sleeve of his jacket and a slight cut on his cheek, showing how dangerous that guy could be. The swordsman charged swiftly towards Naruto, spinning like a whirlwind of blades. The blonde man quickly watched the movements to join the two katanas and make them spin like a propeller in front of him, right where B would charge. When B arrived, his swords clashed with the two katanas that intercepted him, stopping his attack as both katanas separated. B, with his eyes open, could see the hypnotic, gleaming eye of the blonde man who spun around, propelling a powerful reverse kick that impacted B's abdomen, sending him meters backward at great speed as three of his swords fell to the ground. Naruto took advantage of the momentum and charged at great speed towards the swordsman who with effort quickly resumed his stance with a sword in each hand, one in his mouth and the other at the joint of his elbow. B tried to intercept the blonde man who came towards him, spinning with each sword in hand, but it was impossible. When Naruto's katanas clashed with B's swords, they bent until they were broken in two, leaving B with only the sword in his mouth, which he intended to use to stop Naruto's downward diagonal slash. But Naruto's left-hand katana collided with B's sword, knocking it to the ground as it nearly broke B's jaw. The blonde man spun around, causing a long cut across B's chest and abdomen, who instantly let out a small scream as blood gushed from the long cut that remained. Naruto quickly delivered a low kick, impacting the Kuma ninja's ankle, leaving him on the ground as Naruto spun around in the air, launching a powerful thrust with his right katana. Naruto's red katana embedded itself beneath B's right shoulder, leaving him impaled on the ground as Naruto released the sword. I can tell, Reikage. You value this man as much as he values you, the feared blonde said as he plunged his other sword into B's right thigh, impaling him even further. Is this the Reikage's brother that everyone's talking about? Naruto asked as two straight swords emerged from his hands. Answer me, you bastard, demanded Naruto as he buried his swords in B's left thigh and right shoulder, leaving him immobile on the ground. A burst of fire caused another katana to appear in Naruto's hand as he walked towards the dome where the Reikage was imprisoned. How do you feel now that I'm about to kill your brother? Naruto asked, gripping the sword like a spear, showing the Reikage that he could turn around and kill his brother. You bastard, I'm going to kill you, I will. The Reikage screamed furiously, charging towards the dome trying to escape. But it was useless. The clones only threw one punch or kick and then returned it. Naruto quickly had to move aside, dodging a kind of pink tentacle that was going to hit him. When Naruto turned around, he saw B standing with a red chakra cloak surrounding him and that tentacle coming out of his back, revealing that he is the Jinchuriki of the eight-headed beast. Three more tentacles emerged as the cloak surrounding B grew larger and healed all of his wounds. Naruto just kept his stoic gaze as he walked slowly, getting to about 10 meters away from Killer B. Instantly, two tentacles lunged towards Naruto, delivering two blows as if they were whips. For his part, Naruto only took a step to the right, dodging the first attack, then retreated diagonally to the left, perfectly dodging the second without taking his expressionless gaze off. Meanwhile in Iwa, Onoki was in critical condition due to the last beating he suffered from the blonde, meanwhile in the room of the most important people of Iwa and the grandchildren of the Tsuchikage. I propose we don't go to war without our strongest ninja. I doubt we can even do it without Onoki-sama, said one of the council members. The others looked at him with some anger. Iwa would not resign himself to going to war. We prefer to die on our feet than on our knees, said another. That's true, though. Onoki is the strongest of all ours, so I doubt we can do any harm, even though our army is powerful, said a ninja. So the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage Kuretsuchi. I think the best solution is to wait for my grandfather to get better. Although I already have the solution, we have a doctor who is capable of putting him into a state of well-being. This doctor was a companion of the Sannin Tsunade in the Third Shinobi War. I don't know how they didn't kill each other, but she learned something from her, said Kuretsuchi, to which the entire council of the Great Table looked with amazement. And who is the woman who can help her? Said the man who appeared to be second in command of the village. It's me, said a blonde woman next to Kuretsuchi as she stood up, bowing. I believe I can heal the Tsuchikage-sama. I have several abilities that can be useful so that Iwa does not fall into the dishonor of falling without a fight, the woman said, to which the rest were amazed by the solution. Excellent, you see we had a solution. Now we'll have to go to war, but if possible it's best to go with the old man to heal him, said Kuretsuchi, standing up to guide the doctor to the place where they had Onoki on a stretcher. When they arrived at the place, they could see an Onoki completely wiped out, just like his element, haha, but he was literally covered in bandages all over and had plaster casts on his limbs, plus a respirator that was getting slower and slower due to Onoki's dwindling vital signs. But by Kami, what happened to the Tsuchikage-sama? Do you know anything, Kuretsuchi? The doctor said, horrified by how the cage ended up. The dark-haired woman could only sigh as she told him what had happened. You see, what happened was that we sent a group of elite jounin and the old man himself. Supposedly, it was a mission with a 90% success rate. Just arrive, inflict enough damage to cripple, aim to delay it, and kill anyone who might hinder the team's return. But it seems the odds were against us. Although it said that it was only one individual, the one they call the Ghost of Hell, he took out everyone in shady ways, but with the old man, well, let's just say he made mincemeat of him. The guy is extremely powerful. Besides, the strongest rumors say that he's someone who died and came back to life, hence his nickname, Ghost of Hell, but they're just rumors. I seriously doubt anyone can come back to life, the dark-haired woman said, leaving the medic surprised. The blonde doctor stood speechless, her eyes wide open, as she listened to everything that Tsuchiki's granddaughter had just told her. She couldn't believe that such a person could exist. Well, I'd better get to work, she said as she approached the old man Anoki. With her hands enveloped in green chakra that began to turn blue from some kind of medicine, she began to rub it against the Tsuchiki's chest and wounds. Watching as he opened both eyes with a look of terror, the ninja could only sigh, and with a finger on Anoki's chest, his whole body became covered in a blue aura, thus healing each of the old man's serious wounds. All right, the treatment is almost over. His most serious injuries have healed, as well as the muscle tears and damage to his chakra networks. However, he should take at least a day of rest due to the sudden change in his condition. This technique is somewhat forbidden, so to speak. There are very few occasions when it can be used. But I have my reason for using it on the Honorable Tsuchikage, he said, bending down, exhausted from using an advanced-level jutsu. You're incredible, I didn't know such a jutsu existed, said the dark-haired woman with a wink to the doctor, who just laughed with tired sighs. Where are you, you bastard? Anoki said furiously and at the same time with a tone of fear. Old man, you opened your eyes, I knew you weren't dead yet, said the dark-haired woman. The Tsuchikage only managed to get up somewhat heavily from the stretcher, his cast still beginning to break and turn to dust. What's wrong, old man? Aren't you happy that your granddaughter is coming to see you? Just relax, Kuretsuchi said, putting a hand on Anoki's shoulder. Anoki began to calm his breathing as he felt the rebound effect of all his discomfort, falling back sitting on his bed. I think you're right, Kuretsuchi-san. I have to tell you that there's a much greater threat to Konoha and its Hokage. I'll just say that we'll form an alliance with Konoha. I have a feeling we have a common enemy, he said, taking a pipe from his side as he managed to relax completely. The dark-haired girl just stared at what her grandfather was saying with one eyebrow raised. Are you sure about what you're saying, old man? We've been enemies of Konoha our whole lives. But maybe you're right, we're talking about the Ghost of Hell. That guy who tore you to pieces, the dark-haired woman said, to which Anoki nodded. Meanwhile in Kanoja, Sasuke, wearing the Hokage cloak and holding his hat, approached the stage to give a speech as the people wanted to know what was happening with the issue of a possible war and wanted some reassurance. As he approaches, I just sigh and puff out my chest to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today I want to talk to you about a topic you've been wanting to know about, a possible war. Many are spreading rumors, many are making things up, many are talking behind my back about my work, about how I do things. And believe me when I say things are going to change. Or perhaps I haven't said it before, but there will be more income, new jobs will open up, and much more. But for that, I need your most sensible support. Remember, I am a strict leader, but everything has a reason which is to improve the quality of life for everyone in this village. Unfortunately, my projects are being delayed due to hundreds of complications that keep arising, and it's mostly sabotage. People who want to prevent my projects and plans for the village from coming to fruition, all to ruin your lives. But that's why I'm here, Sasuke Uchiha 6th Hokage, to give you everything my honorable village deserves, the best quality of life, and I promise you, my people. Everything is going well, Sasuke exclaimed, opening his hands before an enraged village that chanted the name Uchiha Uchiha. Sasuke knew he held the heart and mind of the village in his hands, that no one could take him away from where he was. Now the important thing was to find out who the aforementioned infernal ghost was, but he left all that for later since he had a meeting with the council. Once Sasuke finished speaking, he headed towards the doors at the entrance of the room where Ino and Shikamaru were waiting for him. Are you sure about what you're saying? Our economic plan isn't going well. In case of war, we're only 86% prepared without our Jinchuriki, Shikamaru said, holding a sheet of paper. Sasuke, upon hearing this, became angry and grabbed him by the collar of his vest, looking at him with his Sharigan. Don't mention that last bit again or you'll be executed. I have no problem finding another brainiac to manage me, but for now shut your mouth and nothing bad will happen, he said, smiling as he let go and sent him to the ground. Ino only bent down to help Shikamaru, but Sasuke grabbed her forearm. What do you want, Sasuke? You were just very rude to someone who only wants to help you, Ino said as she freed herself from Sasuke to help her friend who was only refusing her help. Sasuke grabbed the blonde's chin to look her in the eyes and spoke to her. Ino, I have specific plans for you. I will fulfill your teenage dream, so come with me, he said, looking Ino up and down, who only blushed before seeing Sasuke's three Tamo red eyes. As you command, Hokage-sama, she said, blushing as she walked beside Sasuke, who was leading her to a room. Sasuke, remember the council meeting? I don't think they'll appreciate your absence given the current situation, she said from the floor, to which Sasuke looked away to reply. It's obvious I'll go, but you just try not to get involved in what doesn't concern you. You'd better go talk to that sand fox so you can get us more allies, he said, putting his hand on Ino's hip, who blushed. Shikamaru just stayed on the ground, then got up and sighed. I think I miss Temari and Naruto. I had already forgotten about him, I thought to myself as I continued walking. Meanwhile, before entering the Hokage office, Sasuke made a shadow clone. Go and listen to what they say, then disappear to find out what they talked about, Sasuke said to his disappearing clone. Sasuke's clone entered the council room where several class leaders were still present. Hello, Hokage-sama, you may take a seat. We will begin with today's agenda right away, said the assistant, to which he nodded. How the hell does he plan to fulfill all his promises, let alone face this coming war? Said one of the ninjas, banging his fist on the table. Sasuke just stared stoically as he continued to sip his coffee. Don't ignore our demands, you weren't appointed Hokage to drink tea and give false hope, another said. The raven-haired man resigned himself to nothing more than drinking coffee while stoically observing everything. The previous members of the council have disappeared, which I can't explain. But I don't believe in conspiracies, I believe in the actions we must take and the necessary solutions. How do you plan to prepare our army without a leader at all? I don't think you're qualified, he said as the Uchiha stared. I think that after all, the Uzumaki with the fox would have been a better choice. I regret having chosen you as Kage, said one, to which Sasuke sighed and appeared behind the ninja who spoke. You can repeat what you said, Sasuke whispered to the side of his ear, causing the ninja to go numb. No, it's okay, I'm telling you that you're the best and you surely know what to do, he said, laughing, and Sasuke joined in the laughter. Sasuke just narrowed his eyes to grab a kunai and stab it into his throat, and grabbing him by the hair, he threw him out the only glass window, thus surprising everyone. Have they forgotten who the leader is here? The raven-haired man said. I have forged a great empire here, I achieved it with my blood, sweat, and work, do not be ungrateful. But one stood up with courage and spoke, Hokage Dono, tell us what you have planned for this war, please be honest. Sasuke just smiled as he sat back down. Don't worry, I have an ace up my sleeve, he said as he closed his eyes and disappeared. Back to Naruto, the punishment is death. The blonde man's eyes burned with flames as he stared at the Raikage, gauging his excessive power by keeping him caged. The Raikage's ego and confidence had plummeted. In his own territory, he was being treated like a rebellious pet that needed to be kept on a leash, and no one was doing anything for him. Except for his brother, who had been brutally beaten, to the point that he began to show the features of the Eight Tails, the creature he was becoming as tentacles sprouted from his body. Naruto sighed, watching as Killer Bee's body mutated. His body grew larger due to the chakra surrounding him, taking the form of a bull's torso and head with an octopus's back and lower body, revealing 8 tentacles. Naruto sighed, looking at him, as a loud alarm sounded in the village, and it felt as if all the presences were fleeing in search of refuge. The infernal phantom's rage had reached such a point. Going from a simple murder to bringing the second-largest nation to a state of emergency was admirable. But how Naruto remained calm and expressionless was on another level. The Eight Tails was already unleashing its murderous instinct, and Naruto paid it no mind. The eight-headed creature's tentacles waved violently in the air, warning that they would attack the blonde man without hesitation, who could only sigh. A large tentacle violently lashed out like a whip towards Naruto. But the blonde man only took a quick step, avoiding the attack while moving even closer with diagonal steps. With simple, agile steps similar to a dance, Naruto approached diagonally, dodging each attack of the Eight Tails, which became more aggressive with each passing moment towards Naruto, who was soon very close, looking upwards into the eyes of the Biju. Naruto's katana had grown longer and wider while glowing with a reddish fire, while Naruto moved diagonally backward, dodging a whiplash to jump, avoiding a tail whip. And in midair, Naruto charged towards the ground, burying the katana in the floor, impaling the tail of the eight-tailed beast that had attacked him from below. And in a leap with a diagonal spin, another long sword formed in Naruto's hands, who in a swift movement cut off that tail of the eight-headed one, who let out a loud groan of pain as the cut tail exploded into red and blue orbs, showing the yin and yang chakra. Naruto smiled at this. His improvised weapons were capable of giving him a victory against the Biju. Jigoku Flare. Naruto exclaimed as a fireball formed in his hand, and the blonde boy threw it towards the Hachibai's face, momentarily taking his eyes off him. And at that moment Naruto charged in spins as if he were a propeller, reaching the right arm of the eight-headed one, making a long and deep cut in his shoulder to reach the back of the Biju. In a swift movement, the eight-tailed spun around, striking the blonde boy with one of its tails, sending him flying meters back, and began to lash out violently at Naruto, who with agile steps avoided the blows by moving diagonally. In the blink of an eye, Naruto felt his left eye stop emitting flames. This caused a lapse in Naruto's coordination, and he ended up being hit by a whiplash in his hands, sending the katanas flying to both sides. Instinctively, Naruto jumped, dodging a whiplash to his legs. But in midair he received a whiplash that threw him forcefully to the ground, spitting out a burst of burning smoke, scorching his face mask when his back hit the ground. Naruto instantly spun around, dodging another whiplash, and stood up. He was coughing up very hot smoke and his eyes stopped blazing. At this point, the great dome surrounding the wreckage began to vanish into small sparks at the speed that Naruto's murderous instinct descended brutally, freeing the village leader who was in a state of contingency. "Damn it, I've got you!" exclaimed the wreckage, charging forcefully with a brutally fast punch at Naruto. Naruto quickly crossed his arms, blocking the wreckage's punch, which sent him forcefully towards the Juki, who without hesitation launched a quick whip from right to left at Naruto, lifting him into the air. "Damn it, I feel like my lungs are burning and want to explode. What the hell is going on?" Naruto thought, starting to exhale a large amount of smoke and sparks. What the hell, thought the blonde man, trying to breathe, but he was only emptying his lungs by exhaling that smoke and sparks. Trying to coordinate, Naruto only received a double whiplash from the Biju that threw him to the ground, but before he could even touch the ground, Naruto was stopped. I had only heard two screams. A worried and heartbreaking voice could be heard in the distance. It was Conan's. And another, lariat shouted, was the furious voice of the wreckage. But Naruto felt nothing but a lack of air, and as his lungs hurt while he couldn't inhale, he was still exhaling that fiery smoke. And he received it. A powerful forearm strike from the wreckage straight to his chest. Naruto felt it, his sternum cracked as if 3 pairs of ribs had snapped. Along with the impact damage, Naruto expelled everything, all the burning, demanding smoke from his mouth along with a mouthful of blood. And physics obeyed its laws, sending Naruto hurtling against the nearest wall, which he crashed through, halting his trajectory and crashing to the ground amidst a pile of rubble. "We did it, we've done it. The infernal phantom is at our mercy. It fell before the power of the strongest person and the strongest Biju. You see it, you damned ones, you and your fox. Look at it and feel it, you damned ones. It is the wrath of the great Kumagakure no Sato. The damned place where we kill cockroaches like you, and as soon as we finish this, we're going after the blue-haired fox," exclaimed the wreckage. His eyes had closed, the force of the blow had caused him to lose consciousness, or at least that's what they thought. He was slowly regaining his breath, but he could feel it. Blood was slowly dripping from his chest to his waist. He had been seriously wounded. The legendary bond of the wreckage, it is said that together with his brother they could decapitate even the strongest man. The second Biju and the second strongest cage. Conan must be very worried. I heard her scream. But wait, I've just been shot down. What the hell is wrong with these idiots? Who do they think they are? The blue-haired girl who was flying, the Jinchuriki, transformed into a Biju, and the irate wreckage began to listen. It was the seemingly weak voice of Naruto. "They must be celebrating their victory now that they see me like this. A disgusting Biju and a conceited sack of meat. Seriously, you two think you've defeated me. I faced death, I felt everything shatter in one fell swoop, and I've received fatal blows. They believe that seizing an opportunity and landing a few well-placed blows will get them what they want. Furthermore, they plan to brag about their damn shitty village in front of the queen of my imminent empire, and to top it all off, you dare to call Conan a whore. This is unacceptable." Slowly Naruto stood up, his wounds visible and his gaze fixed on the ground. "You damned Bigmoth and your damned Biju, prepare yourselves. You did it. Feel the wrath of the infernal ghost, you damned scum." As the talk ended, the entire village and its inhabitants felt it. The blonde man's determination had soared to the heavens at the same speed as his murderous instinct had spread throughout the village. And he raised his gaze again. "They can get me out of hell, but they can't get hell out of me." His eyes began to shift between red, yellow, and orange. Their movement resembled flames, similar to wings that began to emerge from his eye sockets. And there they felt him break the limit. The anger he had spoken of had made itself present. In less than a second, the blonde had charged towards the wreckage, making the illusion of disappearing in a blazing explosion, were it not for the trail of flames left on the ground, reaching where the wreckage was. The aforementioned only opened his eyes wide as his pupils vanished upon feeling a single punch to his abdomen from the phantom's brand new fist. But the blonde didn't stop, turning into a quick reverse kick that sent the drowning wreckage flying meters back. Naruto turned around, his burning gaze this time directed towards the Biju. The blonde man had launched a swift lash of his whip, hoping to strike him. But he vanished in a burst of fire, leaving a trail that showed him standing to one side with a long, thin, and blazing single-edged sword in his hands. In less than a second, Naruto jumped and forcefully threw the sword towards the tail that had attacked him, impaling it on the ground, leaving it immobile for the 8 tails, who tried to respond in kind. However, another long sword appeared in Naruto's hands, who in a turn buried the tip of the sword in the tail to turn and forcefully impale that tail on top of the other as if it were a meat skewer. And in his hands another sword had appeared, this time a long and heavy katana that Naruto used like an axe, violently cutting off both of the 8 tails. hearing the heartbreaking scream that it gave when it was stripped of two of its tails at the same time as blood and yin and yang chakra escaped. The Hachibai quickly attacked with 4 tails from 4 angles. However, in an explosion of fire, Naruto was forcefully propelled towards what would be the abdomen of the Biju, which ended up being completely penetrated by the long katana that the blonde had in his hands, leaving only the handle outside, where Naruto imposed himself towards the bull face of the Juki. Naruto's brand new fist delivered a brutal punch that completely shattered the Biju's chin, revealing a bloody rain of falling chakra. In midair, Naruto spun around as a giant butcher's knife with a red-hot edge formed in his hand, ending up completely embedded in Juki's neck. A sadistic smile formed on Naruto's face as a sphere of flames formed in his right hand, compressing into a small red orb from which blades began to emerge. With his macabre smile, Naruto forcefully buried the orb in the Biju's nose, then used his legs to propel himself away from the great Biju. In a somersault, Naruto stood up, turning his back to Juki to look at the Reikage, who, overcome with worry, saw the sphere on the Eight-Tails' nose explode into thousands of flaming spikes spinning at high speed and destroying almost the entire face of the Biju, leaving only its eyes and forehead accompanied by pieces of blob of dough falling along with evaporated blood and burnt chakra. Slowly, before the Reikage's bewildered gaze, Naruto performed the hand seals. His blazing eyes and macabre smile inspired immeasurable terror. The unfortunate Reikage watched as Naruto completed the sequence of seals. Jigoku no Yabadashi, Moru Yona Akuma, exclaimed the blonde slowly as he continued to turn his back on the Biju. Trying to attack, the uncoordinated Juki threw several lashes towards Naruto, but these did not have the range to reach Naruto and only hit the ground as the Biju began to stagger and tried to stand up. The greatest weapon of your village is ineffective against me, and you reek of fear. You don't even have the courage to move towards me and prevent my attack from destroying the Biju. You are pathetic, Reikage, Naruto said slowly as the black face mask formed again on his face, hiding most of the facial expressions that Naruto could give. And slowly the Reikage watched. From the skies the clouds parted, revealing an asteroid full of red flames falling and consuming every physical body that was in the sky from which he descended. And in an instant the blazing meteorite fell on the Juki's back, burning its tails as it knocked it face down. With his eyes still wide open, the Reikage watched as the meteor separated into several skeleton-shaped rocks and thousands of small rocks surrounding the skeleton, all engulfed in red flames, giving it the appearance of a demon with its horns, claws, demonic smile, and its body completely surrounded by red flames. The brand new demon let out a guttural scream and with its rocky claws began to lash out at the back of the Eight Tails, mutilating it by tearing off its tails under the gaze of the Reikage, who showed his anger and in a swift movement threw a punch towards Naruto. But in a swift movement, Naruto ducked and responded with an upward punch, lifting the Reikage so that Naruto could jump with a diagonal spin, ending by delivering a powerful kick to the Reikage's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. And slowly Naruto launched a powerful kick to his jaw, making him spit out a molar and a tooth. That filthy mouth of yours is only good for kissing the soles of my boots, you idiot, Naruto exclaimed, stomping on the Reikage's face. The Reikage tried to get up forcefully, but Naruto just backed away with 2 backflips. The greatest defense of your village has fallen, your villagers are terrified, they entrusted their lives to you too, and the Biju has already been destroyed, not to mention the Jinchuriki. And you, Reikage, are at my mercy. You are at the mercy of the one who rises above every person in this rotten world. Your time has come, Reikage. The man got up with difficulty and asked a question. Who are you and why is this happening to me? Asked the terrified and beaten Reikage. I used to be a loser, now who am I? An existence like no other in this rotten world, an existence filled with resentment, hatred, power, a thirst for revenge, and the desire to cause, well, chaos. The blond man's eyes burned intensely as his voice grew deeper and more imposing. Witness the true punishment. Jigoku Amunislesh, exclaimed the blond man fervently. 3 flames erupted from the sides of Naruto, taking the form of flaming copies of the blonde. And in blazing bursts they disappeared from the sight of the Reikage, who instantly looked at his chest, seeing how a fiery flash passed by at great speed, leaving a large cut. The Reikage tried to scream but felt a kick to his face, courtesy of a copy of Naruto, which knocked him flat on his back from the impact. In an instant, the original Naruto charged with a spin towards the Reikage's back, who let out a heart-rending scream as he felt the deep and long cut in his back, which expelled large amounts of blood. But instantly the other 2 copies arrived head-on, in 2 quick attacks that ended with one sword completely piercing the Reikage's left shoulder and another completely piercing his right knee. In an explosion, the Reikage summoned his lightning armor, causing swords to burst from within him and his wounds to stop bleeding, while looking at the original blonde man who stood before him. More flames erupted from the sides of Naruto and his copies, forming more flaming copies of Naruto, leaving the Reikage in the center of the circle they had made. The Naruto stared at the wreckage, piercing his soul with their burning eyes and giving him the feeling of being threatened by the swords they carried. And they did. In a burst they all disappeared, charging towards the wreckage as they vanished and reappeared. In a matter of seconds the copies were gone, leaving the massacred wreckage with hundreds of cuts all over his body, his limbs about to be torn from his body by the brutality of the cuts. That's what's left of you, a ravaged creature trying to survive, clinging to a pride that can't be sustained. You disgust me. You're not fit to walk on the same ground as me. You're not even worthy of sharing the same world as me, scum. The blonde man's black face mask disappeared, revealing his face with an expression indicating his displeasure. Step by step, Naruto closed the distance between himself and the wreckage, then turned his head. There he saw Killer Bee on the ground, covered in bruises, cuts, and noticeably broken bones, and beside him the great infernal colossus with its stony grin. The flames surrounding it were fading, transforming the infernal colossus into a simple, imposing stone statue that radiated heat to the surrounding area. The fact that the Biju was gone eliminated the state of emergency for the shinobi, who began to arrive, terrified by the situation. It had been a single man they recognized. The ghost of hell had done all that in a matter of moments. They didn't know what to do, whether to attack or not. They didn't know if the ghost of hell would unleash chaos or simply leave after seeing the wreckage fall. And as much as they loved their leader, they valued their own lives and the lives of their people even more. The wreckage oath made it clear that his people were his first priority, and thus his life and the lives of his people had to be safeguarded. And with great sorrow in their hearts they saw it. The blond man extended his arm and a wide, double-gripped sword emerged. And with force he sent a thrust towards the wreckage's chest, who felt his skin being cut and his sternum broken, to in less than a second completely pierce him and impale him on the ground, ending what kept him alive. Barely his 5 senses remained, which disappeared in moments, leaving him alive just long enough to hear and see the blonde. Appreciate this, people of Kumagakure. This is what happens when you act smart. This is what happens when you're damned proud narcissists. This is what happens when you defy the infernal phantom. This is what happens when you threaten what I love, you bastards. Naruto exclaimed, pulling the sword from the wreckage's chest, watching as the life force drained from his body. I'll leave them as a souvenir, Naruto exclaimed, throwing the sword towards the stone colossus, leaving the greatsword in its disturbing smile before turning around and looking at his beloved. Let's go, Naruto said as she got off and stood beside him, feeling the heat that Naruto emitted. Meanwhile, the blonde boy concentrated all his heat and a large part of his chakra in the soles of his feet, then proceeded to grab Konan tightly by the waist, and in a swift and powerful movement, he leaped, with a powerful explosion of chakra in his feet, rising hundreds of meters high, leaving behind the chaos he had caused in the hidden cloud village. The infernal phantom unleashed. Makamamato, they call me Lumberjack XDDD, well, I cut wood XF. Makam, please excuse the spelling mistakes. Many are because I have to write in a specific way, like the is so that the paragraphs are read with more space between them, so that the Liquendo or Ninja Kanoja does it well and more, since the Liquendo writes weird XD. Ah, I thought this dog. Appreciate this, people of Kumagakure. This is what happens when you act smart. This is what happens when you're damned proud narcissists. This is what happens when you defy the infernal phantom. This is what happens when you threaten what I love, you bastards. Naruto exclaimed, pulling the sword from the wreckage's chest, watching as the life force drained from his body. I'll leave them as a souvenir, Naruto exclaimed, throwing the sword towards the stone colossus, leaving the greatsword in its disturbing smile before turning around and looking at his beloved. Let's go, Naruto said as she got off and stood beside him, feeling the heat that Naruto emitted. Meanwhile, the blonde boy concentrated all his heat and a large part of his chakra in the soles of his feet, then proceeded to grab Konan tightly by the waist, and in a quick and powerful movement jumped with a powerful explosion of chakra in his feet, rising hundreds of meters, leaving aside the chaos he had caused in the hidden village among the clouds. Konan instantly unfurled her iconic paper wings while hugging the still warm Naruto as they glided towards the village hidden in the rain. How are you? Konan asked, feeling guilty for dragging Naruto into the huge problem that had arisen there, ending with that massacre of the Kumo army, the mutilation of the village's Biju, and worse, the murder of a cage. Well, stressed out from so many problems. How are you? Okay, Konan replied, sounding a little nervous. Are you that worried? I'm not angry with you. They brought it on themselves. I could have killed the Senju and left in peace. While your absence would make things easier, it would be less fun. Besides, they wanted to show off. They wanted to kill you. And you know how this ends, Naruto said, smiling at Konan. You don't get tired, do you? She said, smiling and looking to the side. No, and in case I get tired. Just seeing you gets me going again, Naruto said, smiling at her. Silly, I would kiss you right now, but it's difficult, Konan complained. You'll see when we get there, said the blonde man, smiling. In Konoha, things had only gotten worse with this blonde guy. But this time the Hawkage had an ace up his sleeve. He'd spent the whole day smiling and only his smile was visible. He wore his hat at all times, covering his eyes. He had called his wife a little while ago and she had just come in. She was giving him a strange look given how things had turned out between them. Sakura, I need you to use your medical ninjutsu here. Sasuke pointed to his temple on both sides. What, why? Sakura asked. I need it, just do it, Sasuke ordered, with Sakura obeying. Did you hurt yourself? The pink-haired girl asked. However, Sasuke responded with nothing more than a simple, just keep going. You're not even looking me in the face, what happened? Sakura asked again without any response. Please, Sakura said, taking off Sasuke's hat, noticing that he had an injection mark on his neck and his eyes were closed, with a little swelling that was going away with Sakura's healing jutsu. Sakura was perplexed when Sasuke opened his eyelids after saying thank you. His eyes were unrelated to the Sharingan or the Mangekyo Sharingan that was his own. They were red but with a black six-pointed oval star covering the entire eye. Inside this star was another, also oval but thin and red, with 6 points that were slightly pointed at the end. It then ended as a small eye with a red iris and a small black pupil. These were Sasuke Uchiha's strange new eyes which left Sakura speechless. What cake, those eyes are what? Sakura said, trying to form some words. However, Sasuke just looked at her saying, go home, you'll help me with something else later. And as if she were a machine, Sakura obeyed, leaving the place without giving any answer or having any human expression. Sasuke smiled, acknowledging his new experiment. Previously, Sasuke had kidnapped some boys from 3 clans who possessed certain abilities. He tied them up and used them as guinea pigs for his new experiment. At that time, the day before, in the early morning, a smiling Sasuke entered his hidden basement. There were 3 corpses, 3 children whom he couldn't leave alive after what had happened. They all looked terrible. They had died from an overdose of the drugs Sasuke had given them. The latter saw a glass container with several tubes pumping out its contents. It was cerebrospinal fluid, the fluid found in the spinal cord. This fluid came from the 3 boys. Small needles also reached their eyes from the same container, injecting less than a drop of another fluid into them. The container had a strange seal that glowed with a flickering light. Sasuke watched the container pumping liquids for about 30 minutes, the seal flickering until everything stopped and the seal vanished. This brought a smile to Sasuke's face. He would use Sakura, but she can't know. Come on, Sasuke, we want to beat that damn guy, we're going to need this, the Uchiha told himself, pressing his finger against his eyelid to use it as a lever, pulling out his own eyeball. Damn it. Sasuke cried out in pain as he grabbed one of the container's eyes, shoving it into its socket where it fit perfectly, but he still couldn't see with that eye. I need a guide, Sasuke said in pain, creating a shadow clone. This unharmed clone did the same to Sasuke, changing his other eye. Unfortunately, Sasuke had been temporarily blinded after changing his eyes. His vision was technically useless, and he resorted to having his clone guide him to the Hokage's office. Sasuke was confident he would recover quickly, but among other things, he remembered what the corrupt Sannin had told him in the past. He wanted one of the syringes that Danzo hid in the hidden room of Konoha, where the Hokage scroll was kept. Danzo had hidden one of those syringes that contained Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru had told Sasuke repeatedly in the past that he was preparing him to acquire one of them, that they would both need it, and that it would be a good way to heal Orochimaru's arms since these Hashirama cells increased the regenerative capacity of whoever injected them. Without thinking twice, Sasuke sent his clone after them while the clone could still see. Sasuke instantly remembered something. Danzo. There had been no news of him, and since he was a member of the council, he had never seen him. He had suddenly disappeared, and he had to do something about it, given that part of the Konoha army was at his disposal. That's it, I barely recovered with that syringe, and with the help of this fool I'll hunt down the mummy, Sasuke said to himself. Meanwhile in Aimgakure no Sato, more specifically the main tower, Naruto entered through the balcony accompanied by Konan. The blonde boy clearly showed a great deal of frustration. The blonde man managed a very tired sigh. He wasn't really exhausted, but he did have his moments of feeling overwhelmed. The blonde man walked over to a throne-like armchair, stopped abruptly, and sat down with a heavy thud. The red-eyed man managed a sigh, his hands covering his face. That battle and talking to the wrong people can really frustrate me, exclaimed the blonde man, staring at the ceiling with his hands covering his tired face. Konan, who had gone out for 2 drinks, went in search of the blonde man in his armchair, which he considered his haven of tranquility. The girl with light honey eyes managed to walk in front of the blonde man, who lowered his gaze to look at his girlfriend, who then began to look at her more closely. The blonde man smiled at her and patted his legs, indicating to the blue-haired woman that she should sit on his lap. The girl with the light honey-colored eyes only narrowed her eyes mischievously. My heavenly knight, always so kind and chivalrous, she said, placing the bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a table next to the armchair to adjust her tight-fitting jounin outfit, giving a small twirl to Naruto's delight. The blonde man simply smiled contentedly at his wife's majestic and sculpted body. Sighing and cupping his hand to his mouth, the blonde managed to reach out and grab the blue-haired girl's buttocks, which only made her blush more as she sat on his lap, his hand still firmly gripping what he considered his own. The blue-haired woman reached up to grab the wine glasses and pour one for each of them. The blonde man, very focused on his own thing, squeezed the blue-haired girl's buttocks, which made her moan. The honey-eyed girl simply smiled and narrowed her eyes before turning around and settling comfortably on the lap of the strong blonde man, who placed his two strong hands on her hips, their eyes meeting in a glance. "You are quite the cheeky little boy, Kimpatsu-kun, but I like that you touch and taste everything that belongs to this body, my knight of 1,000 battles," said the honey-eyed girl, giving him a little wine from her glass to drink as well. The blue-haired woman then placed her glass on the table to focus on her man. The blonde man, whose hands were on the voluptuous woman's hips, moved down to her large, well-formed backside, the part of his incredibly attractive woman he most cherished, although he liked to touch and enjoy every part of her. Naruto, who was facing Konan as she gazed at him with loving eyes, managed to look at her and say a few words. "What I love most, besides the fact that you're my soulmate and having the most beautiful and hexy woman in the entire shinobi world by my side, is that I have her all to myself, to touch you, to caress every inch of your soft, smooth skin," said the blonde man, his finger gently stroking Konan's cheek, who was blushing. "I love caressing the skin, so juicy, savoring it and enjoying it," the blonde man said, beginning to kiss and bite Konan's neck. The blonde man continued kissing the blue-haired woman's neck, who only moaned and tilted her head back in a sign of satisfaction. "I would love to taste every inch of you, my beautiful woman," he said, while unbuttoning the hazel-eyed woman's tactical vest with his only free hand. The blonde man took his left hand from Konan's rear end to remove the Maguekio tactical vest she liked to wear, revealing a short black mesh bodysuit that only covered her large, firm C-cup breasts. The honey-eyed girl only blushed and became more aroused as the blonde man pleasured her with his impulsive movements. The blonde man stared at the woman's ample assets, and just as he was about to do something, Konan stopped him, placing her index finger over his mouth and smiling at him. Naruto understood what she wanted to do, so he simply settled back in his armchair with his arms behind his head. "You want to see them, don't you? Well, only you own them," said the blue-haired woman as she took off her fishnet stockings, revealing her black bra that barely contained her ample assets. The blonde man was already eager to have them in his hands. The honey-eyed woman simply smiled. Konan unhooked her bra, revealing her large, still firm breasts. "Now you can enjoy yourself, my immortal knight," she said, watching as the blonde man caressed her breasts with his hands while running his tongue over one of them, which excited her more and more until she embraced him between her breasts, who happily continued to savor the honey-eyed woman's delicious breasts. Minutes passed and the blonde man no longer had his top on, revealing his large, masculine, and well-defined physique. The couple were kissing at the same time that the heat and sweat of both of them were present. Konan broke away from the deep kiss they were sharing to look at him and put her index finger to her lips. "You know, my love, it's time for me to have fun with what belongs to me and no bitch will take it from me," said the blue-eyed woman, referring to a certain part of the blonde man's anatomy, who smiled with pleasure. "Go ahead, my angel, you can do whatever you like with my member," said the blonde man, stretching out his strong arms and placing them back on his neck. The honey-eyed woman slowly moved down the blonde man's body and chest, caressing his abdomen with her soft hands and kissing him until she reached his pants. "Always keeping my great treasure imprisoned," the honey-eyed woman said as she unzipped his pants and pulled them down until he was only wearing his black boxers, which were rather long as the blonde man's large virility was clearly visible along his side, almost reaching his femur. The honey-eyed girl watched everything, licking her lips as she pulled down his boxers completely, thus freeing the blonde man's powerful and large member, which was indeed bigger than average. The blue-haired woman could only manage to grasp the large mast from its base to its shaft, using her other hand from top to bottom. The member throbbed with intense excitement. "This powerful piece of meat is only mine, you know that, right?" said the honey-eyed woman as she slowly moved her right hand up and down, while with the other she caressed his testicles. The blonde man continued to look down comfortably with his arms behind his head. "That's right, my princess," he said, breathing heavily. The woman simply began to move her hand up and down its axis, then put it in her mouth and savor it more precisely, her tongue swirling all over the head, which caused Naruto to snap out of his reverie and place both arms on either side of the couch. The honey-eyed woman savored the blonde man's juicy cock, who only moaned. To take it out of her mouth, she used her breasts to give him the famous Russian blowjob, which made the blonde man moan. "Damn," the blonde man said, clenching his teeth tightly as he exchanged glances with the woman who was playing with his piece of meat between her breasts, where the head of his member protruded and throbbed. The honey-eyed woman sucked and kissed it, beginning to accelerate the pace of her handiwork. The honey-eyed woman felt that the blonde man wouldn't be able to hold back any longer. Naruto tried hard to restrain himself, but the honey-eyed girl was very good at what he called treasuring his member. "Damn it, Konan-chan, I'm about to finish," he said, grabbing the blue-haired girl's hair. She could only manage to release her breasts and grab his large, fleshy member, starting to move it up and down faster with her hand. The blonde couldn't hold back any longer, releasing his entire load onto Conan's breasts and face. The blonde man breathed heavily as he watched the honey-eyed woman caress her breasts and face, covered in her fluids, with her finger before putting them in her mouth. All of this was observed by the blonde man, who became more aroused than ever. The blue-haired girl simply grabbed his member with her hand and looked at the blonde man with a smile. "I see you're still as hard as ever. I think it's time for what you want most, the main course," said the honey-eyed woman as she stood up and slowly lowered her pants, delighting the blonde man once again until she pulled down her last piece of underwear, which was black, throwing it aside. The woman moved a little way away from the blonde man and beckoned him with her little finger. "Did you come here to have fun, or have you had enough?" the woman said, walking slowly while swaying her hips. The blonde man felt his hormones surge, so he stood up and took Conan bridal style to their large bedroom, where they would spend the entire night reading the Bible. About 5 hours passed and the couple was still inside the room, making it shake. Only noises like applause and loud moans could be heard. Inside the room, Conan was on all fours while the blonde man was behind her, grabbing her hips and going faster and faster, feeling the sweat on their bodies burning hot. Conan moaned the blonde man's name, her hair all wet and messy, just like the blonde man who kept thrusting harder and harder against the honey-eyed woman's femininity, which was hot even for him. The blonde man never got agitated or tired, but when it came to pleasing his wife, he lost all his energy. "God, Conan-chan, you're amazing, your damn pussy is the best thing in the world," he said as he thrust and thrust with his hands on her hips while the blue-haired girl received it. "You're amazing, you're quite the man with that big member you have," she said, looking back as the blonde man approached to give her a kiss. Naruto automatically turned her around. She intuitively opened her sweaty legs to watch as the blonde's still hard but twitching member entered her, penetrating her and making Naruto moan more as he hugged Conan while she imprisoned him between her arms and legs that tightened around his hips. The blonde man kept going in and out of the honey-eyed woman, who moaned more and more. The blonde man lifted his head to meet her in a slow, sensual kiss as he went harder and faster. "Na are you to kun, I'm close to finishing. I want you to empty everything inside me," the honey-eyed girl said to the blonde boy, who looked at her curiously. The blonde man said with difficulty and heavy breathing, "Are you sure? We're out of condoms and I'm about to explode," he said as he thrust deeper and deeper. The honey-eyed woman simply smiled at him before kissing him again. "I want you to finish and don't worry, I want it all," she said as she squeezed her legs together, tightening her grip on Naruto's penis, which was already very tight inside Conan. "Konan-chan," the blonde boy shouted as his frantic thrusts continued. "Zene are you to?" Conan shouted, feeling that he was about to finish, squeezing and caressing Naruto's hair as he placed his arms at her sides to moan her name one last time, and with all his being, he released a large load of semen while looking upwards with his eyes closed, stretching his hips and pressing himself against the Kunoichi's body, who in turn scratched the blonde's entire back before he fell sighing on top of her. They both simply closed their eyes after releasing all their stress and sharing their love, since this time they were more exhausted than usual, and coming back from a mission had already left them tired. Amgakure meeting room. "Those idiots are compromising us and wreaking havoc in that village, and there they are bucking, they're about to knock down the tower they're in," Hidden commented. Kasame started laughing and looked at Hidden. "I wish you'd say that with Naruto here, hahaha. I can already imagine when I rip your head off with one punch," Kasame replied. "Hahaha, I'll tell him when he comes," Kasame said, noticing Hidden's nervousness. "What, I'm just kidding." "I'm grateful to the super leader Naruto," he said, smiling nervously. They both looked at Nagato. He was serious. "Our plans are going well, both powers are weakened, the war will leave them in ruins. We'll just go in and easily dominate everything. Even so, we know Tobai, the guy with the mask, you know how unpredictable he is." "That's what makes me think," Nagato said, pointing to a large map with the changing and vast territory of AIM marked. "Kasame, it's your job to order the Hyuga guards to keep us informed of any attempts against our territory. That gray-haired guy, I think he's probably over his depression by now. Give him something to do to help him even more. That guy is very shrewd, resourceful, experienced, and strong. You can take advantage of that. Hidden, you organize our ANBU, coordinate with Kasame regarding the Hyuga clan. Once you're done with that, proceed with training the new talent. You can use the guy with the ponytail that Naruto saved to learn and do that work for you later. After all, he works here as a sensei." Nagato issued orders. "What will you do?" Kasame asked. "I'll give a new speech. I'll try out my Preta copies to deliver the speech in 5 points at once, so the whole village can hear it," Nagato explained, starting to write on a sheet of paper. "It'll take me some time to think about it and write it down before I can speak it. It's best to do this as soon as possible," the redhead said. The other two nodded and went to carry out his orders. On the other hand, Naruto was just sleeping next to Conan, carefree and resting in safe territory. In Kumo, they were simply preparing. What happened to that blonde boy was tragic. That very day, they were holding the funeral for their leader and all those who died protecting their people. Honestly, it was a fateful day for the great ninja village of the Land of Lightning. In Suna, they only took preventative measures and militarized the borders with a small group of shinobi, while the main army prepared for war. It would take place in the Land of Iron. Kirigakure prepared almost its entire army for war and embarked on their journey. War was coming, and they would all leave their great island and lands alone to defend the future of the shinobi. Iwagakure took the same actions as Tsunegakure. Not to mention that its borders with the territory annexed to AIM were heavily militarized. The Tsuchikage harbored a deep hatred for those people after what the blonde man had done to him when he went there. Konoha already had its people prepared mentally and physically. Even so, Sasuke had something in mind to further improve his army and test something. He headed to Konoha prison, and he looked at the warden. "Get out of here, Fatso," he said, slapping the prison warden. The warden simply obeyed and left. Sasuke pressed buttons and opened all the cells to speak. "Everyone to the free time field." The Uchiha exclaimed into the microphone, signaling for them to go there. To their surprise, everyone obeyed and went there. They all stood in formation and waited for him, all amazed by the eyes he had. "I'll make it easy for you. We'll be at war soon and you'll all be free. But there are two ways to do it. Either you join the army or you fight me to test my new Daojutsu. Those who defeat me will be freed," the Uchiha said, penetrating everyone's minds with every word, using the power the Daojutsu offered. But to their surprise, no one rebelled. Everyone was willing to join the army. "Hokage-sama. I ended up in prison because of that war hawk Danzo Shimura. I preferred to fall here because he wouldn't kill me for knowing anything. And it's about your clan, my lord," exclaimed a raven-haired prisoner. He had an eye patch and a long scar covering his eye. "What do you know about my clan?" Sasuke exclaimed, questioning him. "The one responsible for Shisui Uchiha's death, and the one who ruined the plans to pacify the Uchiha or for them to dominate Konoha. I was a root Anbu," the man exclaimed. "Ah, interesting. Speak now," Sasuke ordered. Talking wouldn't work. I could reveal Danzo Shimura's hidden old bases on a map. After the attack on the village and his coronation as Hokage, he fled, and I'm 100% sure of the three options he could have taken, the prisoner explained. "You're coming with me then, and you all, I've already made it clear. My right-hand man is here to enlist all of you in the army. And let me make this clear, anyone who tries anything in this life and the next won't be able to pay for it," Sasuke exclaimed before leaving with the prisoner. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, Sasuke pointed to the large shinobi map. "This is Otagakure no Sado. I was told about the attack on that village and Orochimaru's death. I'm ruling that out. I was told about the Aimgakure Annex. The second base is impossible. Everything leads to this, the mountain cemetery. Here is the root base. I heard it myself and managed to save myself from it. That's why I got myself imprisoned. Now, this cemetery in the mountains has a shack, deplorable it looks. But hidden beneath a bed is the hatch to one of those bunkers the old man loves." The shinobi revealed, marking an X. "Fine, you stay in the village while I go kill that bastard. If I get there and he's not there, I'll kill you myself, got it?" Sasuke threatened as he went to Shikamaru, telling him what he would do before leaving to put his plan into action. "Hell. I won't say or edit anything, lol, I'm busy." The blonde man woke up feeling like new after the events of the previous day. He looked at Conan sleeping, preferring to let her rest while he went to take a shower. He showered, dressed, and got ready. He knew he'd have things to do today. He went to the balcony before jumping, but something happened. A dark cloud descended, began to spin in front of Naruto, and formed a face. Naruto recognized him. The very god of death appeared before the blonde boy. Naruto remained silent. The respect he had for the Shinigami compelled him to keep quiet. He knew he owed him a great deal, so he simply waited to hear what he was saying. "Uzumaki Naruto, you're doing too well, too well. I'd like to say that about myself. You're causing me trouble again and again," said the Shinigami. "Shinigami-sama, what do you mean?" Naruto asked. "October 10th, your birth. Again and again that day calls to me in every dimension. In one dimension you even reverse time after destroying every. And it's you who has filled hell with souls. I don't complain about that, but they're causing chaos. And I'll need you to restore order while I'm gone," the Shinigami explained. "I don't understand," Naruto replied, confused. "There are dimensions, too many, and in almost all of them the Kyuubi incident occurs at your birth. I can't alter timelines. I only make deals in exchange for sacrifices, sealing the Kyuubi in exchange for the summoned soul and regenerating your body in exchange for your services, which I require today. So let's go," said the Shinigami. And in an instant there was a dark explosion, responsible for the disappearance of the Shinigami and Naruto from the area. Suddenly they both appeared in a very depressing and terrifying place. All that could be seen were lakes of lava, cries of agony could be heard. It was a very rocky area where there were also corpses tied to posts and rocks. The blonde man simply observed to draw his own conclusions. "So this is the infamous hell, the sounds, I've heard them before, but this is the first time I've seen it in detail. I just thought I'd end up here someday, but more importantly, I want you to keep explaining all that stuff about dimensions and what the specific problem is," the red-eyed man said to the Shinigami. "You see, you've brought me a lot of trouble, both you and other Narutos from different dimensions. As more and more dimensions open up, more new Narutos are reborn in an infinite loop. Some bring chaos, others peace, but in the end, even though more souls benefit me, I'm the one who cleans up the mess, he said with a sigh. The red-eyed boy only squinted as he asked, "What exactly are you referring to?" The Shinigami then drew his long blade and made 2 vertical slashes in the air, opening 2 different dimensions where 2 figures similar to Naruto could be seen. The blonde man seemed extremely surprised but intrigued. "So those would be my selves from other worlds. It seems incredible," he said, approaching to look at 2 different subjects. The Shinigami pointed with his long nails at one figure, a blonde man wearing an ANBU uniform. Flashes of one red eye and one blue eye could be seen through a hawk mask. This Naruto was escaping from hell through a dimensional rift. After propelling himself out of the ground in a spin, he tore apart 2 bodies with a green-bladed weapon. Is it a Sharigan? Is he an Uchiha, or did he steal it? Damn, those are incredible abilities with that eye, Naruto thought, watching the blonde man from that dimension display such skill. The Shinigami smiled. This boy is one of the many Narutos who are murder machines, but always with a long-range intention. In him resides the living essence of Indra Otsutsuki, founder of the Uchiha clan. Naruto was simply amazed, watching as the Shinigami closed the portal to go and show him the other one. Inside was a Naruto who looked very different. He stood with his arms crossed. His appearance was different, crimson eyes, white hair, and somewhat tall. 4 ninjas rushed at him, unleashing a kind of water whip that pierced and killed them. He merely closed his eyes slightly before disappearing in a blue glow. Naruto remained fascinated, and well, I don't recall having any relatives with white hair. Perhaps my Okasa. He was thinking about certain infidel actions when the Shinigami hit the blonde boy on the head with the hilt of his weapon. No, you idiot, let me finish explaining. He's the reincarnation of Tobirama Senju. He's a rather unique Naruto, but don't worry, all Narutos have the same miserable lives. Even so, they believe in their village and in many cases aspire to be Hokage. This one achieved it and even slept with a Cerberus summoner, as he said this while closing the portal. Naruto only glanced at that last part before looking into the distance at a large 3-headed dog devouring monsters that had been sent from different places. The Shinigami turned to get the red-eyed man's attention. You see, I called you because one of your Narutos escaped from here. That Naruto, unlike you and similar to others, has no kindness or honesty. They're bloodthirsty, but at least they think about people. This one, on the other hand, the god of death said, looking at me as the lava dragged bodies away. This is a true demon. He doesn't care about anything. He'd even be willing to kill his own people. He doesn't care about anything. That's why he was condemned and brought to this lovely sanctuary of trickery. I understand, and where is this supposed me? Hell technically has no end, but from here it goes north. You'll have to fight your way through this fiery place. Remember, in this place you are a deity. Your power is unstoppable. Nothing more to say. See you soon, Naruto, the Shinigami said, vanishing. Naruto just looked around. He'd been brought to this place without telling anyone. He'd have to finish this as soon as possible, so he headed north. He was shocked by what he saw. People he had seen before were suffocating, their faces etched with desperation, fleeing from the lava. It was clear they were suffering for their actions in the world of the living. He recognized people he himself had killed. He saw the 2 shinobi he had murdered in a pool of lava, the one who had been beating Uruka and the one who had tried to grape Anko. He saw the pain reflected in their faces and the terror they felt upon seeing Naruto again. He approached and looked at them. You bastard, they exclaimed. They don't deserve my time. Enjoy your stay, Naruto said, continuing on his way. Naruto heard roars in the distance and felt strong breezes, perhaps from some flapping wings. That's it, he said, charging in that direction at high speed. The closer he got, the stronger the wind became, but nothing could stop him until he saw him. What the hell? Exclaimed Naruto upon noticing what was there. A war was apparently about to break out. On one side, a gigantic winged creature was descending. It touched the ground, revealing its thick, scaly skin, a fierce gaze, a scar over its right eye, and long teeth. It was a kind of dragon. Hundreds of subjects, from shinobi to citizens, died. On the other side, the same army, but they were accompanied by another gigantic creature. Its body was completely dark, with 6 large legs, 2 large pincers with spikes, and a black, fully armored exoskeleton extending to its tail, which ended in a sharp black stinger. It was a scorpion. This is going to get ugly, Naruto sighed, but I wanted to see it. What? Even in the world of the dead you proclaim yourself great, said the scorpion, his voice very raspy and somber. Here we dragons, we will kill you again, insects, exclaimed the dragon, speaking word by word, his voice like a roar, inspiring fear in those who heard it. However, the scorpion responded. Insects, scorpions are arachnids, not like you winged snakes. I'm going to pierce your chest, exclaimed the scorpion, moving its stinger. This, another rivalry between clans, apparently of summoning. But these people, what are they, summoners or what? Naruto wondered. I've got you, exclaimed the scorpion. It had lunged at the dragon, burying its stinger between its torso and the base of its wings. The dragon simply slashed at the scorpion's body with its other wing to push it away. "You're already dead, your poison only hurts, it cannot kill someone who is already dead," exclaimed the dragon. The scorpion was perplexed, its greatest weapon had been rendered useless. It looked at the dragon, who gave a small laugh along with its army. The dragon was letting out a kind of roar, expelling a lot of air. "Soto the scorpion, a small Rita too, there is no oxygen, you cannot cause combustion, your power is useless," exclaimed the scorpion, laughing with his army mimicking him. "Silence," exclaimed the dragon, charging at the scorpion. They both engaged in hand-to-hand combat, their armies charging at each other. What a pain they're getting into, Naruto thought. Wait, if there's no oxygen here, how the hell am I breathing? Naruto thought, but he stopped paying attention to it as he witnessed the pitched battle taking place in front of him. Nah, how boring, Naruto thought as he smiled. In a burst of energy, he charged towards the middle of the group, who then turned to look at him. "Jigokyuten, Bakuhatsu," exclamó ao instante Naruto. His body was engulfed in flames, causing a powerful explosion that sent everyone flying and drove the two large creatures away. "Who gave them permission to start their mutiny, you bastard?" Naruto exclaimed. "Are you Naruto?" The scorpion asked. "What, you know me?" Naruto asked. "You fought side by side with us, what are you doing?" Exclaimed the dragon. "Naruto, that's him, the dragon's ally." "Younger," exclaimed the dragon. "I'm useless, I don't have any summoning clan." "It's time to stop your mutiny, you're here as punishment. And I won't waste my time punishing you," Naruto exclaimed, repeating the explosion and pushing them even further away. They must be referring to other Narutos, the blonde thought as he saw them. The groups began to separate at his presence. The intensity of Naruto's chakra was suffocating them all and keeping them at a distance. He just sighed, and when everyone else left, he too vanished from the area. He had to go after that Naruto. He heard a blast of air in the distance, so he charged in that direction. It didn't take long for him to arrive. The atmosphere was similar, armies fighting, but he got a surprise. He saw himself. He dressed differently, like an Akatsuki assassin, but with tighter clothing, and his hair was very long, as were his kyuubi features, which were even more pronounced. It emitted a reddish aura like the chakra of the kyuubi along with those of other biju. "Who are you?" Naruto exclaimed at first. "Naruto, who are you? Because you look like me," the guy replied. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, descendant of the fourth Hokage and representative of Hell." "I've been told that you're the one causing trouble," replied our blonde friend. "That's me, not you, and me causing trouble. I'm bringing order. Everyone will now be at my mercy, do you understand?" "Everyone," he exclaimed, releasing his chakra. It was pink with little influence of blue. It showed that his chakra and the kyuubis had merged. "You know nothing, I am the reincarnation of the Sage of the Six Paths, and I was blessed by the gods." Naruto looked at him. "Seriously, is this guy me?" Naruto thought, sighing. He watched and listened to him. He seemed like a capricious child. "Those goddesses, I remember their lips and the powers I now possess because of them. And nothing will stop me, not even hell. This place is now my domain, and I will wield my power, my doujitsu, my biju, my legendary summons. You, who are you? Why don't you fear me?" I killed Menma and my lustful sisters. You're a disaster, I'm going to kill you," she said, laughing, revealing her madness and whims. "Okay, you're supposed to be a me. Dressed as an Akatsuki member with strange powers you boast about, you're a ridiculous, cheap, predictable, and personality-less piece of work. I wonder why I spend so much time," Naruto thought. "How to identify them? Naruto the protagonist, we will identify him as Naruto the blonde one, the infernal one, servant of the Shinigami, or simply Inferno. Bad Naruto the enemy, we identify him as Rikudo the counterpart, the dark one, the evil one. Etc. Only he won't be called Naruto XD. The blonde man felt his body warming up. He was concentrating. He looked at his counterpart. His purple eyes were ringed and a red aura emanated from them. "I, Naruto, the Sage of Six Paths, will finish you off," exclaimed the evil one. Our blonde man felt a pressure on his torso, as if squeezing him. His breathing became difficult, and suddenly he rose. He was pulled hard. He couldn't do anything. In an instant he hit the ground and was pulled towards the other Naruto. That maniac, if he was strong, there was no doubt about it. When the blonde man reached his counterpart, he felt himself being released, but he saw his enemy's hand lunge towards him. His reflexes made him cover, intercepting a hook with his forearms. She felt it. It arrived in less than a second. The energy dispersed through her radial bones. She felt slight fractures and her guard broke. Even so, he couldn't do anything. The Rinnegan wielder took a small leap, propelling himself with his left leg, feinting to land with a front kick to Naruto's chest, sending him meters back in an instant until he was stopped by colliding with a large rock. He stood up, turned around, cracking his back. "That hurt," he said, shaking his arms, those arms that were smoking. "I had already fought with a Sharigan possessor, but divided. This guy was different, all the abilities in a single body with immeasurable power." Naruto's eyes turned orange. He slowly watched his counterpart, who disappeared in an orange burst and then at great speed appeared in front of Naruto. Rikudo charged his right arm, about to throw a punch at the blonde man's face. For his part, Inferno bowed his face instantly. The other buried his arm in the rock. Naruto quickly kneed his enemy in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of him in an instant. He was going to attack again, straight for the neck. "Shinra Tensei," exclaimed his counterpart, unable to do anything. He was pushed meters back as the rock shattered, freeing him. The blonde man sat up. He watched his counterpart rise. A black rod emerged from his hand. A red sword formed in Naruto's hand, burning bright red, and lunged towards his counterpart. Rikudo charged. He was even faster. He stretched his staff upwards and pierced Inferno's shoulder. It didn't take him anything. Inferno weakened. His chakra system was sealed in an instant. However, it did not stop him. The red-hot sword pierced Rikudo's left leg, remaining there. Rikudo showed no pain at all, but one could see the blood fall as his wound closed with the burn in an instant. With a kick, Naruto lost his balance. Rikudo concentrated, stepped on Naruto's foot, and as if he were his punching bag, he began to deliver quick but equally powerful blows. Naruto's clothes sank in with each blow, tearing his garments. His jacket was being ripped by the friction and the sinking of each blow, leaving the blonde's torso exposed, his torso all red from the blows. Inferno fell to the ground, battered and bruised, spitting blood as he flipped back to his feet. His orange eyes changed. Rikudo looked at him, provoked him with his hand, calling him to fight to get up. But that was his mistake. This wasn't a game. It wasn't about showing who was stronger, even if that were the case. He stood up. Rikudo pierced his chest, buried another black rod in him, kicked him to separate them, finishing with a Shinra Tensei, sending him flying towards a lava flow. He wanted to see him sink and laugh at him. On the other hand, Naruto. Naruto said to himself as he floated in the lava, his eyes beginning to burn with flames and his power reaching its maximum. He would not allow himself such humiliation. The other side saw him get up. Omni slash, that's all I hear. Naruto was standing in front of him. It didn't take him any time to get there. A direct kick to Rikudo's knee was felt. I heard his bone crack. A punch to the ribs made him spit blood and expel all his air. But a sword piercing his chest made him lose all his breath. He could do nothing. More katanas appeared in Naruto's hands and he began to impale his counterpart against the ground. Sword after sword, one in the shoulder, another in the waist, one in the elbow, another in the right thigh, one in the left shins, and one in the neck of Rikudo, lying on the ground. Naruto sighed, looked down at him there on the ground, taking his job for granted, his eyes turning red again. However, he was in for a surprise. The sage smiled, a shadow in his gaze. You think I have any limits, here in this place or anywhere else? My powers are limitless and you won't stop me, he said, watching as earth and swords flew in all directions. The blonde, red-eyed man merely observed this as a display of arrogance, only to leap back a few meters, watching as a red chakra enveloped Rikudo, forming a chakra skeleton that generated skin, clothing, and even armor, eventually transforming into a powerful Susanoo. The Rikudo Naruto just laughed out loud, thinking he was intimidating hell Naruto. What the hell is this, thought the red-eyed man, staring at the giant, armed and armored. This wouldn't be easy. However, the red-eyed man simply laughed, generating a red sphere in his hand that began to spin at high speed. It created an area effect but was primarily red in color and had 2 rings of fire around it, rotating and changing position. Naruto, seeing that the Susanoo was drawing a giant sword to kill him, just smiled. Upon noticing the red-eyed boy's sarcastic expression, Naruto Rikudo's face simply shifted to one of anger. And what's with that laughter? You'll laugh when I finish you off, trash. He said that to increase his power by breaking the earth. The red-eyed man just laughed, shaking his head. A fire surrounded him, the atmosphere felt it. He was his, he couldn't be stopped. He realized this when he concentrated his power and felt no consequences. Don't be so sure of yourself. This battle was decided a long time ago. You're strong and your skills are excellent, but even so you're still just as worthless as all the fools who dared to challenge me. The blonde said, his eyes turning bright orange again. You're not worth it anymore. Get ready because I'm ready. He said this before finally looking up and appearing in front of the Rikudo in an instant, who hadn't expected such speed. The opponent saw his reflection in the flames of Naruto's eyes. He saw that he had easily subdued his enemies before, and he didn't know what to do. He made one last attempt at defense, positioning his sword in front of him in a defensive stance. But Naruto, using his strange technique, saw the sword begin to dissolve into air upon impact, somehow being absorbed by the technique and subsequently making it more powerful. Naruto Rikudo's eyes widened as he watched his last defenses being absorbed by the vortex of that strange fire technique, and then saw his armor being absorbed by the jutsu as well. The blonde man with flaming eyes, still levitating in the air propelled by fire, merely smiled. Now you'll rot in hell in my domain, you damned son of a bitch, he exclaimed, colliding the jutsu with Naruto Rikudo's chest, the latter feeling himself charred from the inside, pushed to the ground, unable to escape the vortex of fire. Naruto in his inferno simply jumped back, watching as the Rikudo burst into flames while the technique tore him apart. Naruto merely squinted to snap his fingers, his eyes turned red again. He then watched as the technique vanished, revealing the Rikudo Naruto in a deplorable state, his clothes completely torn to shreds, 70% of his body nearly fried, his organs and intestines destroyed. Even so, he collapsed to the ground, utterly inert. Naruto Hell simply walked up to the Sage of Six Paths and looked him up and down. In the end, you still seem pathetic to me. You thought that even with the advantage of not being able to die you could beat me. That only confirms my superiority even more, he said, crouching down next to the destroyed Naruto Rikudo, who just laughed, looking with his one eye. That's right, this battle isn't over yet, he said, watching as a violet aura began to restore itself to its previous state. Naruto in his hellish state could only sigh and shake his head upon seeing the Rikudo rebuilt. A dead man cannot die again. I have no wear and tear here. It was a good blow, worthy of a grand finale, Rikudo said, getting up. He wanted to walk towards the red-eyed man with the same intentions as before. This time I will kill you, he said, leaping towards Naruto, who only had his arms crossed when suddenly the sage was stopped in midair. What the hell is this, one of your other techniques? He said, gritting his teeth as he couldn't move a muscle. The red-eyed man simply shook his head. No, you idiot, that has nothing to do with me anymore. I'd better leave it to you, Shinigami-sama. He said this to leave Naruto Rikudo completely stunned upon hearing the name of the Shinigami himself. Then a portal of emptiness opened next to Naruto, revealing the same Shinigami smiling. Well, it seems you were able to defeat him just as I asked. That trash was causing a lot of problems, but anyway, your time has come to serve your sentence, you bastard, said the Shinigami, waving his katana as Naruto Rikudo began to look at his feet as they started to vanish into reddish ash just like his entire body. The sage, denying his fate, began to rave. You won't finish me, I'm invincible, you damned son of a— I can't finish the last dialogue because he completely disappeared, leaving only Naruto and the Shinigami. That guy bored me. It was a mistake to help him in the past. At least he served as a bad example for you so you can see what punishment is. See you later, Naruto, exclaimed the Shinigami. Our blonde hair disappeared in reddish flames. End of chapter 15.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.